to day 3 of the NFL Draft. I am Michael Felder. He is Mike Renner. Renner, NFL Draft Analyst. Listen, it's been a long few days, okay? So we're getting to it. We're going to give you every round of today. I'm excited because we've got a lot of players that are still on your big board. We've got a lot of players that we are excited to talk about, and this is going to be really fun. So, again, I'm Michael Felder, college football analyst, NFL Draft Analyst here at Bleacher Report. He is Mike Renner. Renner, coming in today, can we get his big board? You want to start with the big board?
Let's start with the big board.
Let's start with the big board, and then we'll get into the rest.
Because I think there's still talent to be had in this draft class. Every year we see it. Now, is there a Puka Nacua going to come off the board here? That's probably a one of one. You can't bank on that always. But it was such a good wide receiver class that you got a guy in Javon Baker there from UCF that I have as a top 60 player in this class that because of maybe the school he played at, the competition he played against, and the fact that he's a little raw, falls to this point in the draft. So there is talent to be had. I love those pass catchers at the top. Theo Johnson as well.
Sure.
I think he's one of the best project tight ends. The guy ran a 4.57 at nearly 260 pounds at the tight end position. So there are a lot of dudes here to be had. The one I go to, though, here, there are two guys I go to. One's not even on this board. Jaden Hicks, the Washington State safety, he came out early to declare for the draft. Only a third-year player, could have come back to school and played a couple more years at Washington State. Comes out early, big safety, box safety, high-end athlete. Very surprised he's still on the board. And I think everyone's wondering, how is Troy Franklin, the Oregon wide receiver who put up big numbers for the last 2 seasons in that Oregon offense, 4.4 speed, big-time playmaker, another young guy, a junior coming out of Oregon, how is he still on the board? So for the Carolina Panthers, wouldn't surprise me if he's a guy who comes off the board here early on day 3.
So here's the thing. This is what I want. We got a couple different things. What do we think about the guys coming out early when they still have extra time? Guys like Troy Franklin, when they still have extra time, specifically with respect to NIL, how does that change kind of what their mindset is, and should it change what their mindset is?
Yeah, not only him, so the positions that get paid in college, wide receiver, running back in terms of the big NIL, the forward-facing, the guys that can get those ad monies for their schools, I think it's going to be a conversation going forward when you see guys like him fall to day 3, when you have Audric Estime from Notre Dame still available on day 3, Braylon Allen from Wisconsin still available on day 3. These guys who are young, who have multiple years of eligibility left, that could have come back to school and maybe surpassed what they're going to get as rookies now with these smaller day 3 contracts in NIL money. I think you're going to see that conversation happen more and more in these colleges saying, man, if I'm on the borderline of being a top 100 pick, probably come back to school, have that money, and then maybe up my draft stock in the future, because we saw a lot of old guys come off the board. We saw a lot of 5th, 6th-year guys be top 100 picks. I don't think the NFL is as worried about that as maybe they have been in years past after all this COVID stuff hit. So it's an interesting conversation going forward, and I think you'll only see the trend of fewer and fewer early declarees, which is good for the college football product, right? And I think good for the NFL, too, because it limits those kind of boomer bust guys who are called projects, who aren't fully developed hitting the NFL. You have fewer of those guys coming out and more guys who can hit the ground running.
Well, you hit on this. I wanted to go. I'm not even going to circle back. You hit on the project guys.
Yep.
This is today, 4, 5, 6, 7. Today is the day that you get your projects, right? And we talked about this in our production meeting. Today is the day where you're getting projects. Today is the day where you're drafting to help your special teams.
Yep. And
today is the day you're just going out and you're taking a flyer on a guy that you think can be something special.
Yeah, I think that's a great way. There are 3 guys you draft on day 3. It is the high-end athletes who maybe underperform for whatever reason. It is the guys who are high-end performers, but maybe they went to small schools, or maybe they are limited athletically in some way, shape, or form, which is what Puka Nacua was supposed to be last year, and then obviously he comes to the NFL.
Sure.
And by the way, he wasn't limited by his athleticism at all. And then it's the special teamers. It's guys because at the end of the draft, 6th, 7th rounders, that's when those special teamers want their linebackers, their tight ends, the guys that can fill those roles. So that's what you're looking at this point in the draft. If you're looking for these guys, even though they're high up on my draft board, if you're looking for them to step in and start right away, more often than not, that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, it's not going to be the case. So the guy, and you hit kind of the nail on the head. We're looking at small school guys. We're looking at guys that were either productive or underproductive players, but they were good athletes. So that's what we're looking at. We're trying to set expectations, right?
Yeah, so just go to the
whole
past
goal.
2 years. You had the Puka Nacua, who was the high-end performer with limited traits, tested really poorly at the combine coming out. And then you have 2 years ago, you had Tariq Woolen, the high-end traits guy from a small school who didn't have the on-field performance just yet, and he goes in the NFL as a starting corner as a rookie. So that's kind of the two ends of the spectrum that you're looking at of what you can get as sort of a production at this point in the draft.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So let's go. I wanted to circle back now. So one of the things that we talked about again pre-show, and this is something that I think is really interesting as we wait for the Panthers to get their pick in. And you had all night, Panthers. Like, come on. The big thing, you mentioned Jaden Hicks. You mentioned Troy Franklin. But Spencer Rattler and Theo Johnson were the four guys that we talked about pre-show that you were surprised were still on the board. Is there anything with any of them that kind of gives people pause or the reason that they're still hanging around?
Well, with Theo Johnson, he is a project. If you're drafting a guy in top 100, usually you would like him to start right away. With him, you may not be able to. Spencer Rattler also in the quarterback position, when it got completely drained in the first 12 picks, 6 guys off the board, it's such a binary decision. It's like I either want one and I will draft one or I don't. So as much as I think he's kind of a day 2 type of quarterback, the day 2 quarterback doesn't really exist. You either fall in love with him, think he's a franchise guy, or you're willing to say he's a project that then you draft on day 3 when really all the other needs on your roster, all the other positions that could contribute right away are filled. Even if I think he still is pretty talented, and I love the trajectory of his career and how he rebuilt himself at South Carolina.
Well, I think the interesting thing, Will Levis obviously is kind of the exception to that rule. And watching him, the pick's in for the Panthers. I can't wait to see what it is. It's literally, this is one of those things where Levis he's an exception. Rattler now, but Levis didn't also play in a draft where it was so dense at the quarterback spot. So this is going to be an interesting one. I'm curious to see what the Panthers do. Listen, I'm from Charlotte. I live in Charlotte. We'll see what they do. I'm very ready to see what sort of, no pun intended, what sort of a hornet's nest I walk into when I get home.
So to reset Charlotte's draft here, Xavier Leggett, they had the mini trade up, first round, South Carolina wide receiver. Jonathan Brooks, Texas running back in the second round, coming off an ACL. Who knows how he'll be able to contribute year 1. But the immediate sort of what they were addressing was we had nothing for Bryce Young last year.
Right.
Let's give him everything. Let's give him as many weapons as humanly possible here. Trevin Walsh, Kentucky linebacker in the 3rd round. It wouldn't surprise me if they go back to the well of weapons here with either one of the tight ends that we're talking about, one of the wide receivers we've been talking about, just because that's where I thought the strength of the class was. And those guys in weaker classes, a Javon Baker, a Troy Franklin, those guys end up being top 100 picks. So
yeah, and that's okay. The pick is in. Let's see what we got here. Here we go.
Hey, they did go back to a weapon.
Jatavian Sanders out of Texas, tight end. This is a guy that I really like. I'll let you take it away, and then I'll get to it as well.
Yeah, so only 20 years old. Another guy who maybe regrets coming out a little early and falls to this point in the draft because of his pre-draft testing. He was billed as one of the top athletes, but then goes to the combine and runs a 4.69 at 245 pounds. What that says to me, because watching his tape, he was not a 4.69 guy. What that says to me is he's not 245 pounds on tape. If you look at him, a little undersized, looks more like a wide receiver than a tight end. So probably in that offense, you already have Tommy Tremble, who's a great blocker, great on the move, but also himself a little bit undersized. It just gives you 2 athletes at that position, 2 guys who can really run over routes, crossing routes, seam routes. He has tremendous hands, massive, massive hands, doesn't drop a lot of balls, great in contested situations. I just worry about his ability to separate at the tight end position. There's kind of like this delineation between the guys who can really separate and the guys who are more yak weapons, and they have to kind of be schemed open. He's the guy you scheme open, but when you get the ball in his hands, he can make plays, a great yak tight end. So just again, we said it off the top, Panthers need to give Bryce Young more weapons. This is another weapon for Bryce Young.
I think it's a great weapon, but I'm glad you mentioned that he gets schemed open, and that's a Steve Sarkisian thing, right? Like that's where Sark really came into play. We do have a trade. Let's see. We get the details on the trade. Denver is now on the clock, but to go back to Sanders, I think that he is just one of those guys that is going to find a way to get open as long as you use him the right way. And I think that the big thing for me, and this is what I wrote down with him, is safeties and LBs do not bother him when he goes. Like when he's running with them, that's fine. I think the nickel's going to be a bigger issue because he doesn't play as big as he is. And I think that's the issue. And then, again, you mentioned how big is he for real? How big does he play? because he doesn't play as big as he tested at the combine. So this is going to be a really interesting one, but big one. We got a trade with the Broncos, or the Broncos have a trade. The Broncos are on the clock now. So let's see what we get out of the Broncos.
I've loved mocking to the Broncos, and obviously they didn't have him drafting yet. Still on the board is a guy, Theo Johnson, the Penn State tight end, and obviously if one tight end comes off the board here, because he reminded me just physically of Jimmy Graham. And now Jimmy Graham was obviously a one-of-one kind of guy,
Sure.
but at 6'6", almost 260 pounds, to have the ability to go up and get it in the red zone the way Theo Johnson can, that's something that I think Sean Payton might want in his offense. So at this point, we'll see.
Here we go. The pick is in.
Oh, they wanted another weapon here.
Listen,
they said they'd go early.
We talked about Troy Franklin, and look at that. Troy Franklin's off the board. New weapon. Obviously, look, reunited, and it feels so good. So you see what he's able to do there. This is a guy that can run down, and he can fly. And I think that's the coolest thing about him is this guy's got some. He's got the ability to make plays down the field. Obviously, you look at the numbers: 81 catches, 1,300, over almost 1,400 yards, 14 touchdowns. So take it away, Renner. Like, what do we have with him?
Yeah, I mean, the production was awesome. He has real deal deep speed, real deal ability after the catch, a real fluid athlete.
Yeah.
Why he falls to this point, he's 176 pounds at 6'2". Like, he is skinny, and when he goes up against stronger corners, you see him get affected by that whether it's at the line of scrimmage, whether it's at the catch point. And I think people worry about his hands, under 9-inch hands, and he already had drop issues and contested catch issues on tape. Those will probably translate to the NFL, but you're pairing him up with a guy who knows his skill set best.
Yeah.
A guy in Bo Nix who went to him over everyone else in that offense.
Right.
And he's young, man. I do think he can get stronger. I do think that his game will improve. You know, we see 5th, 6th-year wide receivers coming off the board before him. Troy Franklin has, if any of the guys in this draft, like, he has #1 type of potential in an offense. Not a lot of guys you can say that about going in the 4th round at any point, especially, 891 yards as a sophomore, 1,383 yards this past season. I love that pick for the Denver Broncos. They needed the weapons after trading Jerry Jeudy this offseason. Man, to get him here in the 4th, you have to be happy about it if you're Sean Payton and Bo Nix.
So here's the terms. Before we get back to Franklin, in terms of the trade, Denver gets pick 102 and 235. Seattle gets 121, 136, and 207. Looking at it, we're at 103, so 207 is a long ways away, but we'll be here for
But a couple more 4th rounders for Seattle there to get.
So I wanted to ask you, what's the difference between him and McMillan from Washington?
I think McMillan is already a more polished route runner. I think he's more of a slot wide receiver, whereas Franklin, I didn't see him as like a slot route runner, and you don't really want him going over the middle of the football field. That guy will get snapped in half. He did not have the body to be making those plays. So that's the difference I see between those two. And in terms of ability to, like, take the top off of defense, that's what Troy Franklin can do, man. So I do think he's maybe a little bit more limited in the role he has to play. But in that role, if you need that vertical threat opposite Cortland Sutton, he can definitely be that, while Marvin Mims kind of plays Marvin Mims ends up being your move guy in that offense. The guy who can play all over, you throw screens to, whatnot. So just a little bit more dynamism to this offense.
I love it. So we got another trade. Okay. I was going to say, we got the Pats who already drafted. Let's grade this one. What do you think about this? Because this is one of your favorite players.
That's an A+ pick. I was low on Troy Franklin compared to the consensus. I had him 80th on my board. On almost every board, he was a top 50 player. And again, it's because he's still young. So I'm going to go A+ for this pick.
Look, you get an A+. Listen, you got to be happy with that if you're the Denver Broncos. On the clock, we have the Pats, and the Pats, we know they started off with Drake May, right? They also added in Jalen Polk, another one of those Washington guy that we talked, guy from the Pacific Northwest. Caden Wallace is also on there, is also in there for them. This is a team that, look, they're looking to fill holes. New head coach, they're looking at first-time head coach. Which how do you think that affects them? Like, do you think he sticks in the mold of what he kind of came up with playing for them, or does he kind of make it his own?
I think the defense is going to look similarly, obviously, when he played there, when he's coached there. I don't think the Zebra is going to change its stripes anytime soon. But I think offensively is where you could see a change in mindset. You have a downfield passer. The days of Mac Jones, Tom Brady, that underneath quick passing game, I think you're going to have to adjust. And I do think you're going to see a different running attack as well. You're going to have to, I don't want to say abandon kind of the power run game stuff that they did, but you're just going to have to play more to Drake May's strengths because he's a vastly different quarterback than they've had there with the previous 2 guys under center. So I think it'll look different, and I think they need to keep going offensive side of the ball, truthfully. Like the defense, not to say it's like elite, fantastic, if there's no holes, but there's just so many holes on the offensive side of the ball. And again, that was where the strength of the draft was. So there are players here that I still do think fit. So it would not surprise me whatsoever, or not even surprise me. That's where they should go here, in my opinion, is keep giving Drake May some help.
Right, they have Hunter Henry, obviously, at the tight end spot. But would Theo Johnson be a fit for them?
That's about it. That's about it. You got, and then Jalen Polk, your second rounder, probably ends up being, so Jalen Polk, Juju Smith-Schuster, it's okay. You probably need some speed in that receiving core. They're going back to the offensive line.
Okay, they're going offensive line. Layden Robinson out of Texas A&M, big guy. I mean, I love the way that he played. This is a guy that is like he's a mauler, and I think that's the best thing, the best way to describe him. Like this is someone when he gets his hands on you, he is going to move you around, and I think that's the best. That's what they're looking for. And to me, when you have a defensive-minded head coach like Mayo, what he is looking for, and you mentioned you didn't know if they were going to still stick with kind of that power running game. I think that's what defensive coaches like.
So he's only like 302 pounds. So he's not like your big, the Michael Onwenu's, like the 330-plus pounders that they've coveted at guard. He can really move and has some explosiveness to his game. He was a guy who a couple of years ago, back 2021, had a breakout season, thought he was going to be a top prospect, never really took that next step in his development. A lot of guys, though, on Texas A&M haven't taken that next step in their development. They have not had the greatest track record of development there. So there's some meat on the bone here for him. A great, at this point in the draft, we said off the top, we're going for either polished products who maybe are limited athletically or high-end athletes who have upside. This is a high-end athlete for the guard position, a guy that if you can get him in your building and develop could be a quality starter, especially in the running game. That's really where the pop that he can impose stands out.
Yeah, that's what I like his pop. Like I love when he hits you, he hits you. Even though he's not as big as some of these other guys at 330 pounders, he is explosive, and he transitions that speed to power, and I think that's a really good thing. What does it say to you when we talk about a team, like as a whole, like Texas A&M, where all the prospects, whether it's, was it Cooper, like we're talking about them as being underdeveloped?
Yeah, I mean, because they've been pulling in 5 stars.
Yes, I know.
The Fisher era. And now maybe some
Not
of them.
Not the Fisher era anymore.
Number of them transferred, but they had talent. That talent never really turned into on-field production more often than not. So I do think when you see that on the whole, right, when you see a lot of people in that same boat, not only just Layden Robinson, it makes you feel a little bit better about your chances of coaching that guy up, you know, getting some more out of him than you saw at the collegiate level.
All right, so on the clock, we've got Arizona. We're coming fast and furious right now. And listen, they got Marvin Harrison Jr., so they got Kyler a weapon, right? They got Isaiah Adams, so they got him some protection.
They got everyone, dude. They got
Tip
like
Raymond,
7 picks already.
Yeah, they've already got him. So Trey Benson, the running back, a running back that we both like. You throw in, Darius Robinson and Max Melton, a corner that I really like. So a lot of guys are plug and play, and we see them up there on the board. I really like what do they need right now? Because when I look at them, I think this is a team. They added Justin Jones in the offseason. They've also added in Josh Wilson. Like they have guys that can play. So what do they need? What are they looking for here? Is it probably best player available? Are they looking, as we mentioned off the top of the show, are they looking for special teams and trying to find guys that they can develop?
Well, so as much as I disagree with some of their picks, and drafting a number 2 tight end in the 3rd round always is going to raise some eyebrows from me.
Sure.
I love their strategy of let's pick a zillion times. They've picked 7 times already, the most of any team in this draft so far. And you look at this roster and it's like they needed 7 guys. They needed even more than 7 guys. Like it was as depleted a roster after the Steve Keim era as you saw in the NFL. There just was not anything to work with there. So I love the strategy, and if these guys work out, they can have a quicker turnaround here.
Boom. I like this one. I like this pick. The Chiefs draft Dadrian Taylor Demerson out of Texas Tech. I think this guy is a true, deep safety.
Yes.
And deep safety who loves to have, he likes to have eyeballs on the quarterback. he likes to, like, this is a guy that's going to line up 17 yards off the ball, and he's going to fly around. And I'm not going to sit here and say that this guy's Earl Thomas. I'm not going to do that. Look where he's getting picked.
Yeah.
But I think he can do some of the things that we've seen Russ Yeast do for the 49ers. He can do a lot of that stuff in the back end where he moves around, and he likes being the last line of defense. He's not afraid to make tackles. He can do that, but I think he's at his best moving backwards. And there's something about safeties, and that's the thing that I see. And you know what? Let me go ahead and do this. I'm going to give this an A+, because he is someone that you get him at this point. This is good because you know what he is. You know he's going to help you on your teams. But also, the coolest thing for me is that he is someone that his role is defined, and he has great ball skills. He understands what he's looking at. Tell me what you see when you watch him.
Yeah, this is right where I had him on my board, 117 on my board.
Okay.
This is where he comes off, right in the early 100s. That's the range I saw. And an interesting note about him, I watched his tape, and you mentioned his ability to fly around. Like, he has real deal speed and real deal range for a safety. That obviously matters when projecting the next level. I watch his tape, and I'm like, man, he kind of gets bowled over at times. I worry about him as a tackler. Listed at 190 on the Texas Tech roster this past year. He goes to the combine, though. You're in a 4.41 at 197. You know, he put on weight, maintain that speed and athleticism, and it had me thinking, I'm like, can he get, even bigger? Like 23 years old, fifth-year guy coming out. Usually those guys don't physically develop. But I'm like, does he have another, a few more pounds they can put on to really be NFL size strength that you want at that position? So that's what intrigued me, is that he's actually, showed up bigger to the combine and faster than you expected. That's a combination that almost never happens. So I know he had a lot of fans. And again, a true deep safety for a team that has starting safeties. He doesn't need to come in and start right away. They have Jalen Thompson. They have Budda Baker. He can be just a speed guy on the back end that you bring in dime packages to play that deep role.
Yeah, I love that for him. He's one of my favorite players in this draft. He's someone that we saw show up, go out, make plays. And I love, again, we don't see this very often, like a true deep safety, a guy that really is like a single high. We see a lot of combo safeties. We see a lot of box safeties. We see a lot of guys that are combo safety and nickel, but he is, to me, maybe the truest deep safety in this draft. What do you think?
I think him and Caleb Book. Caleb Book was like the one guy where I'm like, that's a single high dude. The USC safety who came off the board yesterday to the Houston Texans.
Oh, yeah, but he was undersized, right?
Skinny. Yeah, he's even skinnier than, like 188. So he was 6'2" also. So Taylor Demerson's definitely, though, deep safety. But I loved his ability from deep to come up and fill. And now he didn't always finish the plays. Again, like tackling could be an issue for him. But I loved his aggressiveness when he was asked to come downhill.
No, I love the aggressiveness as well. So that's the thing I really enjoy about watching him play is, like, listen, you're seeing a guy that's roaming in the back of the field, and he's just – listen, he's salivating, like waiting to see what you're going to do, waiting for your mistakes, waiting for your overthrows, and he's going to go try and take those away from you. On the clock, we have the Chargers. The Chargers, we know they got Joe Alt, so they get some protection for Justin Herbert. We know they got, Junior Colson. And they also added Ladd McConkey in the second round. So when we pull up the Chargers draft, the pick's already in. We don't have to even pull it up. We'll do it after. Let's see. There you go. Justin. Oh, look at that. Alabama, Justin Obwahi to the Chargers. What do you think?
So he is your prototypical Alabama 3-4 defensive end type, long arms, big wingspan, gonna hold up, two gap, play the run game. Jim Harbaugh, that's been the biggest issue for the Chargers defensive line, like for seemingly the whole last regime, for the whole entire Brandon Staley era. They could not stop the run. They did not have the horses up front to stop the run. So you got to bring in some guys, and now he's never going to be a high-end pass rusher. Like, that's not what he shows on tape. He is a guy who will not get moved off the ball, though. And that still has value in the NFL, and especially here. So again, to go back to what we said off top, this is your limited traits guy who produces well in one regard. So for the Los Angeles Chargers, with what they drafted in Boy and Junior Colson, they will stop the run.
But you have to have a plan, and it seems like now there's a plan there in terms of stopping the run, defining who we are as a football team, and understanding that we have to do this. When you look at him play at Alabama, they moved him inside every now and then, and I thought he was kind of capable of squeezing or penetrating when he was inside, when it was a clear passing down. and they had speed on the outside. We got the pick-ins for the Titans. Let's go. Cedric Gray, here we go. Look at this. Cedric Gray from North Carolina.
Go off.
There we go. Let's go. Let me go ahead and get to him. Here we go. Cedric Gray. This is one of those guys. There's a couple guys that I think we're going to see come off the board that are kind of tackling machines, and they just make tackles. He reminds me kind of like a knockoff Henry To'oTo'o in terms of a guy that doesn't have all the size that you want all the time, but he's going to run around. He's going to fly around to the ball. I don't like that he sticks to blocks every now and then. That's a big thing that I noticed. Instead of shedding, kind of sticks to blocks. But certainly you want him in on, when he's in on pressures, especially on third downs, I think he can make plays.
He can really run, man. 4'6", 440. 3-year starter, and he's a fourth-year guy coming out, but he's still young. He won't turn 22 until midway through this season. So productive at a young age. I love his ability to track ball carriers down in space. Now, he can get dragged a little bit, is not a powerful off-ball linebacker.
Right.
You mentioned the sticking on blocks. Not a take-on guy whatsoever, but give him a clear path.
Yes.
He can make plays. And for the Tennessee Titans, you got the D-line in front of him. You know, you got some dudes now at DT and Jeffrey Simmons, Tavondre Sweat, to keep him clean. And when he's clean, he's as good as some of the linebackers we saw come off the board earlier in this draft. So I'm a fan of it. If I'm giving grades, dude, we can give that one an A for the
Sure, you know what? Let's just go.
their draft
I'll do it too. Let's do
so
it.
far.
There we go. Let's do it. I think that key point that you made is keeping him clean.
Yep.
Keeping him clean is important. And with Sweat, we got to pick in. Okay, here we go. Let's see what we got.
There it is.
There's your guy. There's your guy. Go off, King.
Yeah, so Theo Johnson is underutilized in Penn State's offense. But when he was utilized, you saw a guy who could really get up the seam, can really make plays outside of his frame. A massive, massive dude at 6'6", 259 pounds, ran a 4.57 40 at the combine. When you're not, it reminds me of, to a degree, of George Kittle, where he just wasn't utilized in the offense, right? Like he just wasn't a factor. That was not a part of that Penn State was trying to do last year. But at that size, with a 39.5-inch vertical, a 10.5 broad jump, and I watched him down at the Senior Bowl, and I was like, man, he's just smooth. Plucks the ball out of the air, big hands, 10.25 inches, won't drop passes, red zone threat. And to me, this says, hey, we know Darren Waller has been, unresponsive this offseason.
Sure.
May not have him next year, and even if we do, we don't know how long he'll be in the fold. Gives another weapon to Daniel Jones. Now Malik Neighbors, Theo Johnson. Johnson maybe not as NFL ready as Neighbors is, but definitely a guy to develop that has high-end potential. And it's a position that, more often than not, the guys who are 4th, 5th, 6th rounders, or even like 3rd rounders, the guys that overperform their draft position are the guys that run like sub 4.65, the guys that jump out of the gym, the high-end athletes. Because how do you get open in the NFL? How do you beat linebackers? You got to run away from them at some point. So big fan of Theo Johnson. Great pick for the New York Giants. A+ for them.
Look at that. Surprises. Troy Franklin's
coming off the board.
Theo Johnson's coming off the board. We're going to wait until we're waiting on Jaden Hicks, Spencer Rattler, and then the surprises will be gone. I want to get to that. What is it about? Why? Because we saw Penn State with like Mike Gesicki, right? He was an absolute, they used him constantly. He was a big-time player in their offense. What was it about Theo Johnson you think that maybe didn't make him a part of that? Was it the quarterback situation? Was it, what do you think?
They wanted to run the ball. This past year, the running backs were probably better than their wide receivers, and Drew Aller was, a young guy starting there. But they did feature him in the red zone. So 34 catches, 7 of those for scores, led the team in touchdowns. So that is where he really shined, is in that area of the football field. And at his size, that's where he should shine in the NFL. And obviously he gets to learn from one of the best, hopefully, one of the best developmental tight ends of all time. Like Darren Waller started his career.
Right.
Late rounder, unheralded, remakes himself, early on with the Raiders and then with the Giants. So great position for him to land in.
All right, so we're looking at the Vikings. Vikings, most notably, J.J. McCarthy. So they get J.J. McCarthy, picks in, let's go.
Hey.
All right, Kyrie Jackson from Oregon to the Vikings, a corner. This is a guy that I think his game is really special. I think that what we're looking at with him, he played a lot on an island, and that's something that really stood out to me when I was watching him, is this is a guy that played a lot of times Whether it didn't matter if it was field or boundary, he played to that single receiver side, and he was comfortable doing it. He was comfortable doing it. He was playing by himself, and this is one of the things. It was like an only child out there, basically. Like he had his own toys and he did his own thing, and he consistently was able to shut down that wide receiver. I think he's kind of got like a little Greedy Williams to his game, so this is going to be really interesting.
And he kind of reminds me of a guy who's on the Vikings right now, in a Caleb Evans, in that you see the number there, 6'4". There ain't a lot of 6'4" corners in the NFL or anywhere that can be smooth enough. And now I think he's a silo corner in that you're not asking him to guard a full route tree. You're asking him to press on the outside and run up with verticals, react to hitch routes, comebacks, that sort of thing. If you want him to, kick on the inside, do other stuff, I don't think that's it. But with Brian Flores and how he schemes up that defense, he uses guys very much in roles or specific usages. And for what they have on that roster right now, a corner, which is, objectively not a lot, he is a guy that can come up and press receivers at the line of scrimmage. They don't necessarily have that. Byron Murphy Jr. ain't that. Mekhi Blackman, the USC corner who they drafted last year, ain't that. They have Juwan Williams, they have Caleb Evans, who are kind of in that mold, but to me, this is a better prospect than those guys were coming out.
All right, now let's get wild. Let's see what the Atlanta Falcons are about to do.
Oh, Ducks flying off the board, the Kraken.
Brandon Dorlus. This is an interesting one. This is a guy that a lot of folks preseason were kind of infatuated with. He is someone, I don't know if he lived up to the true hype that they brought him with into the season, but he is someone that shows a lot of potential. And again, what do we lead the show off with? High-level guys that are either high-level athletes or super productive, and I think he's kind of in between on those. So it's going to be interesting to see where he fits here, but he is someone that coming into the season, a lot of people really absolutely love Dorlus. So let's see what you think about him, because his season felt like it was up and down.
Yeah, people had this guy, a lot of people had this guy as a top 75 sort of player on their board.
Yep.
I was objectively lower on him, so I could say like why he falls to this point. To me, when you're undersized, 283 pounds weight checks in at the combine, that's just a tough sell in the NFL at DT if you don't play stronger than that, and if you're not just like a truly elite athlete. So I didn't see him consistently playing stronger than that. I think he's going to have to be either a 3-tech and out guy. You're never going to put him head up over a guard. You're never going to kick him inside of that. But a 4.85 40, man, he can get off the line. He can get into the backfields if you want to one-gap him. The other thing I will note is he's a little stiff turning the corner, so to get, to be a productive defensive end, you got to have that ability to get underneath guards. When you get that little, shimmy shake, wind to the outside of a guard's shoulder, you better be able to dip back to the quarterback to finish plays. I never really saw that from his game consistently. Goes to the combine, only runs a 4.85 short shuttle, which is a pretty poor time for an undersized DT. So those were my worries about him. I said similar things about Braden Fisk yesterday. It's just like, I'm not sure what you do with this guy. And that's how I feel about Dorlus. He may even have to be an edge sort of guy at the next level with his size. So that's why he falls to this.
That's what I was going to bring up, is the idea that we saw them get the kid from Clemson, Rook, and now they get Dorlus. How do those guys play together? Like, that's going to be a really interesting mix there, because does Dorlus kick? Does he stay out? And are they really going to play Rook at the nose? I don't know how that works for this Atlanta defense. It's going to be in theory they want to play a 3-4. So this is going to be really interesting. And again, Atlanta continues to mystify.
Yeah, I mean, playing 3-4, these guys are both probably slotting in 3-4 defensive ends. Is where, just being real about it, they're not guys who. Rook's not going to play the nose. He's 294 pounds.
Right.
Dorlus ain't going to play that either.
No.
Objectively, and even like a 3-4 DE, I would a little worry about at the NFL level. And again, that's why he falls, though, to the 4th round.
Yeah, that's the reality, though. So we're going to figure out what they want to do. So what do we have on the clock? We got the Pats are back on the clock. So, again, we talked about Drake May, Layden Robinson. You throw in the Jalen Polk pick. This is a team.
Wallace.
Caden Wallace, yes. They haven't picked anybody on defense.
And I don't anticipate that happening anytime.
Okay.
Right? Like, it just, not to be and pile on here, but it was, heading into this draft, the worst offense in the NFL on paper. It just flat out was. And that's where they were at. And I like that they've committed to changing that. Now, did they draft my highest graded player at every single time that they picked? No. But they definitely are committed to changing that for Drake May. So if you're Drake May looking at this, you got to be happy with at least the direction that the Patriots are headed in.
All right, here we go. Let's see what we got.
Oh, and now we're
There's
really
your
happy
guy.
with the direction they're headed in.
UCF wide receiver Javon Baker. This is the guy, obviously, he went through the transition from what is it? I almost called it the Big East, the AAC to the Big 12. And
Well, he started in the SEC. He started at Alabama.
Started at Alabama, then he goes ultimately goes to the Big 12, and he did put on a show. When he was good, he's good. So let me take us through it. I want to show the highlights, and I want to take us through it.
Yeah, so last season, 1,139 yards, 21.9 yards per catch. And for a guy to run a 4.54, which is I think why he falls at this point in the draft, to average 21.9 yards per catch, you know he has some goods. He can really fly, go up and get it sort of guy, 37-inch vertical, but on tape, like it's easy for him to get up in the air. A lot of guys need kind of like a gather. He flies off of one step. Yeah. You saw it at the Senior Bowl. He made plays up in the air in the red zone portions of practices that just other guys flat out can't. So much more of a vertical, deep kind of downfield wide receiver than Jalen Polk was, their second rounder. And on my board, I had them back to back on my draft board. 57, 58 on my draft board, Polk and Baker. So I love both these guys and what they could be at the next level. And with him, 6 foot, but a 6'6" wingspan. Making plays outside his frame is easy for him and still developing as a route runner, but I love his flexibility in his lower half. You saw his ability to sink right at the line and separate off of press coverage was really special down at the Senior Bowl. That's what really sold me on him. My comp for him, Victor Cruz, another guy who was a UDFA, another guy who wasn't a high-end athlete, but he goes to the NFL level and made a ton of plays before obviously injuries derailed his career. Not saying he's going to be Victor Cruz, but you see those smooth hips that you're doing right there. That's what Javon Baker has through and through.
I like it. What are we talking about with the hands? That was one of the things that when I was watching him, I was like, hands-wise, like feels like it's like goes in and out of hands catches, body catches, hands catches, body catches. What do you think about that?
Yeah, he's definitely one of those guys where he can make the spectacular catch one play, and then it's like the ball just hits his chest and bounces to the ground the next play, and you're just like, what? So I don't think it's a ball tracking issue. I think his is more consistency issues.
The Jets have traded back with the Packers. Okay.
Hey.
So your guys, they're on the clock. Here we go. The Packers are on the clock. What do you want?
I want Austin Booker, the Kansas defensive end. He's been the highest graded player on my board for a while now. Only a redshirt sophomore coming out, super young guy. And they, switching to Jeff Hafley's defense, will need a little bit more speed at their defensive end position. He has that in a way that they don't really. I mean, it's like Rashawn Gary and Lucas Van Ness ran the 4.5s. They got like speed off of there, but they don't have that twitchy edge bender sort of guy. That's what Austin Booker could be. So, that's where I'm looking right now. But
they've already picked. They picked Hopper and Cooper. Oh, that's very cool.
The 2 linebackers they drafted.
Bullard,
Javon Bullard, the Georgia safety/slot.
They have 3 picks on the defensive side of the ball, only 2 on the offensive side of the ball.
And so they haven't addressed edge, they haven't addressed corner, and they haven't addressed wide receiver, and obviously quarterback. But those are the positions untouched by the Packers so far. So one of those guys could be the case. I'm looking at TJ Tampa too, the Iowa State corner, because they don't really have that length in the Packers secondary right now, that long press guy, and obviously they're going to be moving to more of that now.
I like Hafley, by the way.
Could be them. Yeah. I'm excited.
Yeah, I liked him. Obviously, I know he was at BC, and that didn't really work out for him. But at the end of the day, I like the style that he plays. And so this is going to be really fun. And I agree with you. But I think what you get with Rashawn Gary, you're going to get one side that sets hard in his power, and then on the other side, again, if you do get Austin Booker, now you've got somebody flying around the other side.
Yeah, and it would be a great spot for him because people are calling him the project. He is. They got 3D ends in front of him. You got a Preston Smith. You got a Lucas Van Ness. He can be a pass rush only guy for them, and that's fine.
Yeah, but I also think here's the thing I'm looking at. If they do pick Austin Booker and they do want him as a pass rush specialist, why don't we kick Rashawn Gary inside on 3rd and long?
So he's kind of stiff. He is a true bull rusher on the outside.
The thing for
Lucas Van Ness is the guy I'm kicking inside on 3rd down.
You're going to kick it? Okay, that's fine.
Because he did that at Iowa. He was a guy who was, he played like legit 3-tech on rundowns at Iowa. It was some wild tape watching Lucas Van Ness.
I've had such a journey with Rashawn Gary.
No, I know, because he was a high school DT, right? And he was like 300 pounds in high school.
Exactly.
And so he lost weight to play D end. And I do think it's because of how his game is, and he's such like a linear player, right?
Right.
Like that translates better when you can just give him a head of steam on the outside.
Yeah, and I think you're right. Like watching him, how he was used at Michigan, and watching how he's been used now, and I'm like, man, I just get bigger and like let's go. Like I remember I did a debate with someone, and we were talking about Rashawn Gary and Ed Oliver, and I was like, Ed Oliver knows what he is.
Yeah.
We still don't know what Rashawn Gary is, and I think obviously now he's found a role, and I think that's important. But if you could add some versatility to the game, that'd be nice.
They only had to give up a 6. Let's go.
There we go.
Wow, that's actually.
Thank you. Let's go. 4th round pick.
That doesn't look like a 6th round pick. I'll just be honest. 190.
And
Maybe it is.
125. 125 is a 4th round pick.
126 and then 190.
And 190. Okay,
Hey.
so that means maybe that maybe we get a break because that means there might be fewer compensatory picks in the 5th round.
For the Packers, though, just to kind of reset this roster.
Yep.
I think they've done a good job of filling it out. Not a lot of holes now that you can really point to and be like, that could be an issue. You signed Xavier McKinney this offseason.
Yep.
You're pairing him with Javon Bullard, the guy I had as safety 1 in this draft class. You have the bevy of wide receivers and tight ends that they drafted last year that came on strong towards the end of the season. Sure. I'm of the opinion, though, that like they still need to get better. If you really want to reach the promised land, you want to, I go back to the last drive against San Francisco when they were really physical with those wide receivers. Love didn't really have guys who were getting open on their own. I still do worry about if they have that number 1 guy in this receiving corps. They have a lot of nice ancillary options. We need like either Christian Watson's to really take that step forward. Jaden Reed to, very well could take that step forward. I'm a big fan of his, but he's a little bit of an undersized guy. So TBD on how this wide receiving corps shakes out. You're obviously not getting a number 1 wide receiver here, but I like what they've done. And their track record the past few years on day 3 has been as good as anyone in the NFL. They found multiple starters in that round, whether it's Zach Tom back in 2022, whether it's Carl Brooks last year. I like what they've done on day 3 and finding guys who can really fill a role, impact guys. Carrington Valentine a year ago as well. So hats off to GM Brian Gutekunst. Let's see what they got here. Someone's on the phone there in Green Bay.
Oh, they're making a call. Let's do this. Come on, I'm ready. Like this is. Come on, guys. If you're doing this, you already know what you want. The pick's in. Let's see what we got. I'm ready to see this one. Oh, I forgot they had Sean Clifford, by the way.
Easy to forget.
No, I'm excited. Like this is a roster that is. You can see it coming together. And the thing I really like about, like, I know they're your squadron, but like the thing I really like about them is that they go slow, and slow is not bad. And I think I kind of equate it with the Steelers, where it's like if we're gonna rebuild, we're gonna rebuild the right way. We're gonna find guys that work. We're gonna find the right thing. We're not gonna reach. We're not gonna go for too much. We're gonna find things that are foundational for us.
Well, and people thought it was a rebuild, and they did better than they did last year with Aaron Rodgers, right? Like, they made the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
So the rebuild was a reload, and they've done a great job of that transition plan, more so than most teams that lose their, quote-unquote guy that was the franchise quarterback for forever.
Yeah, but again, back-to-back, Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers, Rodgers to Jordan Love. And Love does look like Love looks the part. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see what happens. Looks like Evan Williams. Oh, Evan Williams out of Oregon. Okay, that is the pick for them. One, love the name.
More Ducks.
Love the name.
Yeah.
Just for the record, I do love the name. Makes the best eggnog in the game.
It does it ever.
And so we go Evan Williams. He's a tackling man. 80-plus tackles. He had 5 sacks. 5 sacks as a safety. And he gets downhill in a hurry. So I'd love to hear your take on him, because this is someone that, for me, I just really enjoy watching him play.
Hey, so he went down to the Senior Bowl, and I was pretty impressed with his performance down there. He was named, I believe, by his teammates Defensive Player of the Week for one of the squads. Can't remember exactly which one it was. Sure. A guy who's small frame, real tiny frame. I mean, only a 6-foot wingspan, but great around the line of scrimmage. A true box safety. Could even be like a dime backer in a defense. That was when he was at his best. So not a guy I trust in coverage necessarily, but I think the Packers are looking for roles here. And this is a guy that can fill, like I just said, that dime backer role. Nickel, box linebacker sort of role. Like, that's where he's at his best. If you're playing him deep, I do think he could get exposed, but 40.5-inch vertical, 10.6 broad jump, 4.6 40. I'm a little lower on my board. I'm going to go with B for this pick. I do think the Packers are kind of, you saw it yesterday. They're drafting a kind of like a special teams third linebacker in Tyron Hopper. They're drafting a backup running back in the 3rd round. They must not think super highly of this class because they're drafting guys for specific roles in this defense.
Yeah, I'm going to go with an A- on this one, and here's the reason why. He reminds me a little bit of like, do you remember, what was his name? Ahmad Dixon? The guy came out of Baylor, and this is a guy that, like, he flies around, he makes a ton of tackles, he wants to hit you, he wants to be violent, and I think that's a real good part of his game. So I'm going with that.
Here's your guy coming off the board.
What do we got? Uh-oh, here we go. Want to see it? Show it to me.
I can announce it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dekamarion Richardson, I think, to the Las Vegas Raiders.
Okay, let's see. The pick is still in.
That's it. That's it. That's your boy.
There we go, Richardson. Here we go. Oh my gosh, Dekamarion Richardson. I think he's a good off corner, and that's the first thing. Off corner, which we don't give them nearly enough credit. I hear so many fans complain about off coverage. Off coverage can work if you know what you're doing. I think he's an off corner, but he can also help in secondary run support. And his best trait is to react to the ball quickly when he's in off coverage.
Yes.
That's what he does. Like, he has a flat foot read that I really enjoy. So he can flat foot read, then react, trigger, and go make that tackle, minimize gain, if any. And so I like that.
Dekamarion, 4.34 40, man, and he's an awesome tackler.
Ooh.
So your guys are coming off the board here. Tez Walker, dude.
There's Tez Walker. So Tez Walker is going to the Ravens. Tez Walker to the Ravens, to recap. Tez Walker to the Ravens. Can we pull up the Ravens draft? The Ravens, they know they needed to add a little bit more help outside, right? They needed to get, and so what they're getting is a wide receiver in Tez Walker, a guy who went through a lot, by the way, to just get to play the Kent State transfer. But he is someone that, look, he can take the top, he can help take the top off the defense. He is a vertical threat. You and I talked about this on the show. He is a true vertical threat. I think he's got like some of that Mac Hollins energy. I think he's a bigger version of that, though. He's not as thin. And so I like what they're doing by getting Tez Walker. Yeah,
Tez has juice, man. 4.36 40 at 193 pounds.
Yeah.
And also a massive wingspan. 79.125 wingspan, 6'7" there. Make plays outside his frame, but really inconsistent hands. That's why he falls to this point in the draft. And that's why I had him pretty low on my board, even a little lower than where he comes off the board here, is because I hate deep threats that will drop some easy ones for you, because there's no bigger blow to an offense's psyche than having a go ball, easy walk-in touchdown fumbled for the bag. So that's what you saw sometimes on his tape. He had the most drops of anyone the week during the Senior Bowl.
Right.
Not a complete route runner, but for this Ravens offense, you got Lamar Jackson. You have some dynamite on the outside in Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, two guys who were low 4.4 type of wide receivers. This is just another guy that, when you play Lamar Jackson, when you have Derrick Henry, it brings people into the box. It objectively leaves you one-on-ones on the outside. If you ignore him with a slower corner, Tez Walker can beat you over the top.
All right, here we go. Mizzou OT, Javon Foster is going to the Jags. And that's getting more help to try to get Trevor Lawrence to where you want him to be, right?
It's insurance. This is Trevor Lawrence insurance. To me, he was one of the best swing tackle projections in this draft class. I'm not sure he's a guy who, if he's starting for me, I would ever feel fantastic about it. 3-year starter, though, at Mizzou, in the SEC, playing the top competition.
Right.
He never really had a game where he got exposed, right? Like, he wasn't consistently dominant by any stretch of the imagination, but with 34 and 5/8-inch arms at 6'5", he never was just dominated, and that has value. The ability to have a guy who can play, I think, left side or right side and give you adequate tackle play. And so obviously injuries are always going to strike. They do have a nice tackle room already with Anton Harrison. You got Walker Little kind of as your swing backup right now.
Oh, yeah.
But again, you have Trevor Lawrence. You got to protect the franchise. This is just some insurance at a point in the draft where it's nice to find a guy who can even step on the football field for you at the offensive tackle position.
Yeah, that's
so, big fan of this pick.
Right. When I say help, I'm thinking help us not get our quarterback destroyed if somebody goes down.
Yes.
And I think that's super important. So, yeah, insurance is another way to put it. This is the Bengals. Bengals pick is in.
Coming in hot.
Yes, they are. Thank you. Keep doing it. Oh, there's Eric All. Iowa by way of Michigan by way of Iowa.
Yeah.
Tight end. This is a hit. This kid is, look, get a new weapon, and I look at them. Obviously, they already have do they have Jasecki already there?
Yep.
This is a team that when you watch him play, All I thought was a pretty good player. He just didn't get his. I mean, he played at two schools that didn't really do.
So this past season, so he didn't get featured in Michigan at all.
Yeah.
And then this past season, obviously, transfers to Iowa, kind of falls out of favor via injury, doesn't play much. But when he did, he was super productive, had 299 yards on only 121 pass routes. So when he was on the football field, was very productive. A guy who, again, got banged up, didn't do any pre-draft testing, but I think he adds a little bit after the catch that with Mike Jasecki, who is not a yak dude, with Drew Sample there, who's not a yak dude. This can be a guy who can actually create a little bit on his own.
So?
So after those injuries that he's had, like, you could be buying low here. I know some people who are a lot higher on him than where he comes off the board here. They had him in their top 75 and like a tight end, top 5 tight end in this class.
That's interesting. So when I look at him, and obviously we know they just added, like we're looking at what they have right now: Burrow, Zach Moss, they have Jamar Chase, they have T. Higgins, they have Mike Gesicki. Obviously, they have added Jermaine Burton as well. They just that was just a bit earlier. They added Jermaine Burton. So when you look at this, it's one of those things where we're looking to see what Eric All can bring. Want him to be healthier, and then we'll get the job done. Oh, the Jags are back on the clock, and now their pick is in. LSU. Wow, this is very funny. Jordan Jefferson.
Not Justin.
Not Justin. Jordan Jefferson to the Jags. Again, more of that insurance that you mentioned.
Yeah, he is a big, long DT, man.
Or DT, excuse me, DT. I said OT, DT.
He's not going to be a pass rusher. You know,
No.
He's an older guy coming out, fifth-year dude, but he is a nice two-gap run defender. They're just adding to that interior of the defensive line. Kind of just a safe pick at this point in the draft. I don't think he's too much to get excited about, but I had him in kind of this range in like the 150 semi-draft.
Where does he fit in that pantheon of, obviously we saw Sweat, saw Murphy, we saw these guys go off. Where does he fit into that world? Like, how good can he be in terms of where he fits as that big defensive tackle?
Yeah, so I mean, what they have in this roster right now, you got Eric Armstead. He just drafted his teammate Mason Smith, the other LSU DT there. They have Devon Hamilton. You have Roy Robertson Harris. I think he's slotting in behind all the guys I mentioned already at this point. And it's just, you know, a rotational piece, but this is where you add.
He's gonna try to help you stop the run.
Yes, run defender first. Yep, for sure. So he was 4-year player at West Virginia, transfers last year to LSU.
Right.
And again, not much production, 6 career sacks in 3 years as a starter.
Okay, so we have the Colts on the clock, and then we were watching some of him. Look at this guy. Boom, let's go.
Check him down.
Yeah. Let's go. I like that effort. That's good. Like, you don't get that out of every single defensive tackle. So I think that's a positive. If he can give you that effort every day in practice, I think you're going to have a guy that's going to find a way to keep playing some football. The Colts are on the clock. They took your guy.
I love the Colts draft, man.
A.D. Mitchell, Goncalves, Letu.
I like that draft, dude. I think Goncalves fits what they've coveted in terms of their offensive linemen of late. And then I think Latu and Mitchell were, hard to call Latu a steal, but like they had the whole entire draft class on the defensive side of the ball on the board when they were drafting. And I thought he was, right in the conversation for best defensive player in this draft class. And a guy who can like right away, day one, make an impact. And with where they're at with Anthony Richardson, with his kind of year 2, year 3, year 4, with those rookie contract deals at quarterback, that's your window. So you want a guy that can compete right away. And as I said yesterday, this roster all of a sudden, it looks nice, man. They won games last year without Anthony Richardson at quarterback still. So I'm a fan of where this franchise is headed.
Yeah, I mean, they need a healthy Anthony Richardson, obviously, but they still have Joe Flacco. You have Quentin Nelson, Ryan Kelly. Ryan Kelly's kind of long in the tooth, but he's still there. And so this is going to be really interesting to see because they got to protect that quarterback. The quarterback has to make decisions about protecting himself. And now you add in A.D. Mitchell to Michael Pittman, and now you have an opportunity to find a way to use that big arm down the field. Yeah. Picks in. Let's see what we got. Wisconsin center Tanner Bartolini.
Precisely their type. I mean, this is like Danny Pinter when they drafted him back in 2020.
Okay.
They're like the same player. Undersized centers who are highly athletic. This guy can fly. Now, you see him on tape, he needs to get stronger. 6'4", 303. You see him lose control of blocks when guys get to the side of him, struggles to recover just because like his upper body strength is not where it needs to be at the NFL level. But that was, again, Danny Pinter coming out, and he's made some spot starts over the years and not been terrible. So they're going to want to get this offensive line on the move, and this guy can flat out move. One of the best athletes testing-wise, interior offensive lineman like ever.
Wow.
So
I literally just said Ryan Kelly's kind of getting long in the tooth, and they go out and they get a center. And listen, obviously we know the discussion of Wisconsin guys and how Wisconsin guys perform, and he's not your prototype Wisconsin guy in terms of size.
Correct.
But he is honestly, it feels kind of like an old school, and by old school I mean we're talking about 5-10 years ago maybe, type of center that is usually the smallest guy on the offensive line. We talked about it yesterday. Centers are getting bigger and bigger, and now this is kind of like a throwback to a guy that is a true technician.
Well, Chris Ballard himself went to Wisconsin. Bortolini, 31.5-inch arms. That's obviously below where you want a guy to be, but here's the testing numbers. 4.9, 4.40, 1.68, 10 split, 4.28 short shuttle, insane number. 7.16 three-cone was the NFL record for interior offensive lineman at the combine. 27 bench press reps as pro day, 9.4 broad jump, and a 32.5-inch vertical. That guy, moving.
He's a player.
Moving.
Yeah, and listen, I guess this is something that, and it sounds cliche, but if you start an offensive line at Wisconsin and you consistently play, like you're going to be one of those guys.
The other thing about Bortolini, only 21, turns 21 later this offseason, but like we're talking about, Dominic Puny gets drafted yesterday. He's 24.
Right.
Some of these guys.
So hang on, can you explain
23,
to people
24.
Can you explain to people what that means and why that's something that you bring up?
Well, offensive line especially is a play strength position, and guys over the course of their collegiate careers, you see like they get better because they get stronger more often than not and have that dominance. It just takes such a high level of strength that can only be developed through years in a weight room. And while like twitch and quicks and things like that are oftentimes innate, guys can get stronger. Sometimes illegally, admittedly, but also sometimes just like through hard work, you can put on muscle mass if you are dedicated to doing so. We've seen it a lot of times at the NFL level. So when you're 21 and have play strength issues, that's a completely different animal from a guy who's 24 and you're like, man, he has play strength issues.
Okay.
That's 3 years in a weight room more that guy's already had and not figured it out. Bortolini could, in time, figure it out. And that's what you're banking on with this pick, because if you're starting him right away, he ain't NFL ready from a play strength perspective.
All right, here we go. We're going to the Seahawks.
Hey, Tyrus Knight. This guy played some good ball last year, man.
There we go.
I'm glad to see he came off the board here in this range. This is where I had him on my draft board. I didn't see a lot of people showing a lot of love to him. UTEP linebacker, but he had the most stops in college football last year at the linebacker position. He flew around the football field, and I like his traits, man. 6 foot 233, so a little undersized, but he got a 6 foot 8-inch wingspan, long arms, 4'6", 340. Not great taking on blocks, but he has the length to do so. You saw it at times. I think he still needs to get stronger. At 233 pounds, that's probably the biggest aspect to his game that worries me. But a man whose instincts I was really impressed with on tape. So, yeah, dude, I like this pick a lot for the Seattle Seahawks. They lost him at linebacker this offseason, reloading at that position. I think he's a guy who could, theoretically, as a sixth-year guy coming out, like start right away from him if they really need it.
If they need it.
So
here's what I
like the pick, man.
Super traditional linebacker who is a scraper that just does his job every single play. That's why he had 140 tackles.
Yeah.
And like he seems like a smaller version, a little thinner version of Christian Kirksey to me. Like someone who you know every play is going to be in his gap. He's going to be where he's supposed to be, and you don't have to worry about. This is something, and I don't think folks think about this a lot, but it really helps to have a player that you don't have to worry about.
Yeah.
Like a guy watching him, he's never a liability.
Yeah. I mean, watching these highlights, dude. I mean, these are real plays in the backfield, and I know the level of competition ain't
Yeah, but he's really good at that,
SEC.
against that level of
But
competition.
when you run a 4.63, when you track down running backs like this in space,
Yeah.
it's like that can happen at the league too. You
Yeah.
see that, you're like, that's a play that a lot of dudes aren't even making in the league right now. There are some 4.75 linebackers that aren't catching up to that back right now playing in the NFL and starting. So
Could have thrown Levante David in there. Could have thrown Darius Leonard in there. Like he's in. I think he fits in that same world. And Darius Leonard, I think, is a really good one because that's a guy again that didn't play at the highest level, but proved that guess what, I can go out and get it done.
dude, nice. I'm glad he went off the board here.
Yes.
Just because like there's the eval I had him, and a lot of people weren't high on this guy. Like I didn't see him on a lot of boards. So fan of him for sure.
Yeah, I dig him. Like he to me is just like he. Again, as I said before, he does it right. Like you never. I assume that this kid grades out every game very high.
And I'll just say this: at linebacker in the NFL nowadays, it's almost like the quarterback of defense in terms of the learning curve. You have so much on your plate, and it's why we see guys like Quincy Williams, guys in recent years who they don't figure it out until like year 4, year 5. You need reps. You need to see stuff develop in front of you before you really have the processing speed to know where things are going and get there before play develops.
Sure.
And so when you're drafting these like 1-year starters who are high upside projections, sometimes it takes them 4 or 5 years.
Right.
It's a difficult position where it's not just like, oh, the year 2 breakout. It's like, no, sometimes the year 4 breakout. And sometimes it's the year never breakout. And you can be talking yourself into the Kenneth Murrays, their entire rookie contracts, and put you behind the 8 ball. So I trend towards the guys that have already played a ton of football at the collegiate level at linebacker and have already shown you that they can see things like that have that football instincts, because those guys can then play right away. Maybe they're not going to hit at an all-pro, Pro Bowl level, but you need guys, if you're drafting them, to expect them to play, you need them to be able to see the football field. And I think Tyrus Knight can see the football field.
Yeah, I think that's a really great description of it because, yeah, he sees the field and he has the ability he moves side to side very well. He understands how to move over the top, keeps his head behind the football, and then burst into, and we saw him make these plays behind the line of scrimmage. This is not a guy that's dragging people down. He is trying to come and bring the thunder to you, so I really like that about his game. All right, what do we got? The Steelers are on the clock. Zach Frazier, Roman Wilson. What else are we looking at for them? Peyton Wilson. Can we talk about Peyton Wilson really quick?
I think they've had my favorite draft so far of anyone, just in terms of like, they weren't picking to pick 20, right? Like, obviously, teams have had bigger impacts. The Bears probably had the biggest impact of anyone in this year's draft and what they hauled in, but they had picks 1 and 9. So with pick 20, Fautanu, Zach Frazier, Roman Wilson, Peyton Wilson, and then, man, Mason McCormick. I love this pick, too. A top 100 guy on my board. Right there at number 87, one of the top 10 available for me, getting him all the way down here. And again, PFF, we did studies on which positions do you want to draft high-end athletes to develop? Which positions do guys who have good combine testing that may be underperformed or may be seen as projects in college, which position do they translate to the NFL? It was edge, it was corner, and it was interior offensive line, surprisingly. But it's a position that once you get to the NFL, again, if you can get your play strength up, NFL DTs are quick, man.
Yes, they are.
It's a different animal. College versus the NFL. NFL DTs are testing you laterally. They're testing how quick you can get off the line, how quick you can react. And this guy is quick laterally. He is a high-end athlete. Ran a 4.45 short shuttle. And as I said on the program yesterday, if you run a sub 4.5 short shuttle, the track record of those guys is high at the next level and how they develop. 35.5-inch vertical for a 309-pounder is an elite number at that position. And I thought he went to the Shrine Bowl and showed out really well in the one-on-ones. I think this guy is a future starter, not day one, but they don't need him to be a day one starter. I absolutely love this pick, and my lord, Steelers, they are absolutely crushing this draft, and he fits Arthur Smith's offense to a T.
Well, so we're dealing with.
What did I just miss there on the pick?
Fautanu.
Come off the board?
Did we miss? No, Mason McCormick.
Okay.
Okay.
A trade happened. That's
okay.
the
So we got Fautanu, we've got Frazier, but they also have Broderick James from a year ago. So this team, they're committed to getting back into running the football. And when you have Najee Harris, at least for the next, 2 years,
Mm-hmm.
why would you not be committed to making that a huge part of your game?
And now all of a sudden, this is an athletic offensive line.
Right.
You think back to 2015, 2016, when that Steelers O-line was at its peak, that was a gap scheme. They were running duo, they were running power, they were moving people off the line. Arthur Smith, he runs outside zone till the cows come home. They're going to run laterally. They're going to test the athleticism
So they gotta
and
move.
key reading of your linebackers. And all these guys now up front, Fautanu, Suomalu, Zach Frazier, James Daniels, Broderick Jones. This is an outside zone scheme offensive line. And they got all these guys, as I said yesterday, they didn't have to reach. They got all these guys where I would call them value picks at every single one. So, man, tip of the cap, Omar Khan, my favorite draft, and it only keeps getting better on day 3 here.
All right, Dolphins are on the clock. Chop Robinson in the first round. Patrick Paul is their only pick on day 2. So we're looking to see what they're going to do. What do you think they need right now?
They have a lot of needs. Like, the under-discussed storyline this offseason was how much the Dolphins went all in last year. Their cap situation is, it ain't quite Saints level of bad because they can kind of get out from under it, and you saw that with having to let Christian Wilkins walk. But the fact that they had to let Christian Wilkins walk is so indicative of where they were. When you have a franchise cornerstone DT, a guy
I love him.
At minimum a top 10 DT in the NFL, maybe closer to top 5 DT in the NFL, to have to just say, we can't even offer you a contract, just shows how bad a cap situation they were in. Obviously had to let Xavier Howard walk as well. So signing Kendall Fuller, corner's not necessarily a need for them, but I do think that defensive backfield is maybe where I'm looking. Obviously, they drafted Cam Smith a year ago, but I do think they could keep adding to this defense because offensively now, if you want a wide receiver 3, sure, but they don't really. I mean, it's Jalen Wiles, Tyreek Hill. That's your offense right now. So I'm not sure they necessarily need that position. And obviously at running back, they got a few 4-3 dudes in the fold.
So this is going to be really interesting. I'm excited to watch A-Chain for them too.
Oh, dude, when he's healthy.
There's your guy. There we go.
They did it again.
There you go. They got. What did they do? They got another fast guy.
Mike McDaniels, the man has a type, dude, and it is Jalen Wright. What do we say about Jalen Wright coming out? He plays in this Tennessee offense that is utterly gimmicky. He is not running NFL concepts, but if you give him the hand, give him the ball out in space, there ain't nobody better in this draft class. That is him running by 2. Was that the Georgia game when he just blazed past Javon Bullard and Kamari Lassiter? Just they thought they had angles on him. They were like 5 yards further than him down the football field, and he just put it on them. The most explosive back in this draft class. I have vision concerns, but with how Miami runs their offense, it's not really vision. They're running a lot of these wide concepts that are pitching it to him out in space, and then all of a sudden he almost turns into like a kick returner. And that's when Jalen Wright is at his best, man. Out in space, I loved his vision of how he attacks angles and really changes angles with that speed. A guy's a young guy coming out, I believe only 20 years old still, or at least just turned 21. He is dynamic. And Mike McDaniel, what does he want in the offense? Dynamism. This is the most dynamic guy in this class.
Get some speed. Here
Love
we
the
go.
Pick. Love it.
Seahawks, let's see. Michigan TE, A.J. Barner to the Seahawks. Okay, there we go. Another, I guess technically Eric Hall went to Iowa, but he's a Michigan.
He was the Michigan tight end. Yeah. And
so we've got another Michigan tight end off the board.
He is.
So I think he was more dynamic than all.
Do you? Yeah. I think he's just your second tight end here. He was one of the best blockers in this draft class. 251 pounds. You have Noah Fant there to be your number one. He ain't supplanting him anytime soon. But 2 tight end sets, second tight end better to be able to run block. A.J. Barner can run block. So that's what you're getting at this point in the draft. Was really one of my favorites in that regard. Here you see him blocking Braylon Trice, a guy who went about 50 picks ago off the draft board. Give me a guy that can, that's him. He's going to block guys like that at the next level, right? And it's for him to be able to kick out a 272-pound DE, that's precisely what you want. And so, I had him honestly as Tip Ryman went around earlier. I thought they were similar in my draft board in terms of where I coveted them.
Well, let's look at what tight ends have come off the board. Brock Bowers. Everyone knew he was going to go in the first round. All right. Ben Sinnott. Was that a surprise to you?
Yes. Very much. But I like him still.
Tip Ryman.
The bigger surprise to me.
It took Jatavian Sanders a long time to come off the board. That surprised me. But I thought he was. But again, you mentioned his testing numbers and it's not matching up to what we saw on tape. Theo Johnson finally comes off the board, a favorite of yours. Eric Gall and AJ Barner, they're the back-to-back tight ends, if you will. They go a couple picks apart. And so what we're dealing with is...
There's a few guys, though, I'll just say, in this tight end class that I like, that are still on the draft board. You have Jared Wiley from TCU. In my opinion, we're seeing a lot of blocking tight ends come off. Wiley is an awesome possession tight end. If that's a role in your offense, he is going to fill that role exceptionally well. And then Cade Stover, I thought was a guy who could run the seam, a guy who can inline block. I thought more of a number one tight end than a lot of the guys we've seen come off the board already. So interested to see when they do, because those are tight ends 4 and 5 in my draft board.
Well, what do you think about the two Washington, Westover and Culp?
Culp was like a wide receiver, man. I was not particularly high on
either
of those dudes, unfortunately.
No, I feel you. Like he's got this like shades of knockoff like Jermichael Finley, like he's gonna get into the NFL and be like, no, I need to be this. So that's the interesting part. Westover for me though, he does feel like I could be a quarterback's best friend, and so it's going to be really interesting. It's amazing because at the end of the day, when we wrap up today, and we got a long way to go, and I was going to say we got a short time to get there, but we don't. But I think we're going to look at Washington, and we're going to look at how many guys they have drafted, and we're going to be like, yo, they really did it to them. So
there was a reason why.
Yes, exactly. There's a reason why that they played for that. Okay, here we go. The pick is in. Let's see what we got.
Oh.
No. Go ahead. If you've got something. Don't. Not me. No. Listen, I know he got a lot of reps because he played at Iowa.
Yeah. Oh, man. I mean, if you're a punter, recruit, dude, you ain't going to find too many better places than to play at Iowa. But he's a big dude. And punter more so than kicker. I'm just going to get that. He was the top punter in the draft. Punter more so than kicker, you can project well to the NFL. If you're going to draft a special teamer, draft a punter, kicker efficiency, and historically, we have not seen the guys that get drafted are no better than the guys that end up signing as UDFAs.
I'm hearing from the booth. Before you get back into it, I do need you to give a grade. I'm hearing it from upstairs.
This is a little early. And if you're the Bears, you're hoping not to be punting too much. But I'm going to go B. Dude averaged 48.3 yards per punt last year.
Okay.
He's got a real boot, obviously, and 48.3 yards per punt, 93 punts. Led the nation by 13 punts. When you see that, you feel good about it. And because punting is like a leg strength thing, not as much an accuracy thing. Leg strength translates. Accuracy can be fickle on a small sample size. So if you're going to draft a special team, draft a punter. Just maybe not this early.
Trade alert. Texas trade 4th-round pick, 127, and 2025 5th-round pick for the Eagles, 4th-round pick, 123 overall.
Oof, that's a small bump, but they must want someone.
They have something they want. That's what it is.
Maybe they saw the punter run coming, and they're going for the next for Ryan Reck out of BYU, next punter available.
Here we go. I'm going to the chat now. At MMT, Bears burned a 4th-rounder on a punter.
Dude, he's a good punter, though. I'm just going to say, this guy has Pro Bowl potential.
At Gubin Duggan, Rattler, Milton, Travis, who goes first?
Ratty.
Okay. I'm going to throw Pratt in there, too, because I like him.
Okay.
At Murray 2000, favorite day 3 QB. And, again, we just kind of had that same discussion. At Slick Watts, any kickers drafted today?
I could see a kicker getting drafted today.
There we go.
I like Will Reichert from Alabama.
All right, here we go. There's Cade Stover to the Texans.
DJ's guy.
It's his guy. It's that guy that he knows.
Yeah.
Guy that he's played with. Me personally, I love Cade Stover. I think he is.
I am a top 100 player.
Yeah, but it's a top 100 player.
It was just outside my top 100. Excuse me. But
I think he is. He ran a 4.65 at the.
It's not bad.
That's not bad. He can block. I love the way that he. Here's the thing. He was never going to be featured in this offense.
Yeah.
He was never going to be featured in this offense. This is a guy that, he played with Marvin Harrison Jr., right? This guy also played with, who was the other guy? The guys in the years before. He played with all these, top-tier wide receivers. So he's kind of just the other guy, but they asked him to do a lot of things. He was a blocker. Obviously, he was a safety valve, which is probably what C.J. Stroud was excited about because now he gets his safety valve back. Like, it's like when you have a kid and then all of a sudden they lose their blanket. You got to go back to the park and pick that up.
Yeah.
And he went back to the park and he picked it up. So this is exciting to me. I like his work in the seam. I like what he's able to do over the top of smaller defensive backs. And I do think he kind of is one of those guys that does play faster than he tests.
Yeah. And you saw that last clip right there is why I'm high on him. Attacking the football over the middle of the field. He has no regard for his body. He will do whatever it takes. He will take shots. And he dropped only 2 passes on 84 catchable his entire collegiate career. Not like a great route runner, but he separates with physicality. He will get physical with linebackers. He will block in line. I can't believe he fell past some of the guys that came off the board 2 years ago. So you remember that game that Marvin Harrison Jr.'s first game, the Rose Bowl.
Yes.
The JSN nearly 300-yard game.
Yes.
He was playing defense for Ohio State in that game. He was playing defensive end, off-ball, strong side linebacker, hybrid in that game for Ohio State.
I thought he was going to stay there and be kind of like Sam Hubbard.
They wanted him to. He flips back to the offensive side of the ball. Starting tight end the past 2 years, 16 broken tackles and 82 catches. Has a little after the catch, a little bit of a lumberer.
Sure.
But man,
but I'm gonna tell you what,
for what C.J. Stroud again likes to do, throw up that seam, work the middle of the football field. He's fantastic in that area.
Dude,
Stover can be that guy.
I can tell you what, number 21 for Penn State right there, didn't like how that felt when he hit him. Like, this guy's thick. Like, he is a thick guy. Like, it's not fun to tackle him if you're a corner or a safety.
Yeah. And I worried about his speed on tape. Running, like really getting past linebackers. But then 4.65 is, that's good. He probably dropped a little weight to get to there. 247 at the combine, but man, he can play.
So do we have the Texans' weapons? Do we have that before we get to the 49ers? Because obviously they still have Nico Collins, but they add in Stephon Diggs, which is huge. They add Stephon Diggs. They have Mixon. They have Tank Dell, Dalton Schultz, and now you add in Kate Stover. CJ's got to be pretty happy with it.
It's deep, man. They're just so, everyone knows about Nico, Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, but then even after that, you got Noah Brown and John Mechie, who was a second-rounder a couple years ago. You got Robert Woods in the fold there now as well. Dalton Schultz. They have Brevin Jordan, who's kind of like your speed yak tight end, and now you have Kate Stover to be your number 2, who not only can block, but then also I think can make some plays as a wide receiver. And you got Joe Mixon, but then also Damian Pierce as his backup. So they not only go quality starters pretty much across the board, they got depth as some of those guys go down. So there's really no excuse for this Houston Texans offense to not be a high top 5 sort of offense this next season.
All right, Malik Mustafa from the Wake Forest Demon Deacons is going to the 49ers.
Dude, they're using my draft board. All guys, 49ers. I talked about the Steelers having all guys I liked. The 49ers legitimately all guys that I am higher on probably than the consensus.
You think he's a true deep middle guy?
I don't necessarily know. He was, 65th on my draft board?
Sure.
I think he's just versatile is what I loved about him, is that at 5'10", 209, he could come down and play in the box. He had the size to do that. Maybe not a pure play the slot guy, but if you had to play him there in a pinch, I thought he could do it. And what I loved was, off quarters, it's difficult for safeties to make plays when you get a slot wide receiver running at you and say they're running an over, say they're running a corner, that sort of thing. He was the best safety in this draft class at mirroring those routes. He would legitimately make plays on the football from those alignments. And when you see a guy do that, that's like an eye-opener for me. That's one of those where it's like, you don't see a lot of guys do that. And then coming downhill, he wanted to fill versus the run game. You watch him fly 2 ball carriers, making TFLs from a non-box safety alignment was something that's, again, a rarity. And those are the 2 things where it's like making plays in the backfield from a deep safety lineman and then making plays from off quarters are 2 plays. You see that from a safety, you're like, oh, that guy can play in the league. And so for Malik Mustafa, he was my number 2 safety in this class.
Nice.
They don't need him to start right away. They had Jair Brown, who they drafted in the 3rd round last year. They had Talanoa Hufanga, who's a former All-Pro. They can ease him in there.
Want to grade this one then?
I love this one. I mean, I want to grade this one A+ pick, dude.
There we go. I like it. I think it's an A+ pick too. The thing that, and I know you talked about him coming downhill from being outside of the box. Yeah. I love the way that he takes banana routes. And for people that don't know, it's like when you're 9 yards You got to come down, you got to squeeze, force that guy to use the sideline, and then you can make that tackle. And I love the way that he's able to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give it an A as well. Watching him in the ACC was really fun. And again, I wonder what he is. Mm-hmm. And this is a 49ers team they've got Diamador Lenore, who I think he can still grow into something a little bit more special. But you mentioned Jair Brown. Who did they just pick? Renardo Green. They picked Renardo Green. So this is going to be an interesting combination, but they have pieces. They've got a ton of pieces in the secondary that are going to help them find a way, because they've got to find a way. The biggest thing for them, if you're the 49ers, what's the biggest thing for you? We don't want to lose in the Super Bowl. We want to win the Super Bowl. And so that's going to be really interesting. And you look at what they've done in this draft. Ricky Pearsall, they still have the Deebo Samuel conundrum, if you will. So, go ahead.
I think the interesting thing about their draft, too, is they draft a lot of older guys who I would probably classify as, like, NFL ready. You know, their window is 2 years here with Brock Purdy cheap.
So, we're going to do it now.
NFL ready guys for this season. Here you go. Here's your boy.
There's my guy. Look at that. Oh, I love Bucky Irving. I think he runs hard. He's not a big guy, but I do think he runs hard. When you look at Bucky Irving, and this is a guy, for me, that I literally great through contact, runs through contact, and there's some speed there as well. I know he only ran a 4.55. I think he plays faster than that. Doesn't often get caught from behind, which I think is that's one of those things that I note all the time when I watch football is, does he get caught from behind? This guy kind of has this he looks like LaMichael James, but he runs a little bit harder. I'm not going to go full Jonathan Stewart, but he runs harder than I thought LaMichael James ran, or runs tougher than LaMichael James to stick in the Oregon world. And so I think that he has great hands and a good, great hesitation move. So I think that listen, Bucky Irving for me is a player I just absolutely adore.
Let me tell you why he ran a 4.55. It's because he ain't 192 pounds that he weighed in at the combine. That's why he runs a 4.55 and doesn't get caught from behind on tape, is because this guy is like 180. You know, he is
so he is like LaMichael James.
He is a small running back. Unfortunately, is why I had him a little lower. But this is he is so good as a pass catcher. Yep. He runs so hard. For a guy that's 180, he will stick his nose into a DT's chest between the tackles. I want this guy to succeed as much as, because it was so much fun to watch his tape. He plays the game of football the right way. So much to like about him. But 5'9", 180, 192 that he weighed in the combine is just a difficult sell.
I could go even smaller. I could go Kenyon Barner.
Yeah, dude, he's just small. And this were similar knocks, though. I'll say Kyron Williams fell to the 5th.
Sure.
Coming out of Notre Dame when he was uber productive, a guy that they ran that offense through. Yep. But it's because he came up 199 at the combine, then ran a 4.65 when he was not a 4.65 guy.
Right.
He had like a 90-yard run at Notre Dame. We have a 90-yard run around a 4.65. Guys catch you. Guys weren't catching Kyron Williams. He just wasn't a big back.
Right.
That's how I feel about Bucky Irving. It's just I
dig that. I love that insight. That's why you're on the show. That's the point. That's the insight. I love that. Here we go.
Oh, my first pure unknown of the draft class. I have not watched Giovanni Manu's tape.
Okay, UBC. Okay, we got a guy. Is this our first Canadian? Our first true Canadian? We had another.
Isaiah Adams.
Isaiah Adams played in Canada, then transferred again. This is our first true Canadian. Massive talent in a mountain at 6'8", 350. Those are those kind of things. Listen, I can tell you what we don't have footage.
We do not. But he is 6'7", 352, and get this, at his pro day, 5'06", 40.
That's good.
8'11" broad jump.
Wow.
33.5-inch vertical. So this is your Jordan Mailata, right? This is your, not necessarily Mailata had never played football, but this is just your massive dude who, way off the radar, playing at the University of British Columbia, that you hope you could develop into something.
I didn't know they had football.
And if you are the Lions, you are building a massive O-line, right? You are an O-line that leans on people, whether it's Frank Ragnow, whether it's Penei Sewell. This is an offensive line that's built to move the line of scrimmage. 6'8", 350 dudes can move the line of scrimmage. So, hey, I like it. I like it when the scouting staff's going deep, man.
Well, here's the thing, though. This is Dan Campbell's. He's gonna love this.
Yeah.
Like a humongous dude that's a people mover?
Oh, dude, the Lions draft all wearing Dan Campbell jerseys is elite.
Oh, that's
the culture in Detroit right now. Who doesn't want to be a Lions fan? Is there a more fun team to be a fan of?
I know.
In the NFL?
So my wife's a Lions fan.
Yeah.
She's like starting to get interested in the Lions again. And I'm like, you didn't watch a Lions game for the whole time I need.
Well, hard to blame her.
That's it, yeah, good point.
But, dude, they're fun. They're Brad Holmes, GM, is on an absolute all-time sort of tear.
Yeah.
Got the Midas touch.
I mean, they haven't.
Anything he drafts
They
turns
didn't
into
miss.
a player.
Last year they didn't miss.
Yeah.
They got guys that they really like. And
Well, Jack Campbell TBD, but
yeah, that's a good point.
the one like Jameson Williams has been kind of like an but you have elite players now.
Jameson Williams, but I want to see
And I love what they did this offseason.
I want to see him be just fully healthy.
No, that's also true. But this offseason, Marcus Davenport, DJ Reader buying low on a couple guys who have showed talent in the past.
Here we go.
Hey.
Eagles get Will Shipley. I wish Lefko was here.
I know.
What do you think he thinks about this? Before we even get into it, before we get into what we think, what do we think Lefko thinks about this?
I bet he's a fan. Shipley was a guy who was a 5-star running back.
Yes, he was.
He ran the low 4.4s at his pro day. He has awesome receiving ability. And you lose a guy, DeAndre Swift, who was like a pass catcher. He can do that in your offense. And what I worried was his vision when it was like ground up, right? When you had an undetermined point of attack, was he really gonna stick his nose in? Was he really going to grind out some tough yards? Eagles O-line they don't give you too many situations like that.
Exactly.
They're giving you clean looks. That is the best offensive line in terms of run blocking in America. And so when that was the case, when he's out in space, he's dynamic. And I even thought he's a guy who could switch to wide receiver. Like, that's how good of a wide receiver he is out of the backfield. And they obviously have that need in the slot. You know, like, it'll be a transition if they do move him. But I thought he was a guy that, if you really want to, could play on the outside.
Okay, let's grade this one for Lefko, and I'm going to let you give your grade.
Where are we at here? At this point, yeah, I'll give it an A, dude. I like this.
Okay.
I like the fit.
Listen, he's a 704 kid. You know, I rep that to death. Okay, I thought that I think you hit the nail on the head because I think he can stick at running back. Mm. I think you hit the nail on the head. A defined point in terms of the run game.
Yeah.
Clemson didn't do a very good job of that, and any Clemson fan will tell you that their offensive line was abysmal, if we're being quite honest.
When's the last time they had a good one?
The Mitch Hyatt years, I guess, when they were winning national championships. But I'll never forget, there was a play where they were playing Georgia in the last 2 years, and their offensive line was they got pinned down on a punt, and their offensive line was in the end zone off the snap. Yeah. And so I love his dynamism. I think that I'm going to give it an A too, because the biggest thing for me is coming into this system, and you mentioned the loss of DeAndre Swift not being a part of that. You have this opportunity to bring in a guy that is going to be dynamic, a guy that is going to be shifty. And so when I look at it, what I'm seeing is someone that can be shifty. They're going to buy him time. This is an offensive line that wants to push. I mean, when you look at these guys up front, Landon Dickerson, they just gave him a ton of money. Yeah. They want to push. And if you can get push, and he can, from a deep set, I think he's a deep set back, let him look, probe, and then go. I think that's going to make him better. So, yeah, I give it an A, especially getting him here. Because remember, when he came out of high school, he was a 5-star guy. Saw him in high school. He was incredibly dynamic. Everybody was like, okay, we'll see how good he is when he gets to college. And he was okay in college. He showed flashes in college. But the key for me is getting him where you get him, and then getting him in an offense that's going to let him find a place and put him in the right direction.
All right, can we take a look at the running backs, actually? I think we have a graphic here that have come off the board already.
Yes.
Because I said it was going to start to heat up. We've just had 3 in the last 8 picks.
Yep.
Jonathan Brooks, so my rankings, I thought there were 4 guys in this class that could be number 1, like bell cow-ish sort of starters.
Sure.
It was the first 3 guys off the board, Brooks, Benson, Corum, and then Jalen Wright. So we went those 4. Marshawn Lloyd was, in my opinion, like the best pass catcher. My comp for him was DeAndre Swift, and that he's going to play a complementary role in the offense. And the Packers, that's literally what they need. They have Josh Jacobs.
Right.
He's going to be there for at least the next 3 years with that contract. So for Marshawn Lloyd's rookie deal, he'll always have to be the complementary piece. That's how I always saw him. So not the worst pick. So these guys all have some dynamism and pass catching ability, though. I think we're seeing those guys get coveted over the Audric Estimes of Notre Dame,
right.
the Braylon Allens of Wisconsin, the Ray Davises of Kentucky, who are more your bruiser, thicker-built running backs. But there's still, if that's overall you want, we still got some bruisers on the board. So good note to have. And
there's your guy. You just mentioned him, Ray Davis. Ray Davis is going to the Bills. He's going to be there with. I think he's a great compliment to James Cook.
Yeah, I love Ray Davis' tape, man. It's like a pure, like I just said, between the tackles runner. I think he's a great pass protector, too. It was probably Blake Corum and then him in terms of pass protection in this draft class. Built low to the earth, 5'11", 211. He actually, 211, ran a 4.52, but he showed up to the Senior Bowl 220, and I thought caught passes really well. I was surprised with how natural his hands were. He's not a guy that is going to get open on his own, but if you want to throw him swings, that's more than okay. And with James Cook, like what we just said about Josh Jacobs, Marshawn Lloyd being the complimentary piece,
right.
James Cook is like the Marshawn Lloyd. He is your space, pass catcher, dynamism. Ray Davis but he struggled on short yardage situations, goal line situations. Ray Davis can be your guy in those because he has great vision, even if he's not, a super high-end talent. I had him right at the back end of my top 100, right outside my top 100. So I think it's a great value pick.
Yeah, I do too.
For the Buffalo Bills.
Like Kentucky has consistently got kind of this guy, a guy that is kind of squat running back that's going to remember. We all remember Benny Snell. Like they have guys that are going to be productive in that system. They have guys that are going to be productive in that conference, which I do think is important to mention. They also, those guys, they get a lot of miles on them. And so it's going to be really interesting to see what he looks like once he gets there and if he's able to be that complementary piece because they do need that. James Cook, listen, I think James Cook should get 20 touches a game. I don't think they should be 20 handoffs a game.
I would say a lot of miles. Ray Davis also 24 years old.
Ooh.
He was toting the rock at Vandy before that.
Yep.
Temple, even before that, actually started as a true freshman for Temple way back in 2019. So he does. 746 career carries in college.
Good.
That's a butt ton.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Like, you don't see a lot of guys up in that range. So,
that's like Le'Veon Bell numbers when Michigan State was wearing him out. 49ers traded up with the Jets. All right.
They're going to pick one of my guys. Who's topping my board? It's probably the one who they're going to take here. Maybe this is an Austin Booker situation.
There we go.
For them. Because apparently they've liked – there we go. Here's my board. I guess Austin Booker would make sense. They just went safety, so probably not that. I'd be interested if Jordan McGee might make sense for them. He fits the athletic profile that they want, undersized but twitchy linebackers. I think a Malik Washington would make a lot of sense here. The Virginia wide receiver, a guy who can create with the ball in his hands if they really, maybe the Debo trades have sailed at this point. Maybe they're not going to move on from him, but he's a guy that can do the same role Debo does. Now, obviously, no one's Debo, but that's why I have him in the place I have him on the draft board. So,
Debo, they have Debo. They have the Ayuk situation. Like, there's a lot going on for them.
Yeah, so I said it's untenable in 2025. One of those guys will not be there in 2025. Their cap situation at that point just does not allow them to do so.
Right.
But they can roll into this year with both of them. If they really want to run it back, it can be done. Will you think they'll move them for like a future pick before the season, or do you think it's just they're going to roll with it?
What future pick capital do you think you could get for Ayuk or for Debo that's going to make it worth it to not have them this year and then just deal with the madness?
That's I don't know, because one of those guys walks in free agency, so it would be Ayuk that would have to walk, obviously, after next season because Debo's under contract.
Right.
It would be, you get a third rounder in return, so you're going to ask for more than that. You probably ask for second and three. Something is where I would bet. With how many wide receivers, the wide receiver class we've been seeing, hard to get a first rounder for a wide receiver anymore. With how that worked out for, Las Vegas when they did it, or I guess they didn't. They ended up giving some twos, but it's just difficult to get that back. Oh,
okay.
Here's their fourth round running back.
All right.
Isaac Guerrero-Rendo.
So here's the question for me. You like him better than the other guy?
Jawar Jordan?
Yeah.
Yeah, more NFL translatable. And he truly put up an all-time combine. I watched his tape this past year, so he sat behind Braylon Allen for a bunch of years at Wisconsin, goes to Louisville, and kind of has a breakout year this past year. 132 carries, 810 yards, 6.1 per pop, 11 TDs. But he gets drafted here because he ran a 4.33,
Yep.
Had a 41.5-inch vertical and a 10.9 broad jump at the combine. Those are truly, truly special numbers. But when I watched this tape, the name that kept coming to mind, Nile Davis.
Nile Davis.
Former Arkansas running back
Arkansas
who ran
Hogs. Let's go Hogs.
who was 227 and ran a 4.37 and went to the third round of the Chiefs, and then every single year was their breakout candidate and never really lived up to the hype because the vision, the tackle breaking ability was just never quite there, never quite matched the physical tools. And so you're thinking, how's the guy with this absurd tools fall to the fourth round? It's because of that. But now he's going to a position where obviously, 49ers know how to scheme up running backs, but the first 49ers pick, where I'm going to go a little bit lower, we're going to go B- with this pick.
You got a B-. I'm gonna have to go with a C. I do think Jordan is better. I think he's more explosive. I think he fits better with this San Francisco team, even in terms of a team that's already schemed around Christian McCaffrey. So I'm gonna give it a C. But he is a good running back, and I know he did spend some time, obviously playing behind a couple other guys. But this is one that's gonna be really interesting. All right. Here we go. What do we have? We got Ravens coming up. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's rock and roll with the Ravens. Listen, the picture coming in fast and furious, and I dig it. Here we go. Pick is in.
TJ Tampa
There's your
off
guy,
the board.
TJ Tampa. He's off the board.
He was one of my best available, man.
Former hoop star and converted wide receiver, allowed just one TD and over 900 defensive snaps for the Cyclones.
So he falls to here because he's not the twitchiest. 4.58 40. 4.58 40 is just a tough sell at corner. And he is not a slot corner either.
Right.
He is an outside corner, but massive wingspan. 6'7" wingspan, pterodactyl-esque corner. I can come up and tackle. Press at the line of scrimmage. I loved his reps as a vice on special teams and punt coverage when he had to jam those gunners at the line. I thought he was tremendous. Even though doesn't play a ton of press at Iowa State, when he did, I was really impressed. So a true press corner who's a fluid athlete, but not a twitchy athlete. And that's what scares teams away, is that you got to have some juice behind you to play NFL corner. So you see a lot of guys who I think had worse collegiate tape, worse collegiate production, go ahead of him at corner, who are just better athletes than him. But he's smooth, and for the Ravens, he can play a role in that defense. And cornerback, obviously, they needed some dudes in that mix. So I like the pick. I like the pick a lot.
There we go. Let me ask you this. Can you be too long? Like in terms of how that affects your twitchiness?
I don't think any NFL DB coach would balk at a 7-foot wingspan. And the longer your arms are, the better at the cornerback position. And cornerback, the studies have been done, man. It's why teams are so unwilling to take 30 and below inch arm corners. That's why Trent McDuffie fell in the draft, is because he had short arms despite having elite tape, in my opinion, at Washington. It's just difficult against NFL wide receivers, because NFL wide receivers are built like Brandon Ayuk, right?
Right.
They have long arms. They can make plays at the catch point. It's hard when you have short arms to go up to the catch point and affect those guys. And so it's like basketball. That's why in the NBA, they're drafting guys who maybe average 8 points a game in college, but they have 7-foot wingspans and they're 6'4". It's like that matters when you are a game of inches trying to go up and get football. So yeah, I don't think you can be too long. There's a roundabout way of saying that. Yeah,
I was just wondering, could you beat, can that length affect, the way it's, your quick?
Oh, no. I definitely think.
That's what I was.
The longer your arms are, the harder it is to coordinate them. And it's something that you see with offensive tackles, I think, a lot. It's like the shorter arm tackles, and it may just be selection bias, but the shorter arm tackles usually use their hands better, but it's just they need to also to survive at that position, whereas the longer arm guys, it helps a ton, but then it's also, it's just from here to there, it's long. And the nerves take longer to fire, right? And they're heavier on the side of your shoulders to pick up and put down. And so you see them use them slower than other guys. So there's a balance, for sure.
All right, so let's check out the corners that have been picked, because we're starting to see them come off the board. I mean, we've got guys coming off the board. Quinyon Mitchell, you guys did that on day one. Obviously, goes to the Eagles. They're thrilled about it. Terrion Arnold, another guy that a lot of folks had him as their number one corner. He's off the board. Nate Wiggins, fastest corner.
Yep.
He's off the board. Cooper DeJean, surprise in the second round. Amazing. also goes to the Eagles. Kool-Aid McKinstry, another guy that a lot of folks had in their top 20, top 25-ish. And then you throw in DeCameron Richardson, who I like, Ennis Rakestraw, Andrew Phillips, Jerrion Jones, and then we get to Kyrie Jackson, DeCameron Richardson, and TJ Tampa. So we've got, what do we have, 13? How many corners did we get picked so far? We're looking at
That's 14, I believe, corners off the board.
Off the board.
And it was, I said the second sort of tier of corners. So you had those kind of like top 6 guys that ended with like Kool-Aid McKinstry. But I kept saying the second tier of this cornerback class is absurdly deep. There are just names for days. If you want a corner, there will be some. And I think we've seen that with how they come off the board.
All right, we got a guy you like, Jared Wiley, TCU tight end, headed to the Chiefs.
Damn, he's not Kelsey. There ain't
Sure.
no Kelsey. But he is uber reliable. This guy has the best hands, in my opinion, in this draft. Like just plucking it. You saw him not even break stride there on a go ball. And
Right.
4.62 at 6'6", 249. That's big time. And now he's not a great blocker, but he has the size to develop in that regard
Right.
and the willingness. And in TCU's offense, like they didn't use an inline block.
Bingo.
That was just like not his thing. But he didn't drop balls, and he could take a blow. He's not a make you miss guy in the open field.
No.
But if you tackle him high, if you come in with bad technique, he ain't going down. So
He's going to make it pay.
I'd like him to get a little more physical after the catch. You know, like guys like Ben Sinnott. That's probably why he's going higher than him. But he's a plus athlete who can get open on his own. And again, the Chiefs' receiving core was so unreliable outside Travis Kelce last year. It was so hit and miss, even when the ball was perfectly placed. It was just a circus whether the guy was going to haul it in or not. Jared Wiley's going to haul it in. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. And with the way Andy Reid can scheme up in the red zone, you know, the GOAT in that regard in NFL history and how he's been able to do it, this is a guy that can be a weapon there.
All right, the Eagles are going to trade. They were on the clock. Now the Lions are back on the clock. 132 and 210 go to the Lions, and the Lions get picks 164 and 201. And
Future fourth, I love giving.
there we go,
getting
future fourth.
picks.
So we're looking at the Detroit Lions. Lions they've been kind of, look, they're going after it. And so when you look at what they've been able to do, this is a team that, do we have the Lions draft? Because what they've done so far, Terry Arnold, Ennis Rakestraw, and I 2 corners, both of whom we love, Giovanni Manu. So you're going to they go get some offensive line help. And I think this is an interesting one. Where do they go from here?
That's a great question. Wherever they go, dude, I trust Brett Holmes with my life at this point. You know, like that man's track record is undeniable. So they don't have holes is the thing. Like where you go from here, there's no position where it's like it has to be here. The one place I would love for them to address is probably along the interior offensive line. If you're thin anywhere, it's you got some old guys starting there and some banged up dudes with injury histories at guard, especially with Graham Glasgow and Kevin Zeitler. So Christian Mahogany, maybe, the BC offensive lineman, is where I'd look. That's if I was drafting for them, that's where.
I mean, Ragnow's from 2018.
Yeah.
So that's
the interior is thin, and if there's any place that could probably derail this team, it could be there.
Yeah. So they should go interior. I mean, they've got to be super thrilled with Penei Sewell. But I mean, Decker, you said Glasgow already, and Ragnow. Those are guys that were drafted 16. They were drafted in 16, 16, and 18.
Mm-hmm.
So pick is in. Let's see what we got.
Oh,
Sione Vaki.
my guy.
You like him?
Oh, I love Sione Vaki.
I like him too, man.
He's one of the weirdest prospects in this entire draft class. And that's like an understatement. He's only played 2 years of college football.
Right.
So he is a sophomore coming out. I can't remember a sophomore coming out, but he took a 3-year Mormon mission.
Mm-hmm.
Comes back to Utah, starts the second half of his 2022 season this past year. He plays not only defense,
Yep.
where he was amazing around the football.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he is a guy who is a high-end tackler, high-end explosiveness to the football, but he also played offense at Utah. And he had 150 receiving yards against USC and 150 rushing yards against Cal.
Yep.
The guy is dynamic. He ran routes at the Senior Bowl in the 101s, beat some corners at times. I don't know what the Lions have plans for him, but he is an offensive weapon who is only getting better. And again, I can't express enough. This guy's only played 2 years of college football.
Is he going to play offense in the NFL or is he going to play defense?
I have no clue. Again, for the Detroit Lions, and the coaching staff there, I wouldn't put it past him to put him on the offensive side. So,
I mean, he's
a glassy. This guy's a knee butter. Like, this is like he plays defense the way that Dan Campbell wants you to play defense. So I think he's a football player. Why he falls here though? 29 1/8-inch arms, real tiny frame, but he's 5'11", 210. Like, he is a built dude. So an interesting pick from the Lions. I love it.
Jaden Hicks goes. I want to finish one. Jaden Hicks is going to the Chiefs. I want to finish this one thing up.
Yeah.
About Vaki. I love the way he plays defense because you said he's a Dan Campbell type player, but he's a Kyle Whittingham player too.
Yeah.
And there's a Whittingham to Campbell 1-to-1 that I really appreciate. So let's get to your guy, Jaden Hicks. Before we talk about him, can we pull up the steals board or the surprises on the board? Because I think we're going to go straight to Jaden Hicks. Okay, we're going to Jaden Hicks. And you like this guy. Come on, talk to me about him.
I couldn't believe he fell this far in the draft. He had a real breakout season this past year. Top 75 player on my board, safety 3. He's got size. He's 6'2", 215 pounds. Ran a 4.5, 37.5-inch vertical, 6'8", 3 cones, 16 bench press reps. Like, a truly smooth, all-around athlete. And I thought he's a guy who can go one-on-one against tight ends and really shut down tight ends. Like, he's one of those tight end eraser body types. Ton of plays on the football this past year. And even though he has box safety size, I didn't think he was a liability deep by any means. You know, he may not be your true playmaker on the back end, but he is not out of his depth whatsoever when he is playing deep. So they have 2 starting safety there, Brian Cook, who was a second rounder a couple years ago, Justin Reed, who they love.
Yep.
But he can be like a dime linebacker as well. So man, to get him here, I love that pick.
Yeah, it's a great pick. I think it's a fantastic one. I know we've got so here we go. Surprises are on the board. Troy Franklin, gone. Theo Johnson, gone. Jaden Hicks, now gone. We are waiting on Spencer Rattler. We have not seen a quarterback, right? We haven't seen a quarterback since that first round.
12.
Okay, so we're going to see what this looks like because it's going to be interesting to see how long Spencer Rattler is waiting. We have the Jets on the clock.
Can I get a request, though? Do we have any more Sione Vaki highlights? I just want to watch some more Sione Vaki highlights.
Oh, I'd love
people
to.
He is truly a pleasure to watch play the game of football.
It's awesome.
And so he ran a 4.62, and that's why I think he fell in the draft. Like, that size is weird, ran a 4.62. But he hit 22 miles per hour on the GPS.
Well, that's, and
he is a football speed guy.
That's more important.
So
it's more important. What you can do in pads on the field is more important than what you do in a straight line, as Lefko said, in your underwear.
Yeah.
So, okay, we got to pick is in. This is the Jets. I know we've got some Jets folks here in the office.
Hey,
Braylon Allen. All right.
Youngest player in the draft.
The youngest?
Youngest player in the draft.
It's their first selection on day 3. Comes out at number 134. All right, so he's going to join Breece Hall and a gang of other guys.
He is a true monster. 6'1", 235, you see right there.
Yeah.
Guys bounce off of him. And I talk about age. He doesn't turn 21 until after this season. He was 17 years old, racking up 1,268 yards in the Big Ten as a true freshman. Has really been a bell cow for that team. Some injuries this past year. I don't think it was his best tape in 2023, why he falls to this point. Not going to be a guy you throw it to out of the backfield. Not going to be much of a home run hitter.
No.
But 235 is 235, and with a frame that can put on probably some more, get into the 240s, and it won't look ridiculous on him. It's just tough to bring down, dude. So for the Jets, goal line situations, he's probably, I think some Breece Hall fantasy managers are crying in their pillow because Braylon's going to be taking some of those carries away from him. But you see here, he's getting caught by a defensive lineman from behind. That's never good. Didn't run a pre-draft 40, but at this point in the draft, dude, I'll take it. A pick.
There we go. I love it. I dig him. Like, he is. There was a point where I thought, man, he might be the best running back in college football, or he could be.
Yes.
After his freshman year.
Really never took the next step.
They never took the next step. But this is also, again, a guy that he understands how to run between the tackles. He understands what's going to be asked of him. He understands that I'm going to protect the football. I cannot fumble. He had a couple of those, but he knows he cannot fumble. And coming out of Wisconsin, I'm going to go ahead and give it. I'm going to give it an A-. But but that's only just because of some of the injury things, right? And so we have to deal with that. He's got to be healthy. He is not a guy that plays well when he's dinged up. He is someone that does have to be healthy to play. And listen, that's not a knock on him. That's not a knock on anyone that's like that. It's one of those things where there are some guys that are like, you know what, like, I'm hurt, I'm going. And it's not manly, it's none of that stuff. It's just your body performs how it performs. And he's one of those guys, when he's fully healthy, he's ready to rock and roll.
Very much like an A.J. Dillon type of running back.
Yes, yeah, that's a great one. I love that. So we got that. Who's on the clock? We got the 49ers are back on the clock.
Last pick of the 4th round as it comes to a close here. 49ers back.
Is this the last pick?
On the clock. I believe so.
Would have comps?
And then we got 3 more rounds, baby. We're not done yet. Still some players.
Okay, we got 3 comps this time. We got 3 comps. Okay, yeah, you're right. 135. There we go. And then 3 more rounds. I'll tell you what, though, we've had some really good picks. Like, there have been some guys that had a ton of preseason hype like 2 or 3 years ago, and then went through some injury stuff. We had guys that flashed but never really got it done. We're looking at San Francisco's draft board: Ricky Pearsall, Renardo Green, Dominic Pooney, Malik Mustafa, Isaac Garriendo. So here we go. They get another pick. Is this their? Hang on. Is this their 3rd pick of the 4th round?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at them. Let's go. Let's see what they've got. I'm ready for it. The 49ers. I'm ready to move on to the 5th round. The pick is in.
Oh, Jacob Cohen.
Cohen, yeah.
He's a player, man. He can get open. I'll just tell you that right now. This guy can get open. He is just small. He is a sub 70-inch wingspan, but I have him as a top 100 player.
How short is he, though?
5'8".
That's
5'8", 29.25-inch arms. And again, when you have that small a wingspan, it's just hard for QBs to find you. Right? Like in college, the windows are big. Exactly. He has to be open, but he's a guy who can get open. Little Tank Dell-ish. Now, Tank Dell had a much bigger frame than he did. Like, he could actually make plays outside of his body. But similar sort of movement skills that we're talking about here in a 4.38 40 at the combine, 36-inch vertical, and was, productive at Arizona. Their number 2 option in that offense, the guy we're going to see maybe as a first-rounder next year, sitting outside there. Number 4 was the number 1 one. What's his name? We got Trattoria or whatever. He was a monster, but Cohen was your dynamism guy. And for the 49ers team, that, if they do move on from those wide receivers, you're not going to replace them with one guy.
Yeah.
Cohen is, with no attention on him, probably a slot wide receiver. He's a guy that can hit home runs down the football field for you. So I love this pick, man. And again, 49ers draft.
Because we got to get to the round 4 recap. So let's go through this round 4 recap before we get started with round 5. Because listen, round 5's already started. Seattle's got the pick in. So let's go ahead and get through this recap so we can get back on track. Jatavian Sanders goes to the Panthers. We like him at the tight end spot. Troy Franklin, that's one of our guys that we really like. Layden Robinson, Adrian Taylor Dimerson. We like him. Justin, there's a lot of guys that we like. Cedric Gray, a guy that is a tackling machine out of my school, UNC. Eric Gall, Javon Foster, Jordan Jefferson, the defensive tackle from LSU, a guy that we want to see a little bit more out of. Come on, let's see what we got. Who's next? Dorless, here we go. We got, Bortolini. We got Tyrese Knight out of UTEP, another linebacker that we like. We're starting to see linebackers come off the board.
The Mason McCormick pick, man.
Yeah.
Oof, Steelers, well done. And then Jalen Wright to the Dolphins. It's just, some people have types, right? And they just go to them year and year. Mike McDaniel, I love the way he drafts.
I love Bucky Irving. Obviously, you'd mentioned the weight thing where he's not as big as he showed up. Mm-hmm. And he'll play smaller, which is fine because I like the way he played. Will Shipley, will he, won't they, in terms of running back versus wide receiver. Ray Davis out of Kentucky, a guy that can be there, a little bit of a bruiser. TJ Tampa, who you like. And then we ended up with Jaden Hicks, again, another guy that was on your list. Braylon Allen, we know what he is. He is a bruiser. And then we end up with Jacob Cohen. And this is going to be, we're into the 4th round. We're into the 5th round now. We got 3 to go, 5th round. And this one, we've got the 5th round. The pick is already in. Let's see what we got here for the Seahawks.
Oh, you like him. There you go.
I don't.
You don't? Oh, you didn't like him. Okay.
I like DJ James.
You like DJ James more. So this is the Auburn corner.
Yeah.
Nehemiah Pritchett.
Yes.
And he can fly.
He can fly. Hang on. Because here's how you can tell how I feel. And it's not a bad pick. I think he is good. He does not want to tackle.
Yep.
But is very fluid as an athlete and can cover well. Misses tackles, but he's a bandit in coverage. Like, I think those are pretty accurate for him.
Yeah, and I worry, you said doesn't want to tackle. I worry about guys who don't like tackling and then have small hands.
Okay.
Because that matters for wrapping up. He has 8 3/4 inch hands.
Oof.
That's really small. And it's just tough to get a grip on somebody. And obviously, like, it's not always that you use your hands to tackle, but it does matter. And especially when you're trying to play press coverage and like get guys off you, like that is important. So to me, kind of a linear dude. I thought he got high in his transitions, but a guy who long at the line of scrimmage. So it kind of like a guy who can really cook down the football field with that 4.36 speed. So, you know, they've had some success at this point in the draft with corners. John Schneider has. I'm not going to say that this will be one of them, but John Schneider's track record is pretty darn good at the cornerback position.
I like when you watch him play, you see all the tools. I just truly want him to get your hands on this guy, be more physical. I want that.
Yeah.
But guess what? He makes a play anyways. Doesn't matter. Makes a play. And so if you can get away with it, get away with it. But at the end of the day, for me, I want to see you great, awesome. The guy wasn't looking and you tackled him. But it's one of those things where, in my mind, I like DJ James more because DJ James plays more like who's the other Auburn guy? Carlton Davis?
Yeah, Carlton Davis.
He plays like that. Davis is physical. And I think he's the same way. So you look at what we've got for the Seahawks. You go get Byron Murphy. You get Christian Haynes. You get Tyrese Knight. You add A.J. Barner. And then, obviously, Nehemiah Pritchett today. I think they're going to – listen, you can't play in that defense if you're not going to be physical. That's a reality.
Yeah, I don't think he starts for them. I'll say Nehemiah Pritchett. I mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about a 5th rounder. Obviously, you're not expecting him to start. But if there is a need, it's that other corner spot where they got Trey Brown, they got Michael Jackson. It's like where they could have got somebody. I don't think he's going to be the guy, unfortunately. But you got the Seahawks. I love the start to the draft. I do think Byron Murphy and Christian Haynes are plug-and-play impact day one starters. So the draft truly is, it's 3 rounds long in terms of how actually
guys that are going to play right now.
Yeah, exactly. For rookie classes, it's 3 rounds long. 4 rounds long in terms of guys that you think can actually start. 5, 6, 7 are where you really flex your muscles in terms of if you can get guys that can see a football field and not be liabilities. At this point in the draft, you are a good GM. You can consistently do that. You are a good GM. Schneider, over the course of his career, that's where he's made. Richard Sherman was a 5th round pick, right? He's been good at that deep scouting. That's how you last 15 years in the NFL as a GM like he has.
So we got Geno Smith, Kenneth Walker, DK Metcalf. Metcalf has got to be the star of the show. Tyler Lockett, you throw in Noah Fant in terms of what they bring from a skill position standpoint. Is that enough for them to win this division?
Oh, it is. That is enough. What was the limiting reagent, though, a season ago? It was the offensive line. And obviously they were banged up to the gills. Left tackle, right tackle, could not stay healthy. That's why the offense goes in the tank the way it did. So it's not that. That's if you look around the NFL, you won't find too much better in the running back, wide receiver, tight end standpoint. We're not even putting JSN up on that graphic, their 1st rounder from a season ago. So you won't find too many better groups in that regard. But this offensive line needs to stay healthy and it needs to step the game up.
Yeah, there we go. We got the Chargers are on the clock now. Folks, we're in the 5th round. I don't know if you can hear that. That was my stomach grumbling.
I don't think the mics, they point up, not down, thankfully.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I just looked up and I thought that I was like, is my arm up? But no, it's just CJ Stroud behind me. No, we're excited. We're into the 5th round now. We're at pick 137, and the Chargers, the pick is in. Here's what we got, because this is going to be okay. There we go. Tarheeb Still, Maryland corner. This is a guy that I comped a little bit. I think there's a little bit of a Trevon Diggs on him in terms of what he brings. He's aggressive and a little handsy, That's where the Diggs combo comes into me.
Yeah.
Aggressive and a little handsy, but he will get the ball. And he took a big leap from 22 to 23 in terms of understanding and growing in his role. And I do think he's got the ability. Obviously, you see right here, he turns defense into offense. But I really do think that watching him play, the handsiness is going to be a thing that he's going to have to continue to work on.
Yeah, I had this guy as UDFA. Unfortunately, we're kind of at that point in the draft, though, where you're going to see some different. But big reason being sub 30-inch arms, kind of like what I just talked about.
Well, he has to be grabby because he has short arms.
You just don't see a lot of guys at that position with that kind of length making a ton of plays. Now, 5 picks this past year, but interested to see how he fits in on that defense.
Yeah. So what they have right now, if you look at the Chargers, they have. So they obviously we know they added Khalil Mack.
I don't think that first highlight was Tariq still, I'll be honest.
Yeah. But they added Christian Fulton this offseason.
Yeah.
Fulton's a guy I like. They still have Derwin James. They have Asante Samuel Jr., who's becoming one of the better corners in the league. You throw in Jaseer Taylor at the slot guy, and like they're building up. He's not going to.
It was a disaster though last year, cornerback position, and yeah, they tried to address it with Christian Fulton.
Right.
I don't think it's enough, right? They haven't addressed it until now. I don't think that's necessarily fixing anything overnight. So it's still a position where I'd expect in classes to come, free agencies to come, they'll still have to address. But
I like Asante.
It wasn't going to be with Jim Harbaugh. You know, we weren't expecting what he did with the 49ers, right, overnight, where that team was in the NFC Championship the next year. That I don't think is going to be the case, so it's going to take a minute. But I like what they did with their early round picks for sure.
Yeah. So who do we have? We got the Cardinals are on the clock now. They're looking. I mean, have we seen a team kind of reverse course like the Cardinals did with respect to Kyler Murray, where it seemed like he was going to be out, and then they were like, nope, we're all in on him. Oh, they get Xavier Thomas. Oh my gosh, yes, good for him. This is another one of those guys that I'll never forget. I was talking to my friend. He was a scout with the Texans, and he said, I asked him about Farrell, Wilkins, that whole group of guys.
Yeah.
And he said, I think 3 is better than all of them. And then he goes through, he gets long COVID, has another infection, and loses a bunch of weight, loses a bunch of muscle mass, and he's never the same player again. Do you think he can get back to being that player that he was when he was a freshman?
Well, his tape this past year was the closest I saw to that freshman year. So you hit it at 2018. He was a true freshman, put up 10.5 tackles for loss on that line. That
as a backup.
That had Dexter Lawrence, that had Cleveland Ferrell, Christian Wilkins. Like that line was loaded, and he was like an impact guy, like a legitimate playmaker. True freshman. But then, like you said, really hit hard by COVID. That was going to be his junior year, his breakout year, goes to go to the NFL. He, like you said, he had to gain a bunch of weight, was really impacted by it. 2021, 2022, just not the same player. 2 surgeries on his right foot back in 2022. Yeah. This past year, though, you saw the same explosiveness. He is a compact defensive end, 6'2", 253, shorter arms, but man, he had some reps where when he can forklift offensive tackles on the outside, he just throws them. 4.56 40 at his pro day. Legit explosiveness off the edge. And so now you pair him, a true bull rusher, pair him with Darius Robinson, 2 different types of bull rusher, 2 different bodies in that realm, but 2 guys who can really collapse the pocket. So I think there's still some talent here. Like the talent didn't go away. I just
want it to be actualized. Really, like
exactly.
That's why you saw me I saw him come off the board. I was like, I am rooting for this guy.
If he was draft eligible in 2018, like after that 2018 freshman season, if we lower the age like the NBA where it was 1 season, chances are this guy is a top 50 pick at worst.
Absolutely.
After that season, that's how good it was, that tape.
Absolutely.
For a true freshman. So I like the pick, man. At this point in the draft, this was right where I had him on my draft board. I actually think I had him a little bit earlier than this on my draft board. So,
yeah, they've got. I mean, the Cardinals got a couple guys that I really like. I'm looking forward to seeing a big season from Owen Pappo. Obviously, I'm excited for Xavier Thomas. And let's look at the edge rushers so far. We've got Letu. We've got Dallas Turner. We expected, and Jared Verse, and Chop Robinson. We expected those to be the 4 guys that went in the first round. Okay, now we go to Marshawn Nealon.
Missing Darius Robinson there. But Darius Robinson went 27.
Sure. Chris Braswell, Braylon Trice. Braylon Trice, another guy that we were going to figure out where he fits in. Jalix Hunt was one of the first. What happened?
That was a fun one.
It was fun. And again, I guess, you went back and, Lefko went and he played safety and then became a defensive end.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's amazing.
He had a while. So his tape was fun. I mean, he's just an explosive dude. But definitely, so difference between Hunt, Thomas, both like high-end size speed athletes. Hunt, great length. Thomas, not ideal length.
Sure.
Worry about, defensive line coaches worry about that. So that's the difference between those two.
Yeah, but Thomas also has shown that he can do it if he's healthy versus against elite talent.
Yeah, he truly was.
All right, here we go. We got the Commanders.
Oh.
There's Jordan McGee.
My guy, top 100 player on my board.
Temple linebacker, Jordan McGee goes to the Commanders.
He's ferocious, man.
He ran a 4.55. He's a good mover. He can tackle. He makes tackles. I like him that he makes tackles that makes people go backward.
Yep. 228 pounds, and it never showed up, man. That's undersized by NFL standards. Yep. At no point was I like, wow, he's too small. He plays ferociously, the linebacker position, and that's what I look for at that. Is I want guys who aren't afraid into contact, who are taking on guys who have 100 pounds on them, and aren't trying to get around them. Aren't trying to like pussyfoot and just swim them. That sort of thing. Like he plays tough, hard-nosed football, and coming downhill as a blitzer, I thought he was one of the best blitzing linebackers in this draft class. Now, he will, at a moment's notice, try to hit a gap that is not the correct gap. He will get drawn out of position with a pump fake every single time on his tape. That's the worry with him. But I'll take my chances reining in a guy who has that innate aggressiveness than I will trying to coach up an unaggressive guy. An off-ball linebacker who's passive, you don't ever coach that downhill ability into him. Yep. So for Jordan McGee, big fan for the Commanders. He could, he reminds me actually of Frankie Louvu, who they just signed this offseason, who has that same aggressiveness to him, even though he's not a massive dude. So they're kind of throwing the kitchen sink at the linebacker position alongside Jamin Davis. Now with Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu. Obviously, I don't think he's starting over any of those guys, but a nice player to add to the fold there, who's at minimum going to be a dog on special teams.
Yeah. So look at this. They got Jaden Daniels, so they got their quarterback. Jerzon Newton, you're going up front.
Mm-hmm. They got a bunch of guys.
They got my favorite player, Mike Singer, still.
Yeah.
Ben Sinnott, Brandon Coleman, Luke McCaffrey, who we both really like. That was what was it, end of the night last night?
Yep, last pick.
And Jordan McGee. So
I would say every single player except for Coleman was one that I was watching the tape and like, I would go to bat for this guy. Like I would draft this. Coleman is the one where it's like, if people were talking about him as like a day three project, then I would have picked him. But obviously at 67, that ain't a third round or day three project. So every single other guy, I was like watching them play football, I'm like, these guys play the way I want them to play football, right? So I love their scouting method at minimum with how they've started to rebuild this Washington Commanders.
Jordan McGee, we're going to watch a little bit more of him, but let me ask you this about the Commanders.
Attack.
How big of a change is it from the Snyder era?
Dude, yeah, they feel competent. Just like that. There's competency and like an eye, right? Like there's a method to this. Like all these guys play in a similar manner.
Right.
That there's a cohesiveness to your scouting department. Whereas in years prior, it almost felt like, Schneider had his pick, and then he would give the coaching staff their pick, and they would just be like so stylistically different guys that they were drafting year on year on year. They would draft man corners for a zone defense, and you're just like, I don't get it.
I like.
You're drafting Emmanuel Forbes, one of the skinniest corners in the NFL, to go up against a division that has some of the biggest wide receivers in the NFL, and you're just like, I don't see the vision. So this seems like there's a vision.
How much more?
That's the best teams in the NFL. They have they're almost like not say predictable in the draft, but they have a way of drafting. Like there's a guideline that guides their decision making. They're not just flying by the seat of their pants.
Yeah, I like it. They've got kind of a type. How much more tread does Zach Ertz have on the tires?
I mean, those tires are bald, dude. I mean, he's been running on two flats, and they're just trying to make it to the gas station at this point.
What about Jahan Dotson? Do you think he'll is he past the window of materializing?
No, I think he's still a quality player. Now, it's what are your expectations for him? I always thought he was better in the slot when you give him a two-way go. I always thought he was a complimentary option and maybe just like a little overdrafted because of that. But, I mean, he is a complimentary option there. You have Terry McLaurin. He's a number one. Like, the pieces are there for Jaden Daniels. It's just protect him. So I think you're going to see a real RPO, play action, run-heavy start to his career, because drop-back passing game is almost going to be untenable.
Right.
Especially in that division, man.
Yeah.
You know, like you try to do a 7-step or just like a 5-step gun against this Cowboys pass rush, against the Eagles pass rush 4 times a year. Dude, pray for Jaden Daniels. So you're going to have to protect him. It's just like a known at this point, and I think they're admitting that with their draft strategy.
All right, so here we go, 140. I'll let you take it. Cam Hart, Notre Dame corner, comes off the board. He's headed to the Chargers. And I like him. So I'll let you go first, Notre Dame guy.
He's better than this. He falls to this point in the draft, and I am lowering my board because he has some serious shoulder injuries over the course of his career. Really struggled to stay healthy. But he is a great press corner, man. I think he's fantastic at the line of scrimmage. Super long arms, and so productive this past season. I flipped on the Ohio State tape of him going against Emeka Egbuka, going against Marvin Harrison Jr., that guy wins reps at the line of scrimmage. So maybe not a super versatile corner. He's truly just a press outside guy. But I think Jim Harbaugh's going to want to play press, man. He's going to want to challenge guys. He did that at Michigan, no matter who his DC was. Did that when he was in the NFL with San Francisco 49ers. I think that's what we're going to see from him, and that's what Cam Hart's skill set definitely is on the outside.
There we go.
So I like the pick.
I love it.
Oh, man. I can't believe he lasted this point in the draft. Georgia center, Cedric Van Pran. Maybe he falls here because he's not the highest-end athlete, and a lot of people at center especially like guys who can really move. And you've seen pretty much all the centers that come off the board are probably more athletic than Van Pran is. But at 298, that size never showed up. He's a physical 298, multi-year starter for Georgia. Held his own in the SEC against SEC-level DTs and SEC-level size. As good as he gets in college football. And it's a day-one starter, too. Like, they lost Mitch Morse, obviously.
Right.
I think he's their starting center. And maybe he doesn't have the highest ceiling, but for the Buffalo Bills, he could be a gap scheme, sort of move the point guard. And you see there the highlights, like, he was super consistent throughout his college career. I didn't think I would love him with his, undersized and mildly athletic is not a great projection to the NFL. But to get a 5th rounder with Cedric Van Pran's tape, I think that's a great pick.
I mean, you get a 5th rounder that you think is going to be a starter. I think that's a good thing. So let's go ahead and see what they've got. Keon Coleman, I think he's a projected starter already.
Yeah, that's your easily.
Like him and Khalil Shakir are probably going to be your 1 and 2.
Kurt Samuel. I like Kurt Samuel a lot, actually, that addition. So I don't think this receiving core, it's obviously not ideal. You're behind a lot of other receiving cores at the top of the AFC. But you got Josh Allen, and he can cure a lot of ills.
Right.
And it's more than good enough to win games. So I like that. Cole Bishop was very much in need. You weren't going to leave day 2 without a safety, and it was a great deep safety class of day 2 safeties, I thought. No elite talents, but a lot of guys that can fill roles. And then I love 95 and 128. I had those guys both right at the back end of my top 100, I believe, and Cedric Van Pran right at the back end of my top 100, which, those aren't elite players, back end of top 100 guys, but I think are all guys who I could see filling either a role or starting at some point, especially Dwayne Carter. So I think job well done for the Bills. I'm not sure they got any Pro Bowlers. I'm not sure they got any All-Pros, but they 100% got starters and guys that can play at the NFL level with every single pick so far, in my opinion. So for as bad as their sort of cap situation got and why they had to move on from Stefon Diggs, and why they've kind of been up against it, not being able to add in free agency with all the deals they've given out in recent years, couldn't do that this offseason. They just needed a draft to get starters who are cheap on rookie contracts, and I think they did just that.
Yeah, Van Pran is going to be a starter for them. He is a good football player.
Yeah.
I love the way that he can get on the move. We saw that in a couple of the footage where he is out on screens, and listen. If you're a 195-pound defensive back and this man comes barreling down at you, you don't want that. And he doesn't really miss, and I think that's something to be said. All right, the Colts are on the clock. Can we do Colts recap before the pick gets in, or is the pick already in? Okay. Because the Colts are having a very interesting draft. There we go. Lay 2, AD, who we've talked about already. We've talked about how much we like this one. What can they do to make you like it even more?
I mean, draft one of those guys in my top. So I still got what? 7 guys in my top 100.
Austin Booker.
Take one of those bad boys, and we can really turn this up a notch. But they got 2 top 15 players on my board. That right there. Drafts are defined more often than not by your 1 and 2. You know, and to get 2 guys in that realm who I think are Latu, the most NFL-ready edge rusher. Could be, reminded me in terms of NFL readiness of like an Aiden Hutchinson, where it's just like year 1, I think he's going to make me okay. And then to get a guy in Adonai Mitchell who has a ceiling that is off the charts to pair with Michael Pittman, when Alec Pierce was never a viable number 2 option in that offense. It's not only pair with Michael Pittman to have like a different gear than Michael Pittman does in terms of downfield ability. I love that receiving core now. I love how it's put together, and Colts had themselves a draft.
Here we go. What do we got?
Anthony Gould. They're more speed. One of the fastest players in this draft class. Gould is a true I'd call him a gadget player. At 5'8", 174.
Sure.
This ain't your number 2 wide receiver. They have 3 wide receivers. They don't have a role outside of, hey, when this guy comes on the football field and he runs a deep post with 4.39 speed, it's going to be freaking tough for a safety to react to that if you have a play-action fake in front of him that's drawing him up into the box. So he's kind of in that. I prefer Jacob Cohen in the mold of small wide receivers, but he is in that mold of just like, guy is difficult to stick with, but just a tiny, tiny frame, another sub-70-inch wingspan. Didn't make a lot of plays outside his frame. I thought Cohen had a little bit better hands than Gould did, but a guy who offers kick return versatility too, that can be that. And with the new kickoff rules, I think we'll start to see some kick returners come off the board here, where guys like Gould who can do that for you, because it's now kind of valuable to have a guy like that. Returns are going to be far, far more frequent with the new 25-yard rule where offense is standing on one side, defense standing on the other. So that's going to be interesting to see how.
Save that, because when we get a little bit later, I want to talk about that. Yeah. I do think that, and once we see some more of those guys come up, I was going to ask you about Cohen compared to him, because they seem like very similar players. He's what made Oregon State he's one of the most fun teams to watch when you're doing Pac-12 After Dark. We've got our wide receiver draft recap. Obviously, Marvin Harrison Jr., the first one off the board. Neighbors off the board. Odunze off the board. Xavier Worthy. Were you surprised that Worthy, Pearsall, and Leggett came off all in the first round?
Yes. I mean, objectively. Worthy, not as much. Pearsall and Leggett, for sure. I just thought they had a good chance to be like top of day 2. Yeah. I thought you'd see a lot of teams kind of, but there were the teams that needed it at the back end of round 1, and that's what everyone was saying. The Bills needed it, the 49ers needed it, the Chiefs needed it. So it doesn't surprise me who drafted them, but it did surprise me that those 2 especially did go to first.
Have you heard Leggett talk?
Dude, I love that guy. And I know he's lower on my board, but I am rooting for him. That is a country boy.
He sounds like
through and through.
That man sounds like home to me.
Yeah.
Like when I first heard his voice, I was like, oh yeah. People are like, did you expect this voice to come out of this man? And I was like, yeah. Because he's from where I'm from.
Have you heard of South Carolina?
Like, for sure. And then we get Javon Baker, we get Devontae Walker, we get Tez Walker, Cohen, and then we throw in Anthony Gould in the mix. So what do we, like the wide receivers early, boom, the first 3 were just gone. And here we go now, a few more. Luke McCaffrey was at the end of last night. Roman Wilson also gets picked, which is going to that was an interesting one. The first 3 felt pretty obvious, and then it kind of just felt like what you're looking for, right?
Mm-hmm. There's 3 more guys I'll give in this wide receiver class. So I I love Javon Baker that we've seen come off the board on day 3. I really like Troy Franklin, and I like Jacob Cohen, who we've seen come off the board on day 3 as well. And then Tez Walker, to where he went, I think can make an impact. Now, he's never going to supplant your 2 starters that you just drafted in first round, but he can make an impact for that team specifically. I'll give 3 more guys who I think I would expect to fill a role at minimum, be a part of a 3 deep at the next level. We have Malik Washington, the Virginia wide receiver, 88th on my draft board, a slot wide receiver at the next level. I like Jalen Coker, the Holy Cross wide receiver. Probably more of a 2 or a 3, but awesome hands, physical dude. Loved what he did against BC this past year. And then I'll also say Isaiah Williams, the Illinois wide receiver, another slot wide receiver, dynamic, great route runner.
Quarterback?
I think he did. Small guy, but going to be a slot. So they're falling here because they have to play a certain role. They're not.
They're very specific.
Exactly. But in that role, I think they can be good players.
The Falcons pick is in. Before we get into the pick, what are they going to do?
Do we have to try to predict what the Falcons are going to do?
No. I'm not talking about the pick. I'm talking about with Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix.
So we didn't get to talk about this much, but Terry Fontenot had objectively one of the craziest quotes I've ever seen a GM say.
What?
And when you think about it logically, it's just utterly absurd. He said, if Michael Penix doesn't have to play for 4 or 5 years, that's a good thing. Those words left his mouth. The guy we just drafted in the top 10.
I did see that quote.
He said if he doesn't have to play for 4 years, so if he doesn't play a game for 4 years, you're not picking up his 5th year. Maybe you're picking up a 5th year option because you see him in practice every day and maybe you know how good he is. But again, but then if he doesn't play for 5 years, you are actually having to re-sign a quarterback that has not played a snap for you.
That's crazy. Does he understand how this all works?
But I know what he meant, right? What he meant was that
we don't have to rush it.
It means that Kirk Cousins is playing well, if that's the case. And I get the thought process again. I'm a Packers fan.
34, 36?
He's 35. Or 36, excuse me. But the thing is, they cannot cut him until 2026 season.
Yeah.
So Michael Penix is year 3. In that year, it would be like $25 million dead cap space to cut him. And so, as Packers fan, I can't hate the thought process.
You can.
But you aren't competing high end in the NFC right now, honestly. So J.D. Bertrand, go Irish. There we go, coming up.
There we go. Look at him. I like this guy. Like, he's a mover. I think he's. What are the numbers on him? His size. He's 235. I always thought he was a little smaller than that.
He's got a small frame, is what he is.
Yeah, but he's a good football player. I love the way that he moves. Where do you think he fits in on this defense?
He could start for them. Truly, they don't have much at linebacker right now. I think he was in my opinion, a low ceiling, high floor type of linebacker. A guy that I would love to have in the fold on special teams.
Yeah.
Didn't make a lot of mistakes, but at his size and with limited length, he'll get stuck on blocks. He's not going to run the seam with the tight ends. He'll get, demolished at the catch point, but good football IQ, solid enough tackler, and a guy who was 3-year starter, team captain, all those sort of things. I think he can play in the league, but at this point,
Would you rather have him or Nate Landon?
Do I have, no, he may start, though. He truly may start for this Atlanta Falcons defense with what they have at linebacker.
So we've got a trade. We have a trade. There we go. Trade alert. Let's see what we got. The Bears are back in. They traded up using a future pick to get on the clock, and they're at number 44 in a deal with the Bills.
Let me brush up on my kicker rankings real quick.
Don't, please.
For the Chicago Bears.
I know.
We want long snapper rankings. You got to have someone to throw it back to Torrey Taylor.
Oh my goodness! If that happens, I'm gonna.
You got to put it on him. You got to put it right in that breadbasket. Have someone with nice pop time.
Yeah. So you look at their team needs.
I didn't have any draftable grades in this long snapper class.
They addressed quarterback. They have work to address. They've addressed quarterback. They've addressed wide receiver. They have not addressed the defense.
Would it be a fun pick here? Spencer Rattler. How fun would that be as a pick? Now, they're not going to do it.
I know they're not going to do it, but yes, that would be. We would laugh.
We would have a good time.
Yes.
Spencer Rattler got picked. And Caleb Williams would probably ask for a trade.
Oh, he would. Yeah, he would lose his mind. Oh,
But
that
someone's
would
going
be.
to take him here soon.
Yeah.
Rattler's going to come off the board here soon.
Yeah,
Who's coming up?
Spencer
here?
Rattler's got to come off the board here pretty soon.
This is the range where Sam Howell came off the board. I don't think he's too much worse of a prospect than Sam Howell was, even though Howell was quite a bit younger when he came out. I'm trying to think, oh, dude, you know who's coming off the board here soon? 13th in this round. Las Vegas Raiders. Wouldn't surprise me if they went Spencer.
There you go. How much better do you think they got this offseason?
Raiders?
Yeah, the Raiders. No, not the Raiders. The Bears.
Bears.
The Bears are on the clock.
I mean, maybe not overnight success. It's a rookie quarterback.
Right.
I think we always set expectations too high for guys. We saw even Burrow struggled as a rookie, even Trevor Lawrence, like the Herberts, the CJ Strouds, they're unique for a reason.
Yeah.
However, just from a pure roster perspective, like I said, night one, if they're not in the Super Bowl contention, Caleb Williams is year 2. I'll be surprised. They've done that much to rebuild this around him.
There we go. Pick is in. Let's see what we got.
Oh, he
Is
came
that
off
your
the board.
guy?
Ryan Poles. Take a
There
bow,
it is.
dude.
Look how long
Austin
he
Booker.
is.
What they needed too. We talked about their biggest need in this class was edge.
Edge.
Austin Booker is a wild card off the edge. I have his top 50 because how he plays the game.
Right.
And so he's undersized. He probably played in the 230s this past
Right.
year.
He's listed
You look
at
at his tape
240.
and he is skinny. But he's also young. He's a redshirt sophomore coming out. He played 1 year of college football, just over 500 snaps in his career. But he is ferocious off the edge. He had bull rushes against Jordan Morgan, the Packers' offensive tackle down at the Senior Bowl, that were unbelievable. Threw him to the side. A guy 240 pounds throwing a 320-pound tackle to the side. You see his ability to get skinny in between blocks. I love him coming around on stunts. And he could play the run, man. He's not a hold-the-point guy, but he can swim. He's got an innate feel to defeat blocks. He could be a starter in time across from Montez Sweat. And I just said year 2, year 3 is when I expect the Caleb Williams, the Bears, to be players. Year 2, year 3, I think the light's going to come on for him. And if he had come back to school, gained some muscle, built on the tape we saw this past year, he could have been a first-round pick, man.
Yeah.
That is how
Go ahead
gifted
and
this
grade
guy
it
is.
for the Bears fans, so they get
This is my
excited.
favorite pick on day 3. Obviously, he was my
There
top
we go.
on my board heading into day 3. And for the need that they had, dude,
And shout out to-
draft from the Chicago Bears.
Shout out to our guy Tyler Book, who said, "Stop letting the Bears take good players."
This draft is sick.
Yeah, they're doing their thing. Do we have a Bears draft recap so we can see what they've done so far? Because I know we kind of hit on it, but let's go ahead and
Those top
let's
two,
run through it.
Kieran
Yeah.
Amagaji, the Yale tackle, Torrey Taylor,
Yep.
the Iowa punter, and Austin Booker, the Kansas edge.
They've already started to load up they already started to the protection plan, if you will, by adding Ryan Bates in free agency. They also added in trade. Excuse me. They added in Amagaji to help them get better in terms of depth and develop. So they're working on it. They already have Darnell Wright, who I think everybody really still likes. So this is going to be a really interesting one. Oh, the pick is in, and the pick is in for the Broncos.
The Broncos.
There we go. I like this pick. I think that when you look at the Broncos, obviously they haven't done much with the exception of adding Braden Jones this offseason. They haven't done much in terms of the secondary. And I know they have Pat Surtain there already. Caden Stearns. Caden Stearns is playing one of their safeties. Oh, they added Levi Wallace too. You like Levi Wallace?
Yeah, not especially. I think Kurt Ames to start there, man. I liked his tape a lot. He was a small corner, 179, but he's playing press coverage on the outside in the SEC, and he held up as well as Enos Rakestra. Now, he doesn't have quite the physical, projectable tools that Rakestra has, but he ran a 4.4, 440, man. And at 5'11", he's got fairly long arms for his size. I don't think that's an issue. I loved his tape against the LSU wide receivers. 30 pass breakups the last 3 seasons, 3 years starting in the SEC between slot and the outside. I truly do think he's more of an outside wide receiver, but he can, outside wide receiver, outside cornerback. He can come up feisty, man.
Yeah.
Bills versus the run. Good tackler, even if he can get bowled over at 179. Obviously, you're not going to be the strongest tackler at that size, but it's a darn good player, dude. I really like this draft from the Denver Broncos, and Chris Ames-Drain, he started his career at wide receiver. kind of like a Mike Sainer still, where he flips the other side of the ball, and so you see those ball skills every time you flip on the tape with him.
Yeah, to me, recovery is a strong suit for him.
Yeah.
I love the way that he sits on that back hip to take away that back shoulder fade, and he still has the speed, as you mentioned, that 4.44. 4.44. Yeah, to run down his troubles, and I love that about him. He's gonna go find a way to play. Kind of remind me a little bit of Corn Elder, because he is not as big of a corner, but he plays bigger than he is, with the exception of the times when, guess what, big guys can push him around, which is just the reality of his size.
Yeah.
So yeah, I dig that. The Titans are on the clock. When's the last time the Titans had a pick?
That's a good question.
Because this is going to be an interesting one. They're figuring things out as well. That division is going to be really interesting. The AFC South. Let's talk about that, because there we go. Latham. It's Cedric Gray, who we saw. That was earlier today. T'Vondre Sweat. Big. So they got more beef, and then a linebacker that can run. And I love T'Vondre Sweat in front of Cedric Gray. That's a huge plus for this guy that likes to run around and make plays.
I would love for them to add a wide receiver at this point. Obviously, we discussed some of those guys, but we talked about how old DeAndre Hopkins is, how old Calvin Ridley is, and the fact that Brian Callahan's bringing over a 3-wide offense. At least that's what he ran in Cincinnati. Maybe that's not what he wants to run in Tennessee. You never know. But that's what he ran in Cincinnati, and that's what they did so well there. So,
are we going to see Treylon Burks get activated?
That's the thing. Is like they do still have that hanging over, and I actually kind of do like Kyle Phillips as well if they're doing just a pure slot receiver. But I think in this class you could add more to that room. Could also always, with what they got, add more to this offensive line as well. So we shall see.
And that's the part that's interesting to me, is that they did go J.C. lately, but Callahan's an offensive line guy.
Yeah, give him who's a traitsy O-line at this point in the draft.
Yeah.
Oh, they went Jarvis Brownlee. Nice little man corner.
There we go, out of Louisville. So Jarvis Brownlee out of Louisville, corner, guy that plays a lot of man. He's very good. I love how patient his feet are. He's got good hands. I love whenever he can get his hands on somebody, he does redirect them. He does disrupt timing. For folks that don't realize, is like the whole point of press is to disrupt timing, because timing routes are essential to the game. You disrupt timing, the quarterback has the weight. Now your guys can get to the quarterback. So I like this pick. I think he's a quality player, man.
What I loved about Brownlee, and now at the Senior Bowl, no one made more plays on the football than him, is that he has an understanding of, based off of route stems, and based off of a wide receiver's body language, where they have to go. That's super important at the cornerback position. So when he runs a 4.51 and has a 31.5-inch vertical, when he has like kind of middling athletic traits, how does a guy make up for it? He makes up for it with the kind of vision and the kind of instinctual knowledge that he has at that position. So they don't need him to start. You got L'Jarius Sneed. You got Cheeto Uzie. You hope you can get something from former first-rounder Caleb Farley. You have Roger McCreary in the slot. But I think this is a guy that, if you need him to fill in, I think can do so. And you can play some man coverage with these guys now that they have on the outside.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head in terms of how do you make up for those kind of middling results, knowing what's going to happen before it happens.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of like being a psychic. Like you have to understand, okay, he's lined up this far. He can only go this way. He's lined up here. That gives him a two-way go. So I need to make sure I take away one of those ways. And I think he does a really good job of that. Obviously, that's good coaching, but I love the fact that he'll split you down the middle. And what I mean by that is when the wide receiver is lined up, he'll split your feet that way to make sure you can't get across his face inside. And I think that's a really interesting element to his game. And it's something that some guys don't learn that until they get to the NFL. Some guys aren't taught. Some guys are just taught to sit outside wide and play zone and let things happen. Other guys are taught to sit always inside, but this guy is a guy that can change it up. So, good pick. I love this.
Ooh, did Malik Washington just come off? Oh, no, it's Jarvis Brownlee. I thought we were watching some Virginia highlights.
Here we go. The Broncos
back on the clock. So they just got Chris Evans-Drain. Got these 2 fifth-rounders.
They are back on the clock.
They got Bo Nix a weapon. They got some help for this defense.
Yes.
They got a pass rushing project earlier in the draft. I'm probably still looking at this defense, though, just because
what's their plan with Cortland
Sutton? A good amount in recent years.
What's their plan with Cortland Sutton?
Hopefully to be his number one, man. I mean, at this point, that's what you got. That's all you got here. So hopefully that's the case. I hope they're not moving on from him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm asking Troop because like he's from 2018? This is year, what is this? Is that 6? Does that make 6? I think so.
What I'm hoping more is what's going to happen with Tim Patrick, man. Guy hasn't played ball in a couple years.
Sure.
I hope he's back healthy because his last year, before he signed that contract and then obviously the wheels fell off, he was good. He had developed into a quality wide receiver. So they could use him right now. But they didn't. They went Audric Estime, Notre Dame running back, 20-year-old. Guy, he's a good between the tackles runner, man. I really can't believe he lasted to this point in the draft. Now they have Javonte Williams. They have Samaje Perine. He's kind of like a Perine himself.
I was going to say, isn't he like Perine?
He's a plus pass protector at 5'11", 221. Great vision between the tackles. Ran a 4.71 at the combine. That's why he falls to this.
Yep.
But that didn't show up on tape. He had 3 runs over 50 yards this past year.
Right.
He would run away from defensive backs at times. And real just smooth between the tackles. And what I love about his game is that he would hit the line of scrimmage at full speed. And when you have that size advantage and just a big frame dude, 221, but like he looks bigger than 221, right? It's because he's got long arms. It's because he's got thick legs. And he would attack the line of scrimmage at full speed. And when you hit a linebacker in the hole at full speed, it's a
You saw that right there. The linebacker just
that was
falling.
Peyton Wilson. That was the guy with the top 100 pick right there that he just took on. So that helps a lot. And they got bruisers, dude. They got Javonte Williams, Samaje Perine, Audric Estime. Where does he slot into that? I mean, remains to be seen. But they got 3 guys that can operate a power run game. They're in Denver.
Well, that helps Bo Nix.
Yeah.
Let's hand it off. Let's hand it off until you figure out what you're doing. And for Sean Payton, I think that's got to make him feel a little bit more comfortable in terms of we can hand it off. I don't have to make this kid drink from a fire hose in terms of what I want to do with my offense. I'm not going to ask him to be Drew Brees.
Yeah.
I can let him hand it off, learn this part, and then we'll figure out the rest of it.
And this is an offensive line that, while it's not great by any measure, it's a better run blocking offensive line than a pass blocking. Like guys like Mike McGlinchey, Garrett Bowles, those are run blocker first, pass protector second kind of offensive linemen. Quinn Miners as well. Like they can open up holes on the ground.
All right, here we go. The Raiders selected Ohio State linebacker Tommy Eichenberg with their 4th round. Oh, this is their 5th round pick.
So they still got him.
They got him though.
Eichenberg is a guy that super productive a couple years ago. Did not put out his best tape. I know a lot of people after 2022 were thinking he could have been like a top 50, having like a Jack Campbell-esque rise into the first round. Just because he was so productive. He's such a steady player. Doesn't make a ton of mistakes at the second level. But I thought he got exposed this year athletically. When he is out in space, it is difficult for him to track down ball carriers. Just a lesser athlete at the position. But if you want to take on a guy between the tackles, if you want a run defender, if you want a guy who can clean up stuff in the screen game, that sort of thing, he's good at that. So 6'2", 233, didn't run a pre-draft 40. I would not have expected it to be below a 4.7, but that's just the type of player that you're getting.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy, he's like...
Antonio Pierce, though. Antonio Pierce wants guys who play the game the right way on his defense, and that's him.
This is like, he's like Max Bulla. Like, this is a guy that, like, comes downhill, goes and makes plays. Like, that's what he wants to do. Okay? If you ask him to cover a tight end 15 yards down the field, he's going to be in trouble. If you ask him, if he somehow gets switched to the slot, he's going to be in trouble. Like, this is not, like, that's the reality of it.
Somehow. I would hope he doesn't get switched. I'm hoping you're not leaving him out there in those situations.
And that's the thing. And that's what when I'm watching Ohio State, I'm watching it from a college standpoint. I'm watching where he has to come off the field. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And if he's going to be the leader of your defense, but he also still has to come off the field, that's a tough ask. And so that's kind of what I was thinking. But if you watch him again, he makes a play here against some jet action. So the thing that I'm looking at in here, we see recent additions for the Raiders. They go get Brock Bowers, Jackson Powers-Johnson, Delmar Glaze. They add Tommy Eichenberg. They're going Antonio Pierce. He wants to build a tougher team.
Identity draft.
And that's yes, bingo. And do you feel like any of these are big reaches in terms of identity? Because we talked about that.
Yeah.
We talked about how a lot of teams, when they try to switch their identity or build an identity, they reach for guys.
Yeah.
Like even the Raiders before Pierce.
Yeah.
seem like they reached for guys. You feel like these are good.
Yeah, and I definitely felt like it was kind of like a best player available at like the positions that we want. Like we want to beef this O-line up. We want, pass catchers, Brock Bowers, you call them whatever you want. Like we want guys on defense and this linebacking core because we really got some undersized dudes right now at that level of the football field. So that's what I felt like it was. And I don't feel like any of those guys, Glaze maybe a touch, but the rest, like Powers Johnson was a value. Brock Bowers was a value on my board. So I like what the Raiders are doing. If you're going to compete with the Chiefs,
yeah,
it wasn't going to happen overnight. And if you were going to be not willing to mortgage the farm for any of these quarterbacks, which, hey, that's your eval, then you were stuck not having a quarterback. So I do think that this was just a far cry from the previous regimes that we've seen there in Vegas / the Raiders franchise.
Yeah. So they had the Bengals are on the clock. The Bengals add Jermaine Burton to T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. Okay, let's go. Okay, their pick is in.
Ooh, like this guy.
All right, Josh Newton, corner from TCU. I like him too, dude. He is.
At this point in draft, I like him.
He reminds me a little bit of J.C. Horn.
Yeah, stylistically, he is physical, man. He challenged guys.
Yes, and he'll challenge you. Obviously, again, he's not a first rounder like J.C. Horn, but he plays in that same style. Quality man, corner. He's willing to tackle and he can contribute in zone. But I'd like him as a man corner, which is again the same place I like J.C. Horn. J.C. Horn probably a little better athletically, a little bit more physical, but he's a physical guy.
That's the thing is he's a super physical at the line of scrimmage guy. And the worry why he falls at this point in the draft, despite tape that I thought was like solid, is that to play man coverage, you have to have man coverage traits. At the NFL level, to play man, you have to have low 4.4 speed. You have to have long arms. You have to have that aspect to your game. Like you have to have something you can win with. He ran a 4.51. He has only 31-inch arms. He's only 190 pounds. Like there is not much to bank on him being able to translate that to the next level. So that's why he falls here, but I'm a fan. Ooh.
There it is.
There he comes off the board. Saints did it.
Saints pick Spencer Rattler. Oklahoma by way of South Carolina quarterback, the guy that lost his job to Caleb Williams and then ultimately rebuilt himself with the Gamecocks. Let's get into it because he was on our list.
Yeah, so Rattler, I thought if he went to somewhere besides South Carolina, so if he went to a different school, so if he went to like Tennessee, say, and had what they had offensively the past couple of years, he would have been drafted a lot higher. Okay. He was playing behind the worst offensive line I saw in college football last year. I go to games like the Clemson game, and I was just like, what could he have even done? And the fact that he kept fighting and wouldn't put the ball in harm's way despite that and wouldn't take a ton of sacks. I love his pocket movement. He's got a real live arm, man. What was it? Lincoln Riley, you said he was the best thrower he's ever seen. He is. That's why he was a 5-star. That's why he was getting the hype he was way back when he was a redshirt freshman starter at Oklahoma. He is only 6 foot tall. He doesn't have the size that's ideal for the position. He thinks he's a little more athletic than he is. He tries to make plays, but he is not athletic. But this guy has a big arm, and I think there is, again, his performance this past season I think was better than the stats will suggest because the talent around him was tough. And every game was a slog for him. Look at that, just to try to make any plays on tape. So he's matured by all measures. And for the Saints to get him here, obviously, they don't want to have Derek Carr there. No fans want him there, but he's under contract for 2 more years, so you can't really draft his replacement right now. But at least have a developmental option for him here. This is an A-plus pick. I said draft valuable positions if you're the New Orleans Saints. They didn't quite do that in the first round, but this is a valuable position that could pay off big dividends with what we saw from Rattler and his development in college. So I like it, man.
Yeah, I like it too. I'm going to go. Listen, we're walking in lockstep right now. I'm going A+ as well. And here's the thing. I'm going to read the numbers. South Carolina, 118th in sacks allowed. Through 12 games, they gave up 41 sacks. 41 sacks.
And he wasn't like holding on to the ball, right?
No. He was moving around. He was moving. And so when you look at him, you watch him play, like this is a guy, he can sling it. Yes, Lincoln Riley said he's the best thrower of the football that I've had. That is not a mistake. That isn't it's not hyperbole.
You got beautiful release, dude. I mean,
great release. It's all perfect.
Mechanics.
It's all technique. It's all perfect. It's all short step. under control, understand what he's supposed to do. I do agree with you. He's not as athletic as he kind of thinks he is, but then he makes a play like this, and he's like, see, yeah, I can do it. And then you're like.
And then he tries to run away from defensive end and get caught.
Yeah, and then, exactly. And then look at this beautiful ball. Come on, man. Let's go. So I think that Rattler is going to be someone that, listen, you have an opportunity to build on, to build with, and then you see what he's going to give you there. And by getting him in the 5th round, you're getting a steal. That's why that was an A+.
Yeah, he just shouldn't have been drafted this late, right?
Right.
We talked about the Raiders, and yeah, maybe they like Aiden O'Connell. Don't want to add more to that mix here because he was a mid-rounder too who played well as a rookie, but I would have added more to that mix. I thought there were teams that are in a similar vein to the Saints where it's like we could need a quarterback in time that should have pulled the trigger on a guy like Rattler.
Right.
Because of just what his upside could be. The notes that I'll say of like poor play, I said he tries to think he's more athletic than he is. He will take some bad sacks outside the pocket, but he also does not attack down the football field the way I think he should with his arm talent.
Right.
His vision in terms of when to take chances at that level was poor, dating all the way back to his time in Oklahoma. So those are your weaknesses, but a guy that, like Sam Howell fell to the 5th, and objectively, even if he wasn't the guy, Sam Howell should have gone higher. I kind of feel the same way about Spencer Rattler.
So here we go. Connor Doddick. Derek Carr, get ready to learn clipboard in a year, buddy. It's going to be interesting because they did give Carr some money, right?
Well, yeah. Last year, they stuck him there. Basically, this year they're stuck with him. Next year, they could get out from under it, but it's going to be tough to do so if that's the case.
Colts get another pick. They get Mizzou's safety, Jalen Carley's. Oh, wow. Look at that.
Guy who was off my watch list, unfortunately. So that one, if you've watched him, you'll have to let me know. But a massive dude, just to say 6'3", 220.
This man is very strong and super aggressive. Like, I know I don't mean to be lofty, but like he's got this, like he was giving me knock off Chad Jones when he was at LSU. All right, he didn't pass away, did he? Did he pass away?
I don't think he did.
No. God, no. Oh, no. I know his career was over. I know that. So, I'm sorry. But Chad Jones, when he was at LSU, the Dreadlocks of Doom. So, like, he has that, like, level of aggression and super, like, just he's a massive dude that is very strong and super aggressive. So, there we go.
Can we talk about the QB class? Because it's kind of over. Like, those were the guys that you want in this quarterback class. The 6 that came off the board in the first round.
Yep.
And then Spencer Rattler was the only other one I had in my top 150.
Mm-hmm.
Which, like, if you're outside the top 150 at the quarterback position, that's kind
of. Just for the record, Chad Jones is alive.
Spencer Rattler goes right at 150.
He was in a bad accident.
Okay, there you go.
So, I feel much better now.
So what a sort of dichotomy there of 6 guys in the top 12, and all the way down to 150.
Jeez.
May not see another one come off the board until
who's the next
6th
one?
At least 7th. That's a good question. I think we might see Jordan Travis be the next one, honestly.
Jordan Travis, even coming off
the ankle, but I do think quarterback specifically injuries aren't the same impact as other positions. We just like whose career has been derailed by injury at quarterback. It's not a lot. It doesn't happen the same way other positions do because it's not athleticism unless it's really like a shoulder.
Right.
So QB class though, so it goes Caleb, Jaden, Drake. Your 1, 2, 3. The 2 big surprises, Penix maybe and Nix. People thought they were, the props on them coming in the draft was like 32.5. Like to even be first rounders, people were saying they were going to fall out. Yeah, and they go both top 12. And then McCarthy to Minnesota. Which one of these guys you think has the best rookie season? Obviously Rattler probably not starting. The rest of these though,
I think
Penix probably not starting. Do all 5 of those guys start? Outside of Penix and Rattler?
May starts, Daniel starts, Williams starts.
Week 1?
Week 1.
No? The McCarthy beat out Darnold. I could see that
McCarthy can beat out. Like Sam Darnold, man, that's...
I could see May and McCarthy, even though I thought May was NFL ready, they have guys there who aren't complete slappies in front of themselves.
Sure, Brissett, Brissett's there. You want to talk about tread on the tires. I mean, this guy... This is his second time in New England, right?
Yeah, he's been everywhere. He's going to do the Josh Johnson career path. He's going to play every single team by the end of his career.
So I think.
Give us your fave.
I'm going to go with Jaden Daniels. He was the guy that I liked the most in terms of being ready to play. He's the only one of these guys that's played for an NFL coach.
Yeah.
Oh, that's wrong. JJ McCarthy too.
There you go.
But. he also played like in an actual offense,
Yeah.
not just give the ball to Blake Corum offense. So I'm going to go with Jaden Daniels.
I'll say Caleb Williams just because no one even comes close to a situation, right? Like that is primo to put a rookie quarterback into.
All right, Aeneas Smith. Eagles take A&M wide receiver Aeneas Smith. I liked him. Goodness, has it been 2 years?
It's been 5 years. He was a freshman starter for them.
Yeah, I was
back in 2019.
Because it was, but I'm thinking about when it was. I guess it's been 2. You're right. Maybe it was 3 years when it was him and A-Chain, and they just kind of looked almost
back in
interchangeable.
2021.
Yeah,
it was probably the year where he was like his best season.
They looked almost interchangeable.
If you're talking about guys not developing in the A&M era, he's like the poster boy.
Yeah,
like he was good as a freshman, never really took the next step, and now always a unique body type, right? Like he's 5'9", 190 with short arms, small wingspan, built like a running back. Like he probably should have played running back, and like he took handoffs at times in this Texas A&M offense. I think that's, so you have him and Shipley, both guys who are interchangeable sort of running back, wide receiver guys. Just add some flexibility for your OC and what he can do. I do think, though, his biggest thing, not that fast. 4.55 speed. You would like him to be a little bit faster if you're really going to feature him in that role. So I wasn't super high on him, but this is about the range I would have had him come off the board. So we'll go B+ for this one.
Yeah, I like him. And again, he is
kind of Kenneth Gainwell-esque, honestly, a guy who's already in the fold there for them, people thought he could have played wide receiver as well. And,
yeah, they're getting pieces, and you gave it would you give it a B+? I'm going to give it an A-.
There you go.
Because I think that he's got the ability, even though he doesn't have like the true speed that you see in the 40. When you watch him in the game, there's a suddenness to his game, and that suddenness to me is what has allowed him to create space. Now the lack of development, I think that's an A&M thing. I don't think that's a him thing, because when we talk about all these A&M players not getting better, that's an A&M thing. So this is going to be really interesting to see how this shakes out, especially when. Now, you want to talk about competition. You mentioned Gainwell. Now we also have Shipley. Now you have Smith. Like, what does this look like? Because
Saquon, obviously.
Oh, yeah. Saquon's in a league by himself.
Yeah, Saquon's.
He's in a league.
Like you don't even want Saquon to come off the field here.
He's in a league all by himself. But what are we doing? Are we going to, like, Gainwell looks like he's established as a running back. Shipley's being slotted in at running back. But we also talked about Shipley moving to that receiver position. This is going to be really interesting. We know they love Devontae Smith. We know they love A.J. Brown. Where is the space for these guys if they're going to change positions?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess Aeneas slot type of wideout. You got Paris Campbell there. We'll see.
Yeah.
They're kind of thin. They are somewhat thin at wide receiver now at this point because Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown. Yeah, you don't need too much more than that, truthfully. But Paris Campbell, Devontae Parker isn't exciting anyone. And then after that, Britton Covey. That doing it for you? Joseph Nada? It ain't that good after that. So, I guess just looking for the next best wide receiver on their board. Surprised it wouldn't have been, though, Malik Washington, truthfully.
Sure.
Comparing those two, I thought Washington's tape was light years better. And they're similar players. So
can you imagine, though, if it was, like, it's wild that he didn't get better. It is.
Yeah.
Like, it's wild. Like, it's frustrating, too. Like, they look. Again, they felt like him and A-Chain felt like they were interchangeable, and if it wasn't for numbers, I would have got them completely confused constantly. I mean, if we're being honest, like they both
same body type.
Yeah, same body type.
And what was it, like 8 and 0 too? So
they look kind of the same, depending on what you're doing. Like it was just wild. So, yeah, we've got the Jags are back on the clock. We're in the 5th round, pick 153. We've got the Jags up.
They had a bulky draft. They had a Trent bulky draft. They drafted every guy with like 35-inch arms that they could find, and a slot corner.
Yeah, I was going to say, with the exception of Jerry and Jones, everybody else is
long.
And Brian Thomas. Everyone else, they got heavy guys,
Brian Thomas got long arms too for a wide receiver. He is a long-framed outside dude, very much like a DK Metcalf skill set and usage, and that's what they've been missing. So
sure.
I've hated on a lot of the Jaguars' recent drafts, and they have not gotten a lot of contributions from recent drafts.
Right.
This one, I think, is going to contribute. Deontay Prince.
Okay, Deontay Prince. Another look. We're seeing a ton of defensive backs come off the board. Which do you think that speaks to like them not going earlier? Like they're like, okay, we got to get some guys now.
Well, there was, yeah. I mean, they did draft Jaron Jones, but he's a pure slot. But that was the position where it's like, we're thin, we need depth. I expected them to address it numerous ways. And this is just another way of addressing it. Truthfully, I did not have Deontay Prince in my top 250. So
I like the way that he plays flat-footed. And that's a first down situation, goal-to-go situations. To me, that's probably more of an inside guy situation. But I like the way I don't love when he's backpedaling. Like, again, he's more flat-footed. Now he can shoot and go make a tackle in the run game. I like when he's flat-footed. And I don't know how much that translates all the time to the next level, but I do know that if you're going to play in that inside spot and you're going to play like that tough technique, you have to be flat-footed but also still get hands-on to redirect the guy, and I think that's a thing that he does pretty well.
And for the Jaguars now, you really need some of those young guys that you've drafted in recent years to step it up. Like
Yes.
Guys like Devin Lloyd. Tyson Campbell's been solid, but you need Trayvon Walker to take it to that next level. You need Anton Harrison, your first rounder from a year ago at right tackle. They need to start hitting, man, because too many of their recent draft picks have just kind of been like, okay.
Right.
And I think that's how you go from a team with so much promise in the playoffs last year with that 2 years ago with that massive comeback to missing it altogether last season.
All right, we got Brendan Jackson. We got an edge guy out of Washington State. He's going to the Rams, and I think, do we have a trade? So there's a lot going on right now from a draft day standpoint.
Philly coming back up.
Yeah, it looks like Philly's coming back up. This is I accidentally hit a hotkey on my computer and lost everything for a second.
Oh, did you just eliminate all the windows? They go all into the bar. Love when that happens.
Yeah, so, Brendan Jackson, what do you think about him?
So he's a well-built dude, 266 pounds, kind of like a powerful edge. In that mold of, it looks like they're trying to add, Jared Verse in the first round.
Right.
That's the mold he's in. Brendan Jackson's that as well. So guys that can kind of push the pocket off the edge, that's what we're getting, because he's not an edge bender, not a speed rusher.
Not
you
at all.
see it right there.
I mean, he's a club
power player who can, maybe an interior rusher on third downs as well.
Oh, look at that. If you don't block him, he will get the sack.
It does. It is easier to look good when they don't block you. I will say that. But I mean, look at that. Just like a linear sort of player.
Sure.
But again, that's Jared Verse. That's kind of what Byron Young is too. So they want pocket collapsers.
Right.
That's kind of what they have.
Here we go. We got the Eagles. The Eagles get another pick. There we go. Oh, wow. This is, okay. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. to the Eagles. You love to see it.
Michael Clay shirtless there.
Michael Clay right there, huh? Okay. Listen, I really like this guy.
Yeah, you go off because I have.
Yeah, I really liked watching him play. This is someone that I enjoyed. Listen, I'm going to go ahead and give this an A+. I thought he was one of the best linebackers in this class. I understand some of his measurables didn't kind of quite measure up. But to me, when I look at him play, he's a leader. He fits in. The fact that he's going to be playing with Nakobe Dean, come on, let's go. They're going to have really good linebackers there. And again, this is a team in Philly that listen, he's mugged up right here. Find a way, scrape, get it. So I like that. I'm curious to see. Before you give your take, what do you think Lefko thinks?
I bet he loves it. I mean, when you're an early declaree, this is a third-year player coming out.
Yeah.
Usually those guys nowadays you're expecting, you come out because you've got like a day 2 grade or a third-round grade.
Sure.
Falls all the way to the 5th. So even I think it's like, I didn't love his tape. I think it's still a good value pick at this point because he's instinctual, man. I mean,
yes.
Obviously his father playing in the NFL, he's been watching it since he's young, and it shows. The same way it shows with like Marvin Harrison Jr., the same way it shows with Joe Alt. It shows with him.
Yeah.
But he's 6 foot 228.
Right.
Small linebacker, and he is not a high-end athlete. I think it showed in space. Just an average athlete, and in the NFL, you can be undersized, you can be an okay athlete,
but you can't be both.
You can't be both. And I worry about that with him. And now, him and Nakobe Dean both on the smaller side. Nakobe Dean obviously probably a better athlete, but both super instinctual. So two guys who can really handle NFL defenses and basically get everyone else lined up. Get the rigors of that. And
yes,
so I'll go A for the pick. I like it at this point.
And I'm going to get, I will say this. I think that there's real kind of intrinsic value to having two guys that are essentially mind readers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they will get everyone lined up and get themselves lined up and make sure that they go out and make plays. I think that's important. And again, we've mentioned this time and again. Coming from an NFL pedigree, he grew up in a locker room. He understands how to be a professional. There's no worry about him at all about getting into that locker room, knowing what to do, knowing how to work. And when you come in with a guy like Nakobe Dean already there, this is going to be a hard-working defense, and they can corral those other guys, the Jordan Davis. They can corral the Jalen Carter and make sure that those guys stay on the straight and narrow, make sure that those guys are studying and they know what they're supposed to do. And I think there's real value there, especially if you get it in the 5th round.
Yeah, and for the Eagles, their strategy,
it's great.
They're not going linebackers early. They're going more valuable, higher paid positions early.
Yeah.
Hoping they can hit on those linebackers later in the draft.
Okay, Browns select wide receiver Jamari Thrash in the 5th round, number 156. That's from Mary Kay Cabot. Okay, what do you think about him?
He is
another speed burner.
Dynamic. 4.46 speed, shows up on tape. Maybe even looks a little bit faster than that on tape.
Yes.
I think he can run routes better than a lot of guys who have come off the board already. Has some real shake to him, has some real suddenness and ability to stop, start, that sort of thing. I just worry. Some of the worst hands, worst drop rate in this entire draft class. Body catcher through and through. Made almost no plays through contact at the catch point. Not a contested catch guy whatsoever. But if you're one-on-one, man coverage, he can get open. He got open at the Senior Bowl. He can run a pretty complete route tree and was fairly productive over the course of his career between Georgia State and Louisville, where he transferred for this past season. So, yeah, for the Browns, you got your 3 deep in place. One of those guys goes down. I trust him to separate more so than I do, like your Cedric Tillman, or David Bell. They already have the contested catch guys. They already have the possession dudes. He is a different type of cat.
Right, I think we've got an NFL player trade.
Uh-oh.
Let's see what we got.
Who would it be?
The Panthers are on the clock right now, so we'll see that. We got a player trade. It's a trade alert. You read it. There we go. Thanks.
Jets are sending John Franklin Myers, who has started 50 games the past 3 seasons, to the Broncos in exchange for a 2026 6th-round pick. I like Jonathan Franklin Myers. That's a good deal for the Broncos, man.
All right, are we grading? We want to grade the trade? That's from Adam Schefter. What are they getting? 2026 6th-round pick. Is that good? Who wins?
Broncos, obviously the Broncos win. It's a better player than a 6th-round pick, right? He can start for the Broncos tomorrow. The thing is, the Jets just have so many people. They have Jermaine Johnson. You have Hassan Reddick. You have Will McDonald, who you just drafted in the 1st round last year. Those guys, you want them to see the football field, right? So I do think that's why you're making this trade, is because Will McDonald, he barely played as a rookie, as a 1st-rounder. This gives him an easier path to the football field.
Okay, there we go. And we got Smith-Wade.
Jal Smith-Wade.
Yeah, to the Panthers.
Feisty, slot cornerback, undersized guy. I was really impressed with him at the Senior Bowl. He's got a little speed to him, too, to run deep. But he's definitely just, undersized and going to be limited in the scope of what he can do. But 4.5, 440, that's limited athletically, but when he plays on the outside in college, it's that's not what he's going to have to be doing in the NFL. He's going to be a slot corner. And I liked him in that role. I didn't think he was anything special, obviously, is where I had him down in my board. But this was kind of the range I saw him coming off the board.
Does he contend with Troy Hill or A.J. Parker for the Panthers at that slot spot?
Probably not right away.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. They added Nick Scott, Jordan Fuller, and Dane Jackson in the secondary there. Those are guys that are going to play more in the safety spot. But we're looking at Chal Smith-Wade, and look, this is a guy, he's not afraid to come up and make a tackle, which helps him fit into that slot space. He is, I love this. Keep tracking, keep going. I love that effort energy. So this is going to be really an interesting secondary for the Panthers, it's going to be it's revamped on the inside. Still has your guys, J.C. Horn on the outside. So this will be a really interesting.
They need J.C. Horn back healthy. It was a different defense when he's been out versus when he's in there. J.C. Horn, hopefully a full healthy season from him.
Oh,
Mo Kamara.
There we go.
To the Dolphins. Ooh, Dolphins adding some speed off the edge. Mo Kamara was a mid-4.5s guy coming out of Colorado State. A true power player off the edge. A guy's undersized, 6'1", 248.
Yep.
But it just helped him get underneath the pads of opposing offensive tackles. Monster year this past year.
Well, he's super strong.
Yeah, he was so productive this past season at Colorado State. And then he went down the Shrine Bowl and he dominated there as well. So 13 sacks. Shorter arms, 32 3/8 inches, but when you run a 4.57 40, that's still difficult to handle off the edge. I thought he was a little stiff. Getting to the top of the pocket there, but it wasn't consistent that he could do that at the next level. But you got Chop Robinson to do that. Kamara can just be your get upfield, go after the QB sort of guy. So probably more of a pass rusher off the start, but probably a little bit of a run defender also than Chop Robinson, who has his own issues against the run. So
sure,
there you have it.
Look at that. Look at the Dolphins picking up a guy. I love how strong he was. Like, that's the thing. Mm-hmm. I kind of want him to put his hand in the dirt a little bit, if I'm being honest, just so that gives him more leverage. It lets him, as you mentioned, get up underneath those guys, and that helps him, one, set an edge, two, have the ability to really control them instead of letting them control him because he is a little bit undersized.
What in the world is going on in NFL Network? We have a German beer hall just swigging.
I have no clue.
I want to be there announcing picks. Can we get some of those beer steins out on the set?
All right, where are we at now?
Dolphins recap. So they only had the two top 100 picks, right?
Right.
And I liked them both. Chop Robinson's obviously not a day one guy, but in blitz packages they're going to be a different defense, with no Vic Fangio. They're going to probably blitz a little more. I love him in those packages. And Patrick Paul is like a guy who, day one, Tron Armstead needs to get spelled, has a little minor whatever. I think he could start, and it won't be an issue for your offensive line the way it was last year when so many injuries. They went in the tank after they had some injuries up front. So good top two picks there. Jalen Wright had Mike McDaniel's fingerprints just all over it. I don't know where he fits in because I obviously love Devon Achane.
Right.
You obviously love, I'm blanking on the name of the starter there, Raheem Mostert. You obviously love those two guys. But Mostert's getting up there. He's 30, he's over 30 years old at this point. So it's probably not a 4.3 guy the way Jalen Wright's a 4.38 guy. Comes out in every draft class that you have an opportunity to draft him. So I love that they're going to have for the next 3 years minimum Devon Achane and Jalen Wright. Two guys who, one comes off the field, the other one's still scaring you with the speed. So that's a great draft. Obviously, their MO of recent years has been a lot of draft capital. They've traded away a lot of picks, had some taken away from them as well. That's a good draft, though. They need more, obviously, to compete in the AFC, but they're off to a good start.
So here we go. The Chiefs are on the clock. The Chiefs are, what do you think about can we see the Chiefs draft? They're slowly, they're filling in things. And that's the interesting part for them. Xavier Worthy, obviously. We know about that. Okay. Kingsley, Jared Wiley, Jaden Hicks, who was on you know what we didn't even look at and see that was completely filled in now? The steals or the specials that we had, the guys we were excited for. We didn't even look at them.
They're all gone.
They're all picked, which is great. Spencer Rattler finally came off the board. You like Jaden Hicks as one of those guys. If you got a favorite out of here, is it Worthy just their first rounder or what?
Yeah, if we're talking next year, he's going to make an impact. I think Hicks was the best value pick of theirs, but I also saw Jared Wiley as a great value pick. And then for as much as I was low on Suamadiya, you got, Andy Heck, their O-line coach. You got one of the better O-line coaches in the NFL. That's what you need. He is everything there except for the skill development, and that's a high upside play at a position where you can afford to take that chance. So,
boom. All right.
Solid.
We're just waiting on the Chiefs. We're cruising. We're pick 150.
Where are we? Midway through the fifth here.
Yeah.
All right, nice. Chiefs, Bills, Commanders, Cardinals, then Bills back on the clock again. We got like 7 teams have the rest of the picks in the draft. Green Bay's got 2 more. Eagles got 2 more. Jets got 2 more. Saints got 2 more. Bills have 2 more. It's like,
yeah, it's just going to be over
I feel
and
like
over and over
since
and over.
day one, more picks have been made via trade than teams just standing at their spot and taking them, which like always blows my mind. How many teams like, oh, I'll move back 5 spots. I'll move back like 3 spots.
So yeah, we have, what do we have?
It's lamenting.
Let me do math in my brain right now. There's 170. This round ends at 176.
Yeah. We're at 159 right now.
159.
27 more.
There we go. So I tricked you into
28
doing
more.
it. Tricked you into doing it for me. Now this is
I was an athlete growing up.
Oh man, here we go. On the clock, Kansas City. What are we? Hunter Norzad.
Oh, that's who they picked?
Yeah, Hunter Norzad,
dude.
center from Penn State.
He's solid.
Yeah.
Now, he's guard, center, guard versatility.
Mm-hmm.
Guy started his career, I believe, I want to say Cornell. Let me look at my notes real quick.
Yeah.
Early on, it comes the past 2 seasons to Penn State, starts at guard back in 2022. Yeah, started his career at Cornell, 4 seasons at Cornell. Guard 2022. I thought he looked a lot better at center those past season.
Sure.
Big body, 6'3", 319, long arms, big hands, like tailor-made center guard build. And it really has 3 position versatility on the interior. I thought he plays with a really good base. I thought he can move people off the line. He will be 25 years old by the end of this season, so he is on the older side, but definitely a guy that Tooney goes down. He can play left guard. Creed Humphrey goes down. He could play center. Trey Smith goes down. He could play right guard. So a nice this is your high floor, low ceiling guy.
Yeah.
And I'm a fan of him. I had him as a top, I think, 125 player on my draft board, getting him on 159. Good value pick.
He's going to get to Kansas City and be older than Creed Humphrey.
That's amazing.
He's going to be older than the guy that he's backing up. Oh my goodness, yeah. Oh my gosh, the Bills are on the clock. Pick is already in. Let's go.
Oh, I see it, and I love it.
There we go.
Edifwan Ulofoshio.
There we go.
Obviously, Tremaine Edmonds last year, they felt that loss. And I'd say he can be that guy. Well, they also felt Matt Milano's loss when he went down.
Yes.
They did not have guys to backfill there. They've drafted a few in recent years, though, whether it's Dorian Williams in the 3rd round, Terrell Bernard in the 3rd round, the past 2 seasons. I like Ulofoshio's tape, at least in college. I have him the higher grade than either I did on those guys coming out. He made the play in the national title game. Or no, was it the Texas game? I think it was the national title game. He had the 4th down pass breakup on Roman Wilson on an out route coming from the box. He mirrors him on the outside. I think this might be the play right here. It was super impressive. That's it.
Yep,
the
that's
guy
it.
can fly sideline to sideline, 4.36 speed, and he can play middle linebacker. He's 236 pounds. The biggest thing with him, extensive injury history.
Okay.
Missed multiple years. Missed basically after the pandemic. End of 2021 season and 2022 season were just thrown out the window. Had a torn ACL over that span. But man, when he came back this last year, I was impressed again with his tape. I think he's a real strong tackler, real easy mover, and he could start for this team. He's played enough football at this point that he could start for this team. Again, if he stays healthy, big if, given the course of his football career, but that's why he falls here. And I am his top 75 player. Big fan. Great pick for the Buffalo Bills.
Here's the thing, the weight thing doesn't seem real because when you look at him, he does not look like he weighs 230-something pounds. He looks slimmer than that.
Yeah, not much body fat in this dude.
Right.
Dense.
He's dense. He's also a little bit taller, which I think is great for him. And he can run. He can move. This is a guy that he can make plays all over the field. That's what I had written down here. Makes plays all over the field. He's going to be, I think do you think he's a plug-and-play guy?
I do. And the only thing was the consistency of his run reads. But that was kind of a common theme on the second level of the Washington defense.
Right.
So it makes me question what they were taught to be looking at when that's the case. Yeah. So, yeah, I do think he is. I think this guy can start over, they haven't gotten great results from Bernard, from Dorian Williams when those guys were asked to play. So we shall see. Big fan pick, though.
I mean, I'm looking at the board over here. You guys can't see it, but I'm looking at this, like, Bills, Commanders, Bills, Commanders, Bills, Commanders, Cardinals.
Here's your guy coming off the board.
There we go.
Dominique Hampton.
I love this guy. He played the Husky position at Washington, which essentially is like a guy. He's like a hybrid linebacker, safety guy. I know he didn't go pro, and I know maybe you guys might not know who he is, but he reminded me a little bit of Deshaun Pace, who played at Cincinnati, then transferred to UCF. He is a guy who is a hole player, and he can play. He comes down in the box. Look at him right here. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do that. Makes plays long. He's got length. He's got the ability to make plays in the run game. He's not afraid to make plays behind the line of scrimmage. He can play outside of the box, play inside of the box. He is super dynamic, probably after Mike Sanders still one of my favorite players to watch. Here you see him there making a tackle behind the line of scrimmage and just swallowing up. Was that Blake Corum that he got?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Just swallowed him up. And I just think that is also, we got my day 3 underdogs. The dark horse is still on the field. We got Dominique Hampton off the board. We got DeCameron Richardson. Hampton, I just really love the way that he plays. What did you think about him?
Dude's just an athlete, man. I do think there's a lot to work with. When you talk about a guy who's 6'2", 215, ran a 4.45 with a 39-inch vertical, 10.2 broad jump, and he's got a 6'7" wingspan. He's just like a big, twitchy athlete that some schemes, you don't need to be too much more than that. Like some schemes are just asking you to make really simple reads and really key on 1 to 2 things. And when that's the case with him, he can be a darn good football player. So with the Washington Commanders, obviously, with Dan Quinn's defense, I think he could be like your Ron Curse, right? Like what they had in Dallas. Like that's kind of what the role he's going to fill for that defense. So I like the pick. I know Daniel Jeremiah had him as a top 100 guy. I had him a little outside of that, but I think he's a darn good football player too.
I really love watching him play. Like it's just he's one of those guys that I dig on, man. Like he's so active everywhere on the field and in every phase of the game. And when you can do that, that's the thing. That's what I really love. That he's a football player, and then we'll find him a position. Mm-hmm. There we go. We got the Cardinals on the clock.
And that's again what we're talking about with like every single one of the Commanders' picks.
Yeah.
That's like what we're describing.
They're getting football players.
Yeah.
Cardinals, okay, the Cardinals are on the clock, and then guess who comes back on the clock? The Bills.
Yeah, Bills can't stop making picks here.
So here we go.
Cardinals also can't stop. I think they've still made the most picks in this entire draft class. We want to reset the Cardinals just a little bit because
1, 2,
a zillion players.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9 guys already. Today they've added Daedron Taylor-Demerson and Xavier Thomas, the Texas Tech safety and the Clemson defensive end. 2 guys we really liked at the positions that they got them. 162 here.
Yeah.
Let's hope they keep it going. I would love if they could go get Christian Mahogany here. I know they already have drafted Isaiah Adams to try to improve this interior, but keep going. Keep going offensive line.
Right.
Oh,
Christian
they did.
Jones.
And they were the guy I like a lot.
Yeah.
Christian Jones, Texas offensive tackle. I was floored by how good he was at the Senior Bowl. Now his tape at Texas I thought was just okay, but he can move. He's powerfully built, even if he's not big, 306, but he's not carrying bad weight whatsoever. So guys really don't get the better of him physically.
Right.
Late to football. He was a soccer player growing up. Didn't play football until his junior year.
Yeah.
And he started off on the defensive line. So only 1 year of offensive line in high school. Now, obviously, he's a 6-year guy, so got a lot of time to develop at Texas. But I was between 2 different coaching staffs at Texas, and every single year you saw him get better.
Right.
Year on year, and that's what you want. And so while I do think his developmental traits are just okay, he's not as explosive and, say, fluid as some of the guys that have gone before him. You don't necessarily have to be a quality star at the NFL level, and he is, again, improved so much in a limited time playing football. And again, that soccer background shows with his footwork at the tackle position, how he's able to keep his hands and feet in unison. So I like him a lot. And like I said, the performance he had at Senior Bowl was one of the best in attendance there. So Christian Jones, great pick for the Arizona Cardinals.
He's going to play outside?
Yeah, that guy's a tackle. He is for sure a tackle.
Good. So explain to folks, before we get to who's picking next, which are the Buffalo Bills, what bad weight means when you talk about that.
Bad weight is fat.
Sure, but like when you're watching a player, you're like, yeah, he's 335, but
so
probably play at 315.
A lot of people look at body types and how your weight's distributed throughout your frame.
Sure.
And for most people, you want, especially on the football field, you want the weight to be distributed throughout your thighs, ass, and arms. That is the ideal weight distribution for you. If you see a gut, if you see a lot of it hanging off in certain places, you see little to no definition in their arms, that means that the guy's probably carrying some bad weight here and there. So that's what you're looking at is a lot of times body types and where they can improve. And when the guy's 306, but he's kind of cut up and really like, built like you would say a tight end kind of is built, but obviously just jumbo, that's good for an offensive tackle. That's the ideal build for that position.
All right, let's go to your big board. Let's check it out. Let's see who's left. Let's see who's moved up, see who moved down. Or not moved down. Let's see who's all moved up into it now. Now, let's see what we have left.
Interesting. So I can see why Christian Mahogany is still on the board. He had a torn ACL in 2022. When that's the case, sometimes medical rechecks will say that, hey, this guy has serious risk of injury with that knee, and things can happen from that are poor. So that's why he's still on the board. Malik Washington's a bit of a surprise. DJ James is a real skinny corner. Why he may be here. Mekhi Wingo's a really undersized DT while he may be here. Leonard Taylor is also a surprise to me because he declared early.
Right.
A third-year guy at a position like DT coming out where it's such a physically demanding position that he had 2 more years of eligibility to up his draft stock, and he's going to fall all the way to the 5th, maybe into the 6th at this point. That one's surprising. But then Johnny Wilson, man, someone take him off the board. I don't know why he's fallen at this point in the draft. He has such a unique skill set. I would be running in the card at this point.
All right, we got a trade. Let's see what we got.
Looks like the Packers are on the clock.
Okay, the Packers are on the clock.
They were just a few picks down, so it wasn't a massive move for them.
Sure. What are we looking at? They already got a guard. You got a running back. Pass-catching running back.
I'm
2
excited.
linebackers. Couple guys in the secondary.
Fingers crossed for Christian Mahogany.
Christian Mahogany.
Let's do it. Come on. I think he's a starting guard at the next level.
There we go.
You ain't going to find too many of those. You ain't going to find too many starters flat out anywhere at this point in the draft. So even with the injury history, let's take the chance. I mean, Trey Smith fell to 6th, and I felt similarly. And everyone flagged his medicals, and Smith ain't missed a game for that blood clot issue that he had. So this is a point where you take the chance on guys with some medicals because the payoff could be big.
This is going to be interesting.
Resetting the Packers draft here. They had the obvious needs. The obvious needs for them were safety, linebacker, and either tackle or guard. And they got a guy in Jordan Morgan in the first round who could play either tackle or guard. And then they got their linebacker in Edgerrin Cooper because they're switching defensive schemes. They went from some big monsters. They loved 2 big off-ball linebackers a season ago, and they needed some speed. They needed a true weak side linebacker type of guy who could really fly sideline to sideline. That's Edgerrin Cooper. Javon Bullard pairs next to Xavier McKinney, gives you 2 really versatile safeties that, one can go box, one can go deep, you can play quarters, you can do a lot of different things with those guys. And then you got your pass-catching, complementary back to a Josh Jacobs, even though Josh Jacobs catch passes himself out of the backfield.
Right.
They did not go.
Jacob Monk from Duke. Okay. He goes to the Packers.
Monk was off my watch list, unfortunately, so I don't have notes on Jacob
Okay.
Monk.
I have seen him. He played at center and guard. And so the thing for me that's interesting, I know they list him as an OT, but the reality for me is I think this is an instant kind of a swing guy. You bring him in to help. And I think the biggest part for me in terms of what he can do, obviously you have one true center in Josh Myers. This is a guy that's played games at center. He's played game guard. Obviously, they're drafting him technically as an offensive tackle, but I think he can fill it in those 3 interior spots pretty easily.
Yeah, so he has started 59 games.
Yes, a lot of football.
36 at guard, 12 at tackle, 10 at OC. So, damn.
Yeah, he's played a lot of football.
That might be an NFL or a college record, right? Because how many other guys in this class? Like Bo Nix, 61 is the record at quarterback because it didn't exist before this.
Right,
so
the Bills trade 163. The Packers traded 168 and 219. Feel good about that?
Whatever. So, yeah, there you have it. They're up again in a few picks, though. They have 169 now after picking at 163. So they had back-to-back picks with that compensatory there at the end of the 5th. So Colts on the clock.
Yeah, this is going to be really. Oh, Colts are on the clock. Good grief.
Back again.
I know. This is at least.
So it's their fifth round pick.
I'm excited because at least now we have the Ravens and the Giants coming up. So it's not the Colts. It's not. That's
what I was saying. It's the same teams we've been talking about this entire 5th round. It seemed like
it's not the Colts. It's not the Cardinals. It's not the Commanders.
It's the same teams have had all the 5th round picks. But yes, they went Anthony Gold with their first 5th round pick. Jalen Carlisle with their. Or Carlise, with their second 5th round pick.
Yeah, we have 12. We have 12. Is that right? 12. Yeah, 176. We have 12 to go in this round.
I wish Lefko were here because he would definitely note this about the Colts offensive line. So they draft Matt Goncalves. They draft Tanner Bortolini. They have 10 offensive linemen on the roster. Every single one is white. Lefko would have definitely noted that after he talked about white corners the entire first and second round, it seemed like. But that's a wild. Chris Ballard seemingly.
Yeah.
He's got a scouting type, it appears.
Dude, they're going to play some tough football, man. And what's their running back room look like? Jonathan Taylor.
So we didn't get to see Taylor because remember he was holding out at the beginning of last year. We didn't get to see that two-headed monster.
Bingo.
But these are two of the most physically gifted quarterbacks/running backs in the NFL with one of the best play callers in the NFL who led or had Jalen Hurts being one of the most imposing rushing threats at that position with what they did with the tush push stuff, but also in the read option game. If we see that in year 2 with this offensive line now that they've built, and I don't think Goncalves starts, they're not going to need him to necessarily, but this is an offensive line that's been kind of together for 3 years now. This will be year 3 of kind of what they've had in this starting lineup. I think this offense could be sweet, man.
Yeah.
I truly do. It's all there. We talk about it's all there for Caleb Williams. It's all there for C.J. Stroud last year. It's getting there for Bryce Young. It's definitely all there for Anthony Richardson now. That if a breakout comes, it could be the AFC. I mean, AFC South could legitimately be one of the best divisions of football.
Well, that's what I was
very quickly.
That was going to be my next question. You look at the AFC South, and you're just like, okay. If the Jags can get it together from where they bounce back from, get back to where they were 2 years ago.
Yeah.
The Titans can put something together. The Texans, we know that we expect more out of them because of what they have in C.J. Stroud. Colts, we need a healthy Anthony Richardson, and then they can go from there. And a Jonathan Taylor that's satisfied and going to play. And this is going to be really exciting.
All right, so draft Jalen Simpson, Auburn safety, one of the rangiest safeties in this draft class. A guy who, ton of plays on the football this past year.
Yep.
4.45 40, 40-inch vertical, 11.1 broad jump, 179 pounds though. He is skinny.
Yes.
He is a pure center fielder.
Yep.
Breakout year this past year, but was not much in years prior in terms of ball production. I like his versatility. I think maybe even I'm flipping him the corner with his skill set. It's just he's too much of a liability as a tackler. And they've done that in the past, actually, the Colts. Move some skinnier, rangier safeties to cornerback. So we shall see. But 32-inch arms, good, long frame.
Yes.
So that's where you get.
I like him. I mean, I like him in the back end. I do like him. He's another kind of single high guy. He can move. Like we just saw on one of those clips, him catching deflections and all those things. We're looking at the Colts draft real quick. Their skill positions, they're going to have Anthony Richardson, Jonathan Taylor, Michael Pittman, Josh Downs. Shout out to UNC, huh? Look at that. Just hanging around. Kylan Granson at the tight end spot, and then they add in your guy, A.D. Mitchell from Texas. They get him, and they got him for kind of what felt like a steal, right?
It was, and Ballard even, after yesterday's draft in his press conference said, I'm tired of people, anonymous scouts, questioning this guy's, character. And there were the reports about, not only diabetes, but I didn't mention people were questioning that. I think the exact quote from an anonymous scout was something to the effect of, I guess I'm saying exact quote, something to the effect of, but it was saying that he used his diabetes as an excuse to be inconsistent, was the quote from someone. And that's Ballard took issue with that. And I do think that from what I saw on tape, he is an elite talent that they got middle of the second round. You know, they got Alec Pierce at the exact same position in the second round. And Adonai Mitchell is light years more talented as a prospect.
All right, here we go. Pick is in.
Rasheen.
There we go.
Rasheen Ali to the Baltimore Ravens. Man, we talked about they want speed.
He's got it.
At the running back position, he's got speed. We didn't get a pre-draft 40 from him because he was injured. But I loved this guy's tape, man. I thought he ran harder than you'd expect for a little bit of an undersized guy.
That's what I was going to say. He's a smaller dude.
Good vision, but he was a home run hitter. Pair him with, and he can catch out of the backfield. The one thing of note with him, some real deal fumbling issues. I believe he had 11 fumbles the past 2 seasons.
Is that a size thing? Other smaller guys don't fumble.
Smaller hands, 8.5-inch hands. So it could be. But that's the one thing. I loved his tape, very much like a Keaton Mitchell-esque, what they already have there.
Sure,
a running back run here. Some guys I like coming off the board.
There we
I
go.
love Tyron Tracy.
There we go. Let's talk about Tyron Tracy goes to the Giants. The Giants, obviously, we know they have lost.
Lost Saquon. Added Devin Singletary.
How do you feel about Singletary?
He's a solid starter. It doesn't get you too excited. I think that's why the Texans were willing to, upgrade at that position. So I always say we try to go after Joe Mixon. But Tyron Tracy is far more physically gifted than Singletary is. Singletary was a high 4.6 guy coming out. This is a 4.48 guy who only switched to running back this past fall.
Right.
And for a guy who so he's a wide receiver, started his career at Iowa, transfers to Purdue. Past 2 years, still plays wide receiver his 5th year. 6th year goes to running back, and he was dynamic. 6.3 yards per carry, ton of broken tackles. You see him make a defender miss there in the hole. That just said defender. That's a Michigan defender. Was that Will Johnson that he made miss there? He is just dynamism, and I was floored by how good his vision was. Now, he doesn't have like the run pacing you'd expect from a running back in terms of like, I'm taking it slow to fast to hit the hole, that sort of thing. But it was his first year. And against tougher defenses, he still showed up. So this was a guy I had just outside my top 5 backs. To get him here, the upside of what he could be, he could start for this team. It's Devin Singletary, Gary Brightwell, Eric Gray. That's your running back depth chart there. I'd put him above all those guys right now. And as Singletary's a little bit more reliable.
Sure.
But I am intrigued by what Tyron Tracy can be in that offense. That's an A+ sort of thing at this point.
All right, there we go. We got an A+ from you. I'm going to go ahead and just give it a solid A. I think that you mentioned some of the point about the running back, being like understanding how to play running back. And the thing that stood out to me when I watched him was some of the pass pro stuff. Because that's a part that he still has to learn because he never had. But if you do it for a year, it's going to take you a while to pick that up. So that's going to be interesting. Who do we have on the clock now? We got the Jags are back on the clock. Tracy's a good football player. He's going to help them. And you're right. I think he can step in pretty quickly and at least create some level of impact on this football team. All right, we got the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Dude, it really is the same teams every single time.
I know. I'm looking at the comp picks because we're at 167, and the comps start with this next pick, and then we get New Orleans, Green Bay, New Orleans, Philly, KC, Dallas, New Orleans, San Francisco, based on what originally happened, not based on what happened with the trades.
Yeah. So Bills are on the clock after the Jags. We got some questions in the chat about the Bills.
All right, let me see.
Mr. Man saying Bills need a backup QB. I don't know if anyone you like at this point, backup QB-wise. To me, this is still too early for all the guys I had left in the draft.
It's early, but I mean, if you like Michael Pratt, go for it.
People saying, can the Bills get a wide receiver that can help this year? Bills should take Rice. I assume that means Jerry Rice's son, who I'm blanking on his first name right now for some reason. Brendan Rice. Yikes. I don't know. I think this wide receiving class, I have Malik Washington as top 100 player.
Yeah, Brendan.
He is a slot wide receiver. They kind of have slot wide receivers. We're talking about Keon Coleman has to fill that role. Khalil Shakir is a slot wide receiver. Curtis Samuel has played that role over the course of his career. So for what they need, man, Brendan Rice is like the only one. So like that's a possibility. Actually, Jalen Coker. Jalen Coker's probably the one I'd say could play on the outside. And I'd be intrigued about maybe not a great outside type of deep threat, but I think could at least play there. So I'd be intrigued if they went him. But the boat on wide receivers, they already got Keon Coleman. I don't think you're getting too many more impact guys. Puka Nacua ain't walking through that door, shall we say.
Oh, my goodness.
So it goes Jags, Bills, Packers, Saints.
You got the updated. I need
Eagles, Jets, Cowboys, Saints, Jets, and we are done with round 5. You ready for 2 more rounds after this?
No.
Are we faded? I'm not faded. I'm feeling
No, I feel good.
energized. Here's the trade details.
Okay.
Jonathan Franklin Myers, the Broncos, new 2-year, $15 million deal. That's fairly cheap, man. So
8 guaranteed and $4 million bonus.
So he's been a guy who, what was he, originally drafted by the Rams. I think kind of fell out of favor there, goes to, after 1 year, goes to the Jets, reinvents himself, 50 pressures for 4 straight seasons there. Super consistent, little inside-outside versatility. And he's 27 years old, man. For the Denver Broncos, this is like a
it's a
no-brainer. That one, I love that move for them. From the Jets' perspective, again, this gives an easier path to the football field for your first-round pick a season ago. But I'm surprised that they'd be trading away any players, given.
Especially productive players.
Yeah.
That's the part that stands out to me, is trading away productive players.
I like Dan Tozy in the chat. He's saying, what about OG from BC to the Jets at 173? Christian Mahogany to the Jets. I would love it. I mean, again, we talked about it night 1. What's the thing that stops this team from where they want to go? Aaron Rodgers getting hurt.
Picks in.
John Simpson's at left guard. And maybe you slot Olu Fashanu in at left guard right away just because you want him on the football field, think he can be a plus pass protector, whereas John Simpson, he's more of a run blocker. I wouldn't hate it. I do think that Mahogany, maybe the knee is not ideal, but
Here we go.
Here's your guy, Keelan Robinson, the Texas running back.
Yeah.
Going to the Jaguars.
I like him. I like this guy a lot. Obviously, I like him catching the ball in the backfield, which I think is really critical. I think that obviously you're adding him to that backfield with Travis Etienne, and what we're getting is a guy that he can be explosive. Like he's been behind Brooks, behind Bijan, and he finally got it like a little bit more shine. So I think this is a good pick for them. I love the fact that they're going out and they're trying to find some weapons. Like the goal here is to make your franchise quarterback more comfortable. And I think that's the key. So we'll see what this looks like.
And this could be, so you said you want to talk about it later.
Yeah.
Kick return.
Yes.
He's a good kick return.
Yeah.
So 4.42 speed, super undersized. I mean, 5'8", 191. This isn't like a starting running back for you. But this could be a guy that you're drafting a pure kick returner at this point because no one knows how this new experiment's going to go.
Let's talk, because listen, we just talked about the Jags.
Yeah, we've already
talked about the Bills. We've talked about
Packers, Saints,
about
Eagles.
the Pack. Until we get to the Saints, let's just talk about this kickoff rule.
Okay.
I'll name the picks when we get it, but like as they come in. But realistically, let's talk about this new kickoff rule. So they line up what? You have the green zone, which is from goal line to the. Come on, we got to pull it up because I still am not like fully mentally ready for it. The pick is in. What do we have here? Javon Solomon, a defensive end from Troy, is going to the Bills. Okay, that's from Jordan Schultz. So,
we can talk about Solomon a little bit. I'm a fan of him.
Okay, let's.
So I guess he's coming up here. He led the FBS in sacks this last year. He is small though, 6'1", 246, but he has natural pass rushing ability. I love his pass rushing plan, and he led the FBS in sacks when he was playing like out of position.
Right.
He was playing like at 4-5 technique at 6'1", 246.
Right. I thought he should have been like an edge rusher.
Yeah, and at that size, he has the ideal frame in terms of he has a 6'9" wingspan, real long arms, so can get that natural leverage. And he goes now to a place with Von Miller that, Von Miller holds that pass rushing summit. He can teach a guy with that body type. You see, that's the stance he was playing in a lot.
Yes, I know.
That ain't conducive right there. The frog stance ain't conducive to rushing the passer, but he still got it done because he has active hands. Not highly athletic, but athletic enough, I think, to still win at the next level. I like this pick. Maybe a DPR, maybe just a third down guy for you.
Yeah.
But a third down guy at this point in the draft who really can make plays on third down and right away also. This is an A-plus pick for the Buffalo Bills. For
the Bills, you get a guy that I do think can rush. And I think the leverage part is important because we have to talk about the ability that comes with a shorter player, but with longer arms. So now all of a sudden he's playing up from underneath and he's pushing you up. And you mentioned the frog stance. That's the only way that he can have generated enough power to position himself against those bigger guys. I'm going to go with an A, and I think he's a really good football player. So, and that's the other part. And listen, you don't get that many sacks and have that many pressures without being a good football player.
Yeah. Good player, man. All right, let's get to the kickoff rule. So I got it up here.
Okay, I was about to say.
So the kicking team has to have 10 guys all with their foot on the 40-yard line, the opposing 40-yard line. So where the ball is going to land 40-yard line. The receiving team can all set up. They have to have at least 9 players between their own 30 and the 35. So you're basically going to have a row of 10 guys on the kicking team on the 40, a row of 9 guys at least, maybe 10, depending on how a team wants to do it, between the 35 and 30. So there's 2 just opposing, basically like lines of scrimmages. Neither can move across those designated areas until either the ball hits the ground or the ball hits the kick returner or a player.
The ball's caught.
So that's how it's going to set up. And so you're going to see a lot more kick returns. You're going to see some teams are definitely thinking of creative ways to employ blocking schemes, how we're going to do this going forward, and what it's going to exactly look like. But I think it's going to be the return of kick returns. You're going to see more teams bringing the ball out of the end zone. You already saw Cordero Patterson, who's 33 years old, who's on his last legs as a running back, get a 2-year deal from the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
A 2-year deal at 33 years old because he's the greatest kick returner in NFL history. So there you have it. That's how it's going to be. And so you may see some more guys like Keelan Robinson get drafted here that are maybe like fringe draftable players otherwise go because they're kick return upside.
Here we go. We got Oregon State safety.
Keaton Oladapo.
Oladapo gets picked.
I'm a fan of his. I know he's not like a high-end athlete, but he can fill a kind of two-high role, quarters role, and make plays on the football, man.
Literally what I wrote. Works well in cover 2. Never gives up on a play and plays faster than his 40 time.
Exactly. And he's got a big, long frame. 6'1", 217 pounds. A little different type of safety that they have right there right now. You know, like McKinney, Bullard, Anthony Johnson Jr., those are sub to around 200-pounders. This guy is a big dude.
Yeah.
He's a good tackler. And maybe he's not an elite athlete, but I love his ability to range and make plays on the football. 7 pass breakups this past year, 4 the year before that, and then 7 the year before that. So 3 straight seasons of production on the football. I like him. And he's a Packer, so I like him even more.
There we go. I mean, he's a football player, man. We say this all the time.
Easy to see why he falls, though, to this point when you see him have to go one-on-one against guys. But definitely, he's got a good football IQ as well. We'll see. I mean, they took. I feel similarly to the way I did about Anthony Johnson Jr., who ended up having to fill in as a rookie last year out of Iowa State. He was a converted corner to safety, but guys who I like their tape. It might not show up on a combine measurable sheet, but they
show up on tape.
They show up on tape.
Here we go. We got the Saints. Saints pick Bub Means. I like him.
Good, great developmental.
You mentioned the returners.
Yeah.
He's got big value there. He was a return guy at Pitt, and I think there's value for him with respect to returns. I think there's value with him with respect to finding ways to create space in the pass game. But I think the best thing that he does is the return game. And I think we are starting to see guys get picked because they have the ability to work in the return game.
And he's a big dude. He's 6'1", 212 pounds, over 10-inch hands, 6'7" wingspan, and you're at a 4.43. I don't think he was featured enough in this offense, even though he did lead them in receiving yards this past season.
Right.
I think there's still more to be had there with him, and I think you could see a role in the team. So I like this pick.
There we go. Who's up next? Oh, the Eagles again. Eagles back-to-back.
Eagles back-to-back.
Goodness.
I'd love to see for the Eagles, Johnny Wilson. I think that'd be.
Oh, that'd be, yeah.
He could play
So
the slot role for them.
they got Kool-Aid, they got Spencer, they got Bub Means, they got Flaga. Like the Saints they're trying to figure something out. And Rattler obviously is going to be an interesting one because that's almost a future pick. And it's a way better future pick than like Michael Penix because you don't have to pay someone $100 million.
I will say I was much higher on Penix than I was on Rattler.
I was too, but where you get both of them and what you have to do with them does matter.
The thing is, for Penix's sake, and we can talk about some of these picks here in a second, just this conversation, we didn't really get to talk about the Penix perspective of it. We kind of just harped on the fact that, wow, how wild it was. He's 24, man.
I know.
He wants to play football. He's missed a lot of football in college because of the injuries.
Specifically at Indiana, yes.
That guy doesn't want to sit on the bench 3 years. You don't come in the NFL with what he did in college saying, put me on the bench.
Right. He's
he's not going to deny the 8th overall pick contract that he's about to get, but he's also like, I want to play football. I'm not like a guy who was a 2-year starter or whatever that needs to develop. He was one of the most NFL-ready guys in this class.
Yes, he was.
So,
well, here's the thing.
I'd be a little pissed. Not a little pissed. I'm drafted 8th overall. I'm getting paid.
I'd be mad. But here's the thing. This is what I was thinking. If he's 24.
Yeah.
5 years from now, he's gonna be 29.
So for quarterback specifically, if it was like a backup OT or whatever, and I had 2 OTs, that would be a different conversation. If he starts when he's 29, he still has 8 years left.
Okay.
He's still with just 8 years that you feel good about a guy starting. Quarterback timeline is just so different nowadays than it ever was before.
We had a trade. And the Jets, you said Jordan Travis is the next quarterback off the board. There he is. Jordan Travis goes to the Jets with the 171st pick. Travis coming off the ACL with the Florida State Seminoles. It was ACL, correct?
No, ankle.
Ankle, okay. Ankle. And he's coming off the ankle injury with the Florida State Seminoles. And he is a guy that I thought he did improve consistently. He was a quality leader for that football team. Mm-hmm. He's not as orthodox as a guy like we were just talking about, Michael Penix, or a guy like Drake May, but he found a way to get the job done. He was able to go out and make plays. So I really like him as a player. You can get him here around 5. And the 36th pick of the 5th round, and you're using a comp pick on him, I think this is a great one. And I think he's someone that comes in and he can impact that locker room.
He grew on me, man.
Yeah.
I watched the tape initially, and I see him throw down the football field. And he's got a little bit of a pop gun, and I'm like, oof, that's just going to be tough at the NFL level. But then he gets the ball out of his hands so quickly underneath.
Right.
And when it's not there underneath, he's so creative in the pocket and so shifty that he creates space for himself really, really easily. And he doesn't move to run, he moves to throw. And he's got that aspect to his game really well. And you could see why they left him out of the playoffs, because he was still a very important part of his offense, even if we've seen a zillion Florida State dudes come off the board already. But he's learning from Tyrod Taylor, who's the backup right now there in New York for the Jets. And that's the perfect guy to learn from, because he can be that at the NFL level. A guy that maybe doesn't excite you as a starter, but if you need him to come win a couple games as a backup, I wouldn't put it past Jordan Travis. So, great pick here for the Jets in terms of what your outlook is at that position. He's never going to be your starter. He's not the heir apparent to Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
That's not on the roster right now. He is insurance in case Aaron Rodgers maybe doesn't tear his Achilles, but maybe if he just, stubs a toe.
Sure.
Jordan Travis can win you a game, maybe. A+ pick.
I really dig him. I think we saw him continue to get better. Obviously, he had a guy that you really like in Johnny Wilson. He had a guy that we all really liked, including Lefko and Keon Coleman. I think he got better, not just from the last year to this year, but over the course of this year, he kept getting better. I'm going to go with an A on this one. I think fans are going to be happy. If he has to get into the game, he can control himself. He can handle himself pretty well. And I think the big key here is this is someone, again, you mentioned Tyrod Taylor. I was going to ask about that because I think that's important. Tyrod Taylor's been in the NFL a long time. Mm-hmm. If there's anybody that can teach you something about playing NFL football, it's probably going to end up being Tyrod Taylor. Because I think Aaron Rodgers is going to.
So another QB off the board. Let's take a look at where they've gone. in this. The top 12, then the chasm, and then we see a couple. So Rattler, Travis. Let's see, should I call my shot on who's going to be the next QB taken? I just had Rattler, I just had Travis. Let's see. I'm going to throw out a wild one at you. Of who could be the
let's
next
see
one.
what you got.
I'm going to go Carter Bradley, the South Alabama quarterback,
Wow.
to be the next one taken off the board.
I'm gonna
Throw a wild one.
I'm sticking with my guy, Michael Pratt.
Okay. No, he's probably the favorite. I would say that if I was being real about who's the next one, I'd say him. But I'll kind of throw a curveball and say I think Carter Bradley comes off the board at some point today.
There we go. Eagles back.
Eagles back. Some chatter on the Eagles. Unsurprisingly, Eagles fans have takes on their team. Eagles haven't taken a Georgia player yet. That's true.
That is true.
Now they took a Michigan player, actually. Trevor Keegan.
Look at it. They're diversifying.
Michigan guard.
They're diversifying. Listen, all these Michigan offensive linemen are getting eaten up. Like they all are. Listen, these guys were the stars of the show.
This guy, and this think about the Michigan offensive line this year. He almost personifies it. He wasn't great in pass protection. That was not what Michigan did. And they honestly had some issues in games. And that's why this guy falls at this point in the draft. He's not super agile, not super nimble. But in a phone booth, he can move the line of scrimmage. This guy is a line of scrimmage mover. So for the Philadelphia Eagles, the tush-push stuff, the inside zone stuff that they love to do, which is just take that one step, move him off the line. He can fit in there.
Yeah, I think he can fit in. Here's the thing. What did they ask him to do at Michigan? Move bodies.
Yep.
Come on, let's get guys out of the way. And he did it. And it's one of those things that if you can do that, then you'll be fine. And in this offense, and you look at what Philly is bringing to the table right now, and Philadelphia is a team that they want to play. They want to run the football. Mm-hmm. They want to play tough football. They want to do that. Why you don't go out and get Saquon Barkley if you don't want to run the football. Mm-hmm. And I think that's an important element to remember here is they went out and got this guy. And then you throw in, obviously we talked about Shipley, what that looks like for them, but they're gonna make this is a direct approach to running the ball.
So Chad also said Eagles haven't gotten a deep threat at wide receiver. Could that be the pick? Let's see. The board right now, it's A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. We already talked about how their depth at wide receiver is kind of lacking. I think Brendan Rice probably your best bet that's still on the board in terms of a guy who could be that vertical threat in your offense. I know at the Combine, though, he ran a 4.5, but on tape he was much faster than that. If we go down the board a little bit, Jaquan Jackson was a 4.42 guy, but maybe more of a slot wide receiver. Not a lot of vertical threats then after that. Those are probably your two if I'm just at this point. I know Mason Tipton from Yale ran a 4.33, but Yale tape wasn't, difficult to really get a handle on. Tyler Harrell actually ran a 4.25, the former Alabama wide receiver that went to Miami, but there's a reason he didn't play at any of the stops that he went to. It's because it's tough. Wide receiver. So there you have it. There are your options at the wide receiver position.
Here we go. Jets are back on the clock.
Isaiah Davis, they're stocking up on backs.
A lot of running backs. So we got Breece Hall. We got Israel Abikonde. Braylon Allen. Xavier Valladay. That's a kid from Wyoming. Now you got Jaquez Patrick. You also now add Isaiah Davis to this mix.
Dude, I like Isaiah Davis, man. I had him actually higher graded than Braylon Allen.
Really?
Obviously, his tape's difficult to really get a handle on playing against FCS competition. But 1,450 yards.
That's good.
As a junior, 1,578 yards this past year. 33 touchdowns over that span. I thought he's not only, a bigger back, 220, runs physical, lower shoulders, a little high cut. That's obviously difficult to be a power back when you're 6 foot in the NFL. You like those guys to be a little bit more built like John Taylor, or like 5'10", 5'11".
Sure.
So that they got that leverage to run through arm tackles. But I think he's got lighter feet than Braylon Allen, right? Like he can move a little bit easier between the tackles than Braylon Allen can. So in short yardage situations, you not only need the power, you need that ability to find the hole. And I think he had a little bit of both. So I like this pick.
Okay.
I'll give that one an A.
There we go. For me, watching him play and seeing what he's able to do, like you just heard me go woo at that
Lower
goal
the
line,
shoulder.
because you mentioned in short yardage, it's not just about power. You also have to be able to move your feet in the hole and create your own space. And he was able to create his own space with power while also moving his feet in the hole. So I think that this is one of those picks that they're going to like this guy. And this is one of those things. I don't know who's doing Hard Knocks this year, but I do know that if it's them, if this guy's on Hard Knocks or you follow the Jets from a beat standpoint, you're really going to like this guy. I'll go ahead and give it an A. He's going to have an adjustment period. This is a thing, like I talk with people all the time. This adjustment period of going from, like it's a huge adjustment to go from like FBS to the NFL.
Yeah.
It's another adjustment period to go from FCS to the NFL. You're jumping 2 levels. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see what this looks like.
So here's the Jets draft. I really like those top 2 picks. And obviously they trade away their 2nd rounder to the Packers in part of that Aaron Rodgers trade. But Olu, and again, I think I'd start him at left guard. And then Tyron Smith, if he does get hurt, kick him out to left tackle. But like, he's a pass protector no matter where he is. He is going to be plus pass protector. And John Simpson, I know you signed him in free agency, and I know he had a good year last year, but he had a good year in the running game. He is not a great pass protector still. I would trust Olu out the gate over him. Malachi Corley, you have the 2 outside wide receivers. And Garrett Wilson, not necessarily just an outside wide receiver. He can move around a lot, but he can win on the outside as well. Mike Williams, though, he's a pure outside wide receiver that you signed in free agency. So you have those 2 guys in tow. Corley's your screen guy, work the middle of the football field, left go nail on the head. He's your Randall Cobb to that offense. And then day 3, you just want your goal line backs. You added a couple of them because I think Abani Konda is your Breece Hall sort of insurance. Those are similar backs. Abani Konda is not a between the tackles dude. That's not where I expect him to make his impact. He can fly out in space. That is who he is. Was super young coming out, kind of a developmental guy that they drafted. But Allen and Davis aren't as much developmental guys. Those guys have had carries. Throughout the course of their college career. 500 plus carries for both of those guys over the course of their careers. So they are NFL ready, short yardage sort of backs. And then Travis is just your, long-term backup. Everyone roasted the Jets. Everyone roasted Joe Douglas for not having a backup quarterback better than Zach Wilson a year ago because it was a playoff team with any semblance of okay quarterback play. Travis is your almost anti-Zach Wilson in that he can play. May not be good. May not have the ceiling Zach Wilson does, and he definitely does not have those sort of tools. But he's not going to look like a fish out of water the way Zach Wilson did at times.
Yeah.
So.
All right, we got the Cowboys up. The Cowboys. What did you think so far about the Cowboys draft?
I'm not as high on it as maybe some other people are. Maybe some drafts I've seen in the past. But from them, because I will say though, the 2, pick 56, pick 73, those are good football players. Are they elite football players? I don't know if you're ever getting any elite play out of any of those guys. But Marshawn Nealon fits in great in just that defensive line that wants to throw the kitchen sink at you up front in his versatility, and that he could play rush inside, rush from the outside, all that. Cooper Beebe's your starting left guard next year, I think, or your starting center. He didn't play in college, but he could definitely do it in the NFL. There's no reason to think he can't. So it's not, I would put it middle to lower pack of the 32 teams in the NFL and how good I feel about their draft so far. That's my take.
There we go. All right, let's see what we get from the Cowboys, because I think their pick is close to coming in. This is a team, you look at what they have. They've got Jake Ferguson at tight end, Luke Schoonmaker at tight end. They've got Rico Dowdle at running back. Are there any running backs on the board that they could be interested in?
The running back class, in terms of guys that I liked, I think is pretty much dried up. It's, unfortunately. Let me take a look at the board real quick. Yeah, we've had a ton come off the board here in the third, or on day 3. Is there anyone? Kamani Vidal is the one guy I'll highlight as having some interesting talent at this point in the draft. Kalen Carson, Wake Forest corner, comes off the board.
There we go. Good. There's my water.
He had some fans, man.
Yeah.
I know some people, numerous people, that I respect as evaluators. They had him as a top 100 player. Now, I just didn't quite see the twitch in his game to be a high-end productive NFL corner, and again, that's why he's slipping to this point in the draft. But he was difficult to throw on. 4-year starter at Wake Forest. The experience, steadiness, 53.2 completion percentage allowed for his career in 4 years as a starter. So just like a really solid overall corner. I give it an A at this point. I wasn't one of those that had him in the top 100, but I thought he'd be off the board before this.
How does he fit into this defense? That's the question for me.
It's a great question. It's probably slot, honestly, because you got your outside corners in tow. You have your all-pros on the outside, in Deron Bland, in Trayvon Diggs. Those guys are pretty much locked in at that point. Jordan Lewis is your slot. He's been steady, unspectacular. I think that's where Carson could fit in.
I like how physical. Yeah, I was gonna say I like how physical he is when he wants to be, when he needs to be, and then obviously he's got the ability to track guys across the field. Love that he played a little bit of combo. I'm gonna go ahead. Listen, this is a guy from the old North State, so I'm gonna go ahead and give him an A too, because this is something that it adds some depth in that back end. We've seen where the Cowboys have gone so far: 2 offensive linemen, defensive linemen. They go into that linebacking core. Now they're going to attack the secondary, so they're kind of hitting things at all angles.
Who's up next?
Saints.
Saints up next?
And the pick is in. Jalen Ford, okay.
Come by favorites.
Yep.
Jalen Ford. Good size for the position, 6'2", 240, can run a little. I thought he would test better than what he did. I thought on tape he was faster than a 4.71.
Yes.
And so I thought he was a real sideline-to-sideline sort of guy. Honestly, I was a little surprised he came out, though. I thought he had some better football ahead of him or could have been drafted higher. I just didn't love what he put on tape this past fall from a consistency perspective. So I was pretty low on him, but, his traits were this point in the draft, right? He has traits to be a starting NFL linebacker, and that's what so I draft him here.
Yeah, I get it. Listen, you're not looking for him to be. I don't think they're picking him to be a starter on this defense team. Not right now. And the reality is, this is a team that you got to add bodies, and this is going to be. And we talked about this at the top of the show. What are you looking for? Mm-hmm. Special teams bodies. What does he give you? A special teams body, somebody that's going to help you get ready. And so I'm excited for that.
What have the Saints done so far in this draft?
Yeah, can we see what the Saints have picked?
After this, I'm kind of blanking on their pick. They went Taliesa Fuaga in the first round, the big Oregon State monster. They went Kool-Aid McKinstry, the Alabama corner, in the second. Love that one. Okay, that's why I can't remember what they've done, because they haven't picked since that one was the Spencer Rattler, then the Bub Means, so they didn't have a pick from rounds 3, 4 until rounds 5 there when they went Spencer Rattler and Bub Means. Mm-hmm. So obviously lacking draft capital. I like Kool-Aid. I like Taliesa Fuaga. Do not get me wrong. I think he's a good football player. I think he's a guard.
Okay.
And unfortunately, going guard at 14 when Dallas Turner was on the board, Latu's on the board.
Well, that's the Latu thing was the one that stood out to me.
I just question that because it bears repeating how bad their cap situation is. They are not only over the cap in 2025 already, $73 million over the cap, the projected cap in 2025. But they're over that and can't get out from the bad contracts that they have, right? They really can't get out from the Derek Carr contract without paying a price for it. They can't get out from Cameron Jordan's contract, who's 34 years old, without paying a price for it. They can't get out from the Marshawn Lattimore, from the Ryan Ramczyk, who is rumored to may not even be able to play this year.
Right.
Without really paying a price for these deals with all the dead cap that they've been pushing down the road, all these signing bonuses that they continue to try to push to create that space that everyone said the cap was fake. Look at how many guys the Saints sign every year. The bills come due, and the bill isn't just 1 year screwing you. It's screwing you for a 3-year rolling over period. And so that's where they're at. And they're trying to piece it together to grasp onto straws to do whatever they can to hold on to relevance in the NFC South, but with the way Derek Carr looked in that offense last year, I'm not sure it's going to happen. And now obviously you have a new OC there, Pete Carmichael out. We'll see how things go. But the reason they didn't fire Dennis Allen is because no one would take that job right now.
Right.
They offered it. Because everyone knows.
Because you're hamstrung.
This offense and this roster is not getting better. And so when that's the case, when you really can't add, and yeah, I get that they signed Chase Young, but when you really can't add through free agency and like you really can't cut this roster, you need to replenish with good players at the valuable positions that otherwise would be paid a lot of money. Guard's not a position that you could not find starters at in free agency.
Which is why you mentioned Lately.
That's a position that you couldn't find in free agency. And that's a transition plan from Cameron Jordan. And now maybe, that's not their type of edge. Maybe they didn't clear him medically or whatever it is. That's fine.
Sure.
But man, I thought there were other positions that could have gone. And that's why Saints, I just think they're kind of in a tough spot here. Cooley McKittrick, though, good pick. Cooley's a good pick. And who do they go? Quantez Stigers. Here we go. CFL corner. Did you grind some CFL tape to get here?
This is our second guy from Canada, huh?
I grinded a little CFL
there
tape
you go.
to watch Quantez Stigers. He, good athlete, man. I mean, you see it on his tape. 5'11", 204, well-built, 4.45 40, 10.8 broad jump. You see the linear explosiveness to his game. I love the way he tracked the ball in the air. If you flip on the CFL tape, if you ever watched it, and don't feel bad if you haven't, I've never watched it until this guy. They play they have to play weird cover. It's not NFL coverages because of how the rules are, and they're so different. You get wide receivers running up the snap, and it's a super wide field. And so he's out on the outside, and he's playing mainly what looks like kind of a cover two, but it's a cover two that sinks really deep down the football field because you have to do it because the receivers are literally sprinting at you
they're
at
running
the snap.
At you.
And so he's doing a lot. So like the projection is really weird of what he's going to have to do. But he had 12 pass breakups and 5 picks as a CFL corner this past year. He did not get scholarship offers coming out of high school. Came out of high school in 2019. Mm-hmm. Didn't even play anywhere. 2 years not playing, plays in 20, but it was a great football player at a tiny, tiny high school in Georgia. Mm-hmm. Goes to Atlanta in 2022 and plays in the fan-controlled football league, indoor football. You know that whole Johnny Manziel thing that was going on. He plays in that league. The coaches there send his tape to CFL, goes to CFL last year, has that big year, like I said, with the 5 picks. Now the guy's going to be playing the NFL for the Jets next year. So there's some developmental meat on this bone right now. So I liked him as one of my favorite day 3 picks. And here we go, Quantez Stigers, the 176th pick in the NFL draft in the New York Jets.
That's why you're the best, dude. Look at that. Wow, Quantez Stigers.
Some guys weren't on my watch list that we talked to, but somehow Quantez Stigers got to my watch list. The name came across my desk, and I watched the CFL tape.
All right, let's go ahead and recap round 5. Let's look at this. We got Nehemiah Pritchett, kid from Auburn. This is where we started to see a bunch of the corners come off the board. Xavier Thomas, we were really happy about that from Clemson. Jordan McGee, you get another corner in Cam Hart. You get Van Pran. We throw in Anthony Gold and Joe Bertrand. Okay, now we've got
Domer's coming off.
Austin Booker, one of your guys. He comes off the board. Chris Abrams-Drain, a guy that I really like, comes off the board. Jarvis Brownlee's off the board. Aldrich Estime, another guy, comes off the board. Tommy Eichenberg, a guy that we wonder what he looks like moving sideline to sideline, but we know he can hit you in the hole. Josh Newton, another corner, comes off the board. Spencer Rattler, another guy that was on our board, comes off the board. We got Aeneas Smith from Texas A&M. He comes off the board. DeAndre Prince. Brendan Jackson, Jeremiah Trotter. Very happy about Jeremiah Trotter. He goes to the Eagles, too. That's a legacy thing. That's kind of like Joey Porter Jr. going to the Steelers. Jamari Thrash, Charles Smith-Wade, Muhammad Kamara, Hunter Norzad. Where are we at now? Edufwan Fashio, Dominic Hampton, Christian Jones, Jacob Monk, Jalen Simpson, Rasheen Ali, Tyrone Tracy, Keelan Robinson.
How many picks were in this 5th round?
I was going to say, this round just keeps on going and going. I'm going to hit some hot spots here. Bub Means, a guy that I really like, comes out. Jordan Travis, we hit on him pretty big time. The Florida State quarterback is now going to the Jets. You get Kalen Carson, a guy from Wake Forest, and then Jalen Ford from Texas is 175.
So I'll say this, and Quantas Stigers being the last one here. I thought the sort of third tier of corners, I guess it's not even the third tier, but like there's a tier of corners on my board from say like 80 to 150 where I just had a ton of guys.
Yes.
And there just weren't enough teams that were willing to draft them. So if you got a corner in the 5th round here, I think you got good value. A lot of the guys that came off the board, I had higher on my board at the corner position, and it was tough to jockey those guys because
a lot of them are
a lot of it were skill set dependent or scheme dependent at this point. But I love the depth, and so if you got one of those guys, I think you got a good player or potentially a good player and a guy who could potentially start for you. Here's the draft board, or my draft board, excuse me, of who I think are the top available players. You see a couple corners there that I had in that tier as well. Dwight McGlothern, one of your best zone corners in this draft class. DJ James, a good man corner at this point in time, even if he's a little skinnier. Christian Mahogany, we're obviously saying he fell because of the injury issues. Leonard Taylor, he's a surprise to fall here. Him and Mekhi Wingo, because again, what we talked about earlier, in today's day and age with NIL, you're not seeing guys declare early unless they get good grades. Those are third-year defensive tackles. Those are guys who, if they came back to school, put on, in Wingo's case, some extra weight, in Leonard Taylor's case, didn't play nose tackle, which he was forced to do this past year for Miami's defense, and played a little more 3-tech, they could have upped their draft stock. But they came out early, and now they're here in the 6th round. Maybe some regret on those guys' part, but the talent is undeniable, and you could be buying low on a guy who, otherwise, 2 years down the line, could have been a 3rd or 2nd rounder. And then Johnny Wilson may be the most head-scratching one to me. And I get, is a weird projection. He's 6'7", 239, and by all accounts, he wants to stay at wide receiver.
Right.
But I kept saying, watching his tape, your earning potential is more at tight end. Darren Waller was in almost the exact same measurables coming out of Georgia Tech as a wide receiver.
Right.
His career did not take off until he was willing to put on the extra weight and be a tight end. And because I like the way Johnny Wilson blocks as an outside wide receiver, and obviously he was an outside wide receiver at Florida State. But it's just too easy for NFL corners. They're too good to get their hands on guys like that. But when you have that big of a strike zone. But over the middle of the football field, if it's a safety, if it's a linebacker that he's going up against, good night. He is getting away from those guys with ease. I thought his feet for a guy that big were spectacular. Now you may be asking, why isn't a guy that big on the hardwood? Why isn't he playing basketball? And it's a very valid question because he has a monster 7-foot wingspan. But give me a 7-foot wingspan at this point in time because of the role that guy could play in an offense. So very, very surprised. Maybe there's some medical issues. Maybe I should hit some of my sources up to see what the hell's going on there because I think he's far more talented than pick 177 that we're going to see come off the board here soon.
Yeah, it's the Vikings. It's already in as we kick off. What is this, round 6?
Yes, sir.
2 to go.
Oh, we're getting some Quantas Stigers highlights on NFL Network.
Yeah,
and you see what I'm talking. Like he was playing.
It's a completely different type of football.
And it is, and it's just like you're not going to glean off of that tape much more than kind of what I just said: the body control and the traits. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Are there any teams that have like a zillion picks in this round? We got the Texans with numerous picks.
I just pulled it up. Let's see what we got here.
We got some more teams. We got the Falcons going to have some picks. It seems like the Eagles have a zillion picks in this draft. Rams going to be on the clock. Rams are the day 3. This is the team I'm probably most excited to watch draft in this round.
Right,
they have 3 picks, and or 4 picks, excuse me. They always seem to find some dudes at this point in the draft. Walter Rouse.
All right. I didn't even see. Okay, Walter Rouse. There we go. Oklahoma. Big dude. I mean, that's just, but like that's every single. He's built in the same mold as the last several Oklahoma offensive linemen that we've seen. Mm-hmm. He's a road grader. He can push you. He's gonna. I guess the question becomes, can he stay at tackle?
Yeah, I think he can. I think that's probably his best position at the next level because he is high cut. I do think inside. I don't see him as a starter at either position, truthfully, and that's why he's here.
That's why he's
in
here.
the 6th round. But he's played a ton of football. He's experienced another guy in that mold of if you got to start him, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world kind of tackle. I said similar things about Javon Foster, the Missouri tackle, where it's like he can play in the NFL. Is he going to be great in the NFL? Probably not. Is he a developmental upside pick? Probably not. But he's a guy that can play left side probably or right side, and definitely has his traits, in my opinion, to stick at tackles.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing with Rouse is if somebody goes down, and again, we're talking about
we're talking about a Vikings team that has 2 starting tackles too. But it's like that are there indefinitely. You know,
Ryan
they are
O'Neal
not going to have a need there anytime soon.
Darrisaw, the kid, he's from Virginia Tech. Yeah. So the big thing for me is it's if something happens and he has to play, I think that's where he does get some opportunity, and maybe he does in reality. Maybe he does turn into someone that somebody else is interested in.
Yeah.
Somebody else is like a buyer in the market. So this is going to be really interesting.
So it's just a difference in philosophy, right? We've seen tackles come off the board that are objectively right now worse at football. You know, like that you would rather have Rouse play over if we had to play a football game tomorrow.
Right.
We got Logan Lee. I didn't see it. Is that who came off the board there? We got the
Logan Lee from Iowa.
Is that who that was?
Yes.
Okay.
Logan Lee from Iowa.
I had him higher on my board than where he comes off.
Okay.
This one, so going to the Steelers, gosh, that's where he went. That's the perfect fit for him. He's just a tailor-made 3-4 defensive end type.
Yes.
Reminded me of, I'm blanking on the name, but it was the guy who played for the Packers for a few years, who, taller dude with somewhat shorter arms, so I think he's going to struggle to really reset the line of scrimmage in the run game. But I love the physicality he plays with. I love the way he uses his hand. I mean, you can see right there, you can see how short his arms are on tape. But he's kind of a playmaker and a good plus athlete at the position. He had a 7.16 cone at 281 pounds. That's a fantastic time. And kind of just a prototypical Iowa defensive lineman where it's like that guy can be a good part of a rotation at the next level.
Yeah, I think he can be a good part of the rotation. What's your grade?
I'm going to give this one an A, dude.
Okay, good deal.
I don't know if I've had a non-A to A+ for the Steelers yet.
Their draft is great. We'll bring that up here in a second. But the thing I like about him, I do think he can set the edge. I just don't think that he's going to be able to create penetration and get off the block. I think he'll be able.
That's great.
Like, I think the reality for me is if you line him up on top of that tackle, he will be able to get leverage, turn that tackle, give those linebackers space to run, and then the guys off the edge will be the actual edge rushers will be able to go and make some plays. So that's the part to me that I really like about him. I'm going to go ahead and say A as well.
So the guy I was thinking of is actually Dean Lowry, and I didn't realize he plays for the Steelers now. So there you go.
Look at that.
Who do we just have come off the board there? Houston OT. Is that who that is, or is that Utah? Is that? Oh, it is. That's
Utah.
What's his face? What's the Utah tackle's names?
Because I was like, are we watching the?
Sataoa Lauamea. That's who it is. So he's a tackle at Utah, but he's a guard at the next level.
Okay.
I mean, he is a true. I mean, it seems like Utah has like this guy every year.
Yes.
It's that guy who is just a bruiser.
Yes.
Mammoth of a tackle who just leans on guys, but then in pass pro, it's like, oh no. He went down to the Senior Bowl, had some reps at tackle that were pretty scary, but I think he does some good work in the running game, and they obviously love their bigger guards there in Seattle, whether it's Anthony Bradford, whether it's Damian Lewis. That's their type, and he fits that type.
There you go. Look, I'm trying to. We're trying to catch up. Do we have the Pats pick? Because we're moving. Like everything is moving fast now. We gotta keep it moving.
Ooh, Marcellus Dial, not on my watch list.
Cornerback from South Carolina. I like him. I think he's got this. There's a fight to him. Obviously, there's a reason he gets picked here. He's inconsistent in terms of what he's able to do. But when he's consistent, when he's focused up, I didn't like him more than I like the guy that's on your big board, DJ James.
Yeah.
But I do like the fact that he's able to go out there and make some plays. So, boom, that's what we got. I think he's more of a man corner, obviously coming out of the same place as a guy like J.C. Horn.
That's a man team.
Yeah.
Pats are one of the few that matter. So
yeah. So I dig it. And next up, we've got the Chargers.
Chargers, Titans, Giants. Let's get the chat involved here. Someone asking, what round does Milton go? Joe Milton. I didn't say him for next quarterback off the board because, honestly, I've been referring to him as a tight end for a while now, and I would love to draft this guy and switch him to tight end. He could be your Logan Thomas at that position. Hey, Kamani Vidal.
There's your guy,
coming
Vidal.
off the board. He's going to have a good chance for playing time there for that Chargers team. Everyone thought coming into this they'd come away with Blake Corum, right?
Right.
Because all they got is J.K. Dobbins, Gus Edwards. They literally just took Baltimore's backfield over with them. Greg Roman's like, gimme the guys I used to love. And obviously Dobbins, I don't know if you can rely on him with his injury history. So Vidal's kind of a home run hitter, man. He's got some real juice to him.
Yeah.
He's got that NFL body type that I like, where he's built low to the earth.
Sure.
Has some real thickness to his lower half. Not going to be a pass-catching weapon, even if he catches one there. I thought he struggled in that regard at the Senior Bowl. But when he gets to the second level, there's some real breakaway speed there, and guys don't really catch him. So that's something to add to that offense that J.K. Dobbins doesn't have, Gus Edwards doesn't have, Isaiah Spiller does not have. So there you have it.
That last clip that we just saw, that's one of my big notes on him is he runs with more power than you expect out of his frame, and I like that for him. He plays behind his pads, and I kind of threw in Devin Singletary, who we've already talked about on the show, as a guy who can run with a little bit of power. He can be your guy. He can be your guy. He fits into that mold. And Devin Singletary came from FAU, right? So we're talking about guys that are kind of playing in that same level in terms of football. So I really like that. I like that.
Now here's the Chargers draft. Love 1, 2, 3. After that, I'm not sure any of this. You're outside the top 100. It's difficult to find guys. I don't know if any of those guys end up being starters for them. Maybe Skill can be the slot. Who knows? But or maybe Hart can go on the outside, and then you can kick Asante Samuel Jr. to the slot, which everyone's obviously, for his entire career, seemingly wanted to move him into that position. So, but the first 3 picks there, love what the Chargers did. Here's a guy that could be one of the speedsters, Jaquan Jackson.
You see him here returning.
4.42 speed, real deal dynamism. Obviously on the smaller end at 5'9", limited in what he can do. And even in Tulane's offense, he wasn't even actually a starter in that offense. Did not play a ton of snaps over the course of his career, but this could be a kick return sort of pick.
That's what I was saying. Like we literally just showed a clip of him of making a return, and this guy could be a return guy for you until he comes up to speed and figures out what he can do.
Yeah, I don't think he's usurping Traylon Burks. I don't think he's usurping Kyle Phillips in that offense. So that's the pick. There you go for.
There we go. Look, we're cruising.
Darius Muasau.
Oh, UCLA linebacker. Okay. Let me see what I got on him.
I did not have Muasau. Did not have Muasau notes, unfortunately.
I got. Here we go. I got notes. He's a tackler. He also can bring pressure and deliver a punch with his build-up speed, and he can be a coverage issue though. I think that's going to be a real big thing. He's better to use in the blitz packages if you're talking about third down than he is to be. And honestly, it's funny they're showing San Diego State because I kind of comped it to Keva Tazino, the kid that they had a couple years ago. And so this is going to be really interesting to see, like, if he's able to stay on the field. That's the big key for me because he's not that fast, but he does know what he's doing. And I think that's a part that's going to be really interesting for me is how he fits into that roster. Because he's someone that he's got an idea of what to do. He's not going to be wrong very often, but he's going to have to go out there and prove that he can consistently make those gap fits and play side to side.
All right, got to get to the chat here. Any power backs, or I never answered the Milton question. I would bet, he's going to get drafted. I'd be floored if he doesn't get drafted.
Sure.
I bet by the end of the 6th he gets drafted. He's talented, of just an athlete. At this point in the draft, we're taking guys with traits who are athletes to just see what they can be. And so I do think by the end of the 6th, we'll see Joe Milton's name come off the board. Power backs, though, in this draft class. Let me go to my board and what I got here, because we've really ran through a good amount of them. I would say Dylan Johnson could be a power back, the Washington running back. He has a little bit of that to his game. Obviously, it was injuries over the course of his career, but that's probably the best one. I kind of like Mayan Williams a little bit in that role. If you really want like a power back, he is 5'8", 230.
Oh man,
bowling ball. Obviously stuck behind some good running backs there at Ohio State over the course of his career. So those are your two options. Because do you see anyone else in the power back in this draft class? I don't really see anyone else.
Power back is also, it's very interesting because it's like, it's not as versatile as it used to be. Right?
Agreed. No, it's not coveted. And we saw it. The guys who were, they went late. They went later than expected. So.
Yeah. Dolphins.
Oh, they drafted Malik Washington.
They got you. That's one of your guys.
I love it. That's a
go.
great pick for them. I mean, he's like a better version of Braxton Berrios, in my opinion. And
nice.
I think he can. I mean, like that's what they have there, and I think he's a little bit more physical than Berrios is. You see the dynamism. I mean, he created after the catch consistently. I don't think he's, an elite slot route runner by any means, but he's got great hands, man. And for a guy who's short, so 5'9", 191, his catch radius was big, and he didn't drop balls. So he could really go up and get it. I like this guy's tape, man. For the Washington,
he plays bigger than he was, or plays bigger than he is. You talked about it with Virginia. Obviously, I watched a ton of ACC. This is a guy that made contested catches. If you make contested catches, like that's important, especially when you do it from his size. And at his size in the NFL, he's gonna have to make a lot of them. Unless he's completely wide open like that, he's gonna have to make a lot of contested catches. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how they use him. He's going head-to-head with another ACC guy in Braxton Berrios to try to get that spot, but he's got a good chance.
Yes, so him 42.5-inch vertical. The guy can really bounce, and 19 bench press reps.
That's how you create. You talked about that catch radius. Mm-hmm. If you've got a 42-inch vertical, even if you're 5'9", you still have an opportunity to make catches that are essentially above.
He's got a pretty big. He's got a bigger wingspan than Roman Wilson, who went, a bunch of rounds earlier. I think he makes plays outside his frame better than even Roman Wilson. Even if Roman Wilson's got, more speed, probably a better route runner. I like Malik Washington at this point because in that offense, what are they asking Braxton Berrios to do? Oftentimes it's like spot routes. It's like just get the ball in his hands and then creates. And for Malik Washington, that's exactly what he can do. So, big fan of that pick. That's it.
Oh, wow. The Eagles are back on the clock.
Can they stop picking some guys?
And they come back. The Eagles are on the clock. We got double Falcons coming up.
So Matt Volley asks, why hasn't DJ James been taken yet? Size. I think it's the skinniness, right? Like he's just a skinny corner.
No, but he plays so physical. Like it does. I feel like that size shouldn't be. But I guess it's a big impact for people.
Yeah.
So, but he plays so physical. I love the way he plays. Like I'm surprised that he went after Nehemiah Pritchett. But then again, you look at the speed that Pritchett brings to the table, and that's kind of the deciding factor. And then you add in a little bit more of that length. I think they're both skinny, if we're being honest. I think both of those guys are skinny. I think one just happened to run like a 4.3, and the other one didn't.
Yeah. No, we both had DJ James higher. So a lot of times, though, a lot of times at corner specifically, you have a skill set you're looking for.
Right.
Where it's like, I want X, Y, Z in my defense. So anyone that doesn't fit X, Y, Z, it doesn't even matter. They weren't going to draft DJ James regardless.
Right.
You're not. I rank my board based off of this theoretical talent and projection of how good they'll be. NFL teams rank their board based off of how this guy fits into exactly what I want to do and exactly what I need more often than not. And that's why like when we're talking about how does Howie do it, he doesn't pigeonhole himself into like what I have to get for my team right now. Right. I think a lot of teams do that and then end up missing on some talented players, just drafting guys ahead of maybe more
Right.
talented players.
Oh, your guy just came off the board. But before we do that, Damani Richardson, DJ
Oh, my
James,
God.
Dwight McGlothern still there. There we go. Johnny
no,
Wilson.
'cause I
And
just
where's
said
he end up at?
He ends up with the Philadelphia Eagles, Johnny Wilson. It was like the talented players who, yeah, maybe people are seeing a 6'7", 230 plus pounder and saying, yeah, what the heck am I going to do with that in my offense? Where on the other hand, you see a 6'7", 231 pounder and be like, what
I can do anything.
I do? I can like, what could I do to create with this guy in my offense? Because he's not unathletic.
Right.
He can get open on his own. The questions I do have with him is that, like, again, that big strike zone for corners to get their hands on him. He dropped more balls than you'd like. Yeah,
Yes.
he can make plays outside of his 7-foot wingspan, this massive frame, but he didn't do it as consistently as I'd like, as catching the easy ones and really mossing dudes on the outside. But with that frame, and with an NFL weight room, and all the ancillary stuff that comes outside of an NFL weight room, you can put on muscle mass. You tell me this guy puts on 15 pounds of muscle, you call him a tight end. He had almost darn near identical testing numbers pre-draft to Darren Waller.
Yeah.
The only thing different was Darren Waller ran a touch faster in the 40. Wilson actually ran a better short shuttle time than Darren Waller. Like, he can move. Look at him. He can shake at the top of his route. That is a high-end route, and he could be your slot receiver there right out the gate for the Philadelphia Eagles. So that's a big receiving core to have to deal with.
Yeah, they're huge.
With A.J. Brown, and I know Devontae Smith is skinny, but he is long as can be.
Yes.
So this is,
I mean,
exactly what I cannot believe I just said it. Why is Howie Roseman? Because he opens up the board to talent wherever he can find it. This is talent that slipped from number 63 on my draft board, and I never, on any draft board, I don't care how low you were on Johnny Wilson, I did not see him outside the top 150. So this is an A-plus pick for me. To get him down at 185, are you kidding me?
yeah, unbelievable. I love the way the catch radius is huge. I wanted to be more physical at the top of the at the point of at the catch point though. I'm gonna give it an A+ as well though. Again, how does Howie do it?
Lefko, if you're watching, take that smile off your face.
Yeah,
we're tired of it.
So the Falcons. I think the Falcons pick is in. Let's go. They have back-to-back picks too. So let's see what we got. Casey Washington from Illinois. Nope, that's their second pick, I guess. Jace McClellan. Oh, wow. Jace McClellan, the running back from Alabama.
Went off the board. You go ahead.
So I remember him coming out of high school.
Yeah.
And Jace he just couldn't stay healthy. And that was, I think, his biggest problem was he could not stay healthy as he wanted to be. He's super talented. And again, we talked about this at the top of the show. This is where you pick guys that show traits. And he's shown a lot of traits, show some flashes. So Jason McClellan, I like this pick. Hopefully he can develop into something that actually works as long as he stays healthy.
ACL as a sophomore, foot injury this past year, couldn't work out pre-draft because of it.
Yeah.
5'10", 221, but I think it was at that size, you see 220, you think power back. I never saw power back.
No, neither did I.
So that was, and I always worry about guys who play below their weight. That's not my type of running back, unfortunately.
All right, now we're at Casey Washington.
Interesting. I did not have Casey Washington on my watch list. I loved Isaiah Williams, his teammate, but I did not.
Yeah, that's the part that stood out the most to me is that he went before Isaiah Williams. So that's going to be an interesting one. But again, the Falcons continue
to take weird
to make us scratch our heads. So if you're a Falcons fan, get in the chat. I just would love to hear what you like. What are you guys thinking? And like, can we get a look? Let's see who have the Falcons picked? Because it started out with the Penix situation, which goes back to drafting a guy that's 24 that you want to have sit for 4 or 5 years. Roop, Braylon Trice, Brandon Dorless, I think could be good. We'll see. You get Bertrand. Jace McClellan is interesting. And I think Jace could be good.
Yeah.
We'll see. And then Casey Washington.
Is it bad that I think Michael Penix Jr. is their best pick? The one that I think that was the most, like, first off, every single one I had much lower on my draft board than where they came off the board. And now, like, I'm not saying I know it all, but I don't know anyone that had Roop, a top 35 player. I know very few people that had Braylon Trice a top 75. And so, and I have very few people that had Michael Penix top 8 player.
Right.
And like just like people that I trust, that I've seen their takes, seen their draft boards, they are out on a limb for a lot of guys in this draft class. That's just the honest truth. They could hit on all of them. I'm not writing that off by any, but it's just worth noting that more often than not, when you yourself are out on a limb.
All right, 188 is pick. 188 is the Texans. Aaron Wilson, thanks for that. Texans draft in 6th round. Oh, is this 188 or 189? 188? 189.
189.
Okay, 188. Oregon linebacker Jamal Hill, who did two Zooms.
So they have back-to-back picks. So we may have missed 188. This is 189, the Oregon Jamal linebacker.
Okay.
Couldn't splurge for an in-person visit. Had to go Zoom. Still drafted him.
Hey, it's fine. As long as you get picked. As long as you get picked, right?
I wonder who their other one was.
Looking right now.
Retro Red in the chat. Howie at it again. Wilson is not a 6th rounder. Young Kahuna. Seminoles. Wilson's nickname is Birdman. Oh, Birdman going to the Eagles? Are you S-ing me?
Here we go. Jason McCullen, Casey Washington.
Eagles won this draft.
I'm
Eric.
seeing
Yeah, they did.
the lines are on the clock at 189. There we go.
That was it. Okay, so that was pick 180.
That was 188. Lines are on the clock at 189.
I kind of like the Lions draft, man. I hate to say it.
It's all guys that they seem like they fit. And we talked about this, right? We talked about it with the Steelers. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we talked about it with the Eagles. But they're getting guys that fit with them.
Want to hear an interesting note that I actually... So on NFL.com, they have Sione Vaki, who they drafted in the 4th round, listed as a running back.
Who? Sione
Vaki, they have him listed position as running back.
Did they change that?
I don't know. But I would trust NFL.com to. I mean, I think when you submit a player, you do list a position alongside. So.
But when we watched it earlier, they had him at safety.
Well, I mean, that's where he played the vast majority of time. So obviously
it's interesting.
TBD. But that's cool, man, because he was sweet.
He was very good at running back.
Like he was, and his high school coach DM'd me after I tweeted about him one time and said his best position is slot wide receiver. So he's a hybrid. That's for darn sure.
He can do whatever. Like, and listen again. He's a football player.
Terrion Arnold, Alabama corner. Enos Rackstraw, Missouri corner.
Yep.
Giovanni Manu, British Columbian
BC.
Offensive tackle monster, 6'7", 350. And then Sione Vaki, Utah running back / safety. That's a fun draft, man. If I'm a Lions fan, you're just over the moon with what they've done. Because, yeah, I mean, you got Jared Goff at QB.
Sure.
It's good. It's tough, unfortunately. It makes it tough to get over the hump. But it is possible. He's gone to a Super Bowl. He's been at the precipice now twice.
Right.
And this roster is sweet.
The roster's good. They're figuring things out. They're making it work. They're like, this is a really good situation for them.
And what I love, and I feel like a lot of times when you get that like good young roster, a lot of people want to really push the chips and like, let's trade a 1st rounder. You know, let's make that one play to push us over the edge. Let's spend big on this free agent. That's going to change the paradigm. They've done none of that. They've just relied on they've stood the course, and they're just relying on the fact that we're going to draft well every single year. We'll sign value free agents when we can, make value plays. We will never overpay. And they just got a guy who was right at the back end of my top 100.
There we go.
104 on my board, Mekhi Wingo, all the way down at 189, who we talked about, the LSU DT, who, he's undersized, 6', 284. But he's young, man, just turned 21. He's a junior coming out, and I loved his pad level. I loved his ability to get into the backfield.
Did you like him more than Jordan Jefferson?
Yes, I liked him more than Jordan Jefferson.
Okay.
I thought he was more of a playmaker than Jordan Jefferson, and also younger. You know, Jordan Jefferson, 5th-year guy coming out versus a 3rd-year guy coming out. And you don't need him to start right away. You've got a ton of DTs in the fold. He can be a 3rd down guy for you. And with a 4.85 40, that's where you should excel.
Yeah, I was going to say the 40, but also the explosion off the line. The explosion off the line for him is it's palpable. It's very real. It's one of those things where you look at it and you're like, wow, this guy's first step is wild. Like, how can he do that at that size? Just look at it. I mean, nobody touched him, and he's just eating up Jordan Travis. Like, this is wild to see a guy fire off the ball that quick and be that big. So I love that. So this is a great pick. Another great pick for the Lions. Oh, and by the way, guess who's on the clock now.
Oh, look at him play bull rush off the edge. Are you kidding me? That's what he is.
Yeah.
He's a kind of a linear player, but when you're that explosive and that low to the earth, it's difficult for offensive linemen to re-leverage. You know, he's underneath your pads. What answer do you have? You can't get to a 6-footer. That was like James Harrison his entire career. Lived off of that. I'd even be interested with his body type, and I know he's like right on the edge at 285, to go down weight and do that, be that guy off the edge, like an Elvis Dumerville, like a James Harrison. And it's like they got enough defensive linemen that they don't need an every down starter. And at his size, I don't think even at DT he's ever an every down starter. But he's got an interesting skill set, and he's young again. Get him here, sweet pick for the Detroit Lions. Let's throw A+. I just throw it up there.
Oh, are we going? There we go.
Just do it.
Go ahead. Well, there we go.
Boom.
I mean, the Eagles is just another draft that once we get to the end, winners and losers.
They're back on the clock?
Eagles, yeah.
Who's top on the board? They're going to draft Christian Mahogany, aren't they? That'd be wild if they did. I would.
They already got Trevor Keegan.
Who are they going to go? I think Leonard Taylor would make sense for them too, the Miami, because he's more talented than this.
I know. I've been waiting for him to get picked or for something because I really like him. I think he's a very good player. He flashed from the moment he flashed early and he made things happen. I think that he obviously played out of position, that's not good for him. But at the end of the day, he does have that squat. You just talked about it with Wingo. He's got this squat body where he is going to be able to play with big leverage.
And he was a high recruit, borderline 5-star DT.
Yep.
Redshirt freshman year, he is a monster.
Yeah.
You know, like their DT is like the vast majority of DTs in the class that even been drafted, even like Byron Murphy. People were talking about him, Leonard Taylor, more than Byron Murphy going into this year. So to buy low on a guy like that, and that's not who they drafted, but I do think it's worthwhile at this point in the draft. Dylan McMahon.
Yeah.
UNC-OT. This is a good
No. North Carolina State OT. Oh.
That's on me. But you know who this is? Exactly what I was talking about in terms of the high-end developmental interior offensive line prospect. I said it early on the show. The position that has the biggest hit rate on prospects, later round prospects with elite traits is interior offensive line. Dylan McMahon, 5'1", 40, 4.33 short shuttle. Second best short shuttle, I believe, at the entire combine. I said the track record of sub 4.5 short shuttles is, there's been, in 20 guys, there's only been a handful of misses of that group in NFL history to not become quality starters. He is such a high-end athlete, and he goes to a position with Jeff Stoutland, maybe the best offensive line coach in the NFL, right up there with track record with Bill Callahan, that they're going to develop this guy into probably a center. Okay. Truthfully, I mean, he could maybe play guard, but he's got short arms, 31.5 inches.
That's what I was going to ask. I was like, can he play? Because he's 299.
Yeah. But he's center.
Center. I think he's set at center. I think that's where that's where he's going to end up. He's not like some of the other centers too that can move around. He's someone that's this is going to be what he specializes in.
So, I love the pick, man. I mean, Cam Jurgens, you have your O-line intact, right? There's no one.
Sure.
There's no holes there. But Jurgens is a high-end athlete. He was, probably obviously a little more impressive as college tape coming out. But that was why they drafted him, to develop him the year before they actually needed him, and now they need him. This just gives you that insurance at that position to keep it good. So great pick.
Yeah, I love it. All right, what do we got?
Sorry that I said North
Carolina. I just didn't want the chat to get on you.
Yeah, fair.
Because here's the thing. UNC folks will get mad, and NC State folks will also get mad.
No, I know. That's why I didn't want. What do we got coming up? Cardinals back on for their.
We got Cardinals needs
1 millionth pick in the NFL
All right.
draft.
Wide receiver, corner, edge, running back, and interior offensive line.
Yeah, so they're receiving core now. So heading into this draft, it was Michael Wilson, and that's it. I mean, Greg Dortch can also play the slot there, but I do think they need. I like Michael Wilson more in the slot. I don't think Dortch is like anything to get excited about as a starter. So I would love a true number 2. That's next year, though. I mean, you're going into this year, this is fine. You've done enough that Kyler Murray can succeed with this.
They go out and they get a wide receiver anyway.
Going forward, they drafted a running back earlier in, who did they draft earlier? At running back. Trey Benson. Who's likely your starter there. So you've given Kyler a good situation to succeed. This O-line is shaky. Left guard's the one position where, they drafted Isaiah Adams. That's where he's going to play, but you're relying on a third-round rookie to probably be your starter there. He may not even beat out guys like Elijah Wilkinson, who's on that roster. So they've done a ton. Oh.
Yeah.
Have not watched. Is that Tawan Palmer?
Yes.
His name?
UAB.
What are your thoughts?
Good down the field threat. I think the big key for me with him is do we have size on him? Let me pull up
6'2", 210.
Yeah, I was going to say he's good size.
Okay.
But he can push down the field. I want to see him make more contested catches, so this is going to be an interesting one. But again, when you get stuck in your Conference USA world, you get to see a lot of these guys.
Yeah, but this is a guy that could maybe be a number 2, right? In terms of size, speed.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking for number 2. And obviously, we just said they don't have that guy on the outside. Michael Wilson is a slower wide receiver who's a good route runner, but that probably projects better in the slot. So Cardinals should be better this year. It's still, they still feel a ways away. They still feel like the clear 4 in the NFC West, unfortunately.
Sure.
Here's your guy.
There's my guy. There he is. There's DJ James. Let's go.
Second to last top 100 player on the board, and you see it there, 175.
I know.
Tough sell.
Yeah, he's on my underdog board, but he can play from the slot and win in man. Good job switching and using the sideline, and I really like this guy. I think he's got real good man skills. Obviously, he's undersized, so my guys are starting to come off now too. I think that the big thing for me with him is I loved watching him play. I think Nehemiah Pritchett had a more put together game, but I think this guy, DJ James, plays a lot tighter of a game. He's a lot more fearless, a lot more, and reckless isn't the right word. Violent is probably the right word.
I love his ability to explode out of his breaks. So like you see like a dig route, and he's off, 3 yards off, whatever, running down the football field, and then just like come back down. I thought he was real sudden in that. I think he's got long arms, even if he's not put together like a real thin frame, doesn't have a large wingspan, so he can still play the ball from behind people. Here it is. The guy said was going to come off the board somewhere at the end of the 6th round. Joe Milton, Tennessee QB. I want him at tight end, man. He's got the strongest arm I've seen from a college football prospect. People are going to say, what about Josh Allen? No, Joe Milton has the strongest arm I've seen. He threw on film balls over 70 yards multiple occasions.
Right.
I mean, just absolute boomer from the pocket. 6'5", 235. Ran the low 4.6s at his pro day. Can really scoot out in the open field. A great athlete. You saw him lower the shoulder numerous times out in space. He's kind of like, he's close to like an Anthony Richardson S tier as an athlete. Richardson's obviously kind of one of one. But that's what you're working with just from a size, speed, physicality perspective. But my Lord, he is inaccurate. And he misses a ton of throws. I don't think you're going to fix that. Obviously, the offense there at Tennessee is not conducive to developing one's decision-making.
Sure.
And, he's not. You got Drake May. This isn't even like a Kirk Cousins situation to me.
No, this is honestly, this is.
To me, I'm putting him at tight end. I'm flipping a tight end.
There we go. Let's see what the Bengals do.
Oh, Bengals.
All right, Tanner McLaughlin.
Some people love this guy, and he's a good athlete. Arizona tight end who was a former wide receiver, transfers to Arizona. Where did he start? He started at something Colorado. Let me look that one up real quick. But 4.61, and I thought on tape he looked like he played in the 230s. He goes to the combine. He came up 244 and still ran a 4.61.
Which is good.
We kind of talked about that with Jatavion Sanders, where it was like he ran slower than expected because he probably wasn't in the 240s playing at Texas.
Right.
He might actually be in the 240s.
Left
and I
bridge.
just thought he was a little stiff as a route runner. and not going to ever be a get himself sort of open consistently kind of guy, but he can run the seam. He's got really good hands, and he can create a little bit after the catch. And so the Bengals really looking for that yak second tight end in that offense. Trying to take a swing here with Tanner McLaughlin in the 6th. I love the pick.
Start at Southern Utah.
Southern Utah. There we go. I knew it was somewhere out in the West.
Southern Utah. Arizona, ends up at Arizona. I will say this. Arizona's had, for a team that's kind of been off like a lot of college football fans' radars, they've had some guys get picked. And they seem like they're just going to keep getting better, which is important. So I like that. Steelers are on the clock right now.
Jed Fish is an absolute.
He's good.
They losing him to Washington was a.
Yeah.
That sucks for Arizona fans because he built some. They had talent, and you don't say that about Arizona teams. They had real deal talent this past year.
So let's see this tight end. How many tight ends we've seen come off the board so far this year? Let's see what we got here. Brock Bowers, obviously, we all knew he was going to be the number 1 tight end off the board. Ben Sinnott, Tip Raymond, 2 guys that were kind of like head scratchers. JT Sanders, he kicks off the day today, and then we get to Theo Johnson, a guy that we've been waiting on. Eric All, AJ Barner, Cade Stover. Cade Stover reunites with CJ Stroud, Jared Wiley, and now Tanner McLaughlin. I mean, look, we're talking about, 10 tight ends that have come off the board so far. We might see a couple more come off the board as well.
So to reset my tight end rankings, I had Brock Bowers 1, and then I had a massive gap, right? Like he was 1, not close. Theo Johnson 2. I had Johnny Wilson in there at 3. I had Johnny Wilson. I think he's a tight end.
Got it.
And I'm going to take that swing because the rest of the guys, it's like your upside is okay. You know, for guys like Cade Stover, Jared Wiley. So I had him 3, Ben Sinnott 4, Jared Wiley 5, Cade Stover 6. Like those were the guys I saw as starter potential. I think a lot of the other guys we've seen are like either blocking, number 2 tight ends, or just low end projections. But again, some teams draft to fill roles, and it seems like a lot of teams draft some of these tight ends to fill certain roles.
Pick is in. Steelers pick Ryan Watts, cornerback out of Texas. And
massive corner, right?
Yeah, he's tough, man. Willing to set the edge, and like when he's in cloud, he's willing to set the edge, which is interesting. Like in that cover 2 look, he will set the edge. He can get off wide receiver. Like he's one of those corners that I love that says no wide receiver can block me. It's not going to happen. And I love that. I love when a corner is willing to do that. Like he's a willing tackler. Yeah, he's got good length. Like, why do you think he fell?
I think he's a safety. I'm not sure I'm keeping him out at corner. And at that size, I think he could do it. I think he could play safety at a high level, and I wonder what they're going to do with him. But also at this point in the draft, I mean, this guy's a plus special teamer sort of player too, with that size, speed, and athleticism. So that's where I see Watson.
There you go.
Who's coming up on the board here? We got a little run of Rams picks. Not a run, but we got 4 more Rams picks in this round. I'm just really excited to see who the Rams go with because I talked about their unique scouting method on the show yesterday.
Oh, yeah. How you want to rehash it for people that are watching today.
They don't look at Combine Pro Day measurables. They don't send scouts to a lot of these events. Their scouting staff is either pure fact finders that go to schools and just find information that head home. They don't go to watch games. They go to get information from coaches. Peace out. Or they have guys who are literally tape grinders, who their entire job is to stay at the facilities and watch tape, write evals, give their opinions, write that stuff up, and then they use tracking data heavily into their scouting process. So it's kind of a unique way in the way they do business. And again, they haven't had a lot of first rounders to see what they're, to really go to bat for, but they've had a good hit rate on late rounders, and they don't care about age. They don't have size thresholds. They'll draft a ton of tiny players. They'll draft guys that run 4.7s at cornerback. They'll draft whatever guys they think played the game of football the best. And that's why I think you saw them draft some older guys off the board versus 23. Fiskey's 24. Corum's 24. Kitchens ran a 4.64, 4.65. Like, they don't care about any of the numbers I just said. They care about how does this guy play the game of football. So it's a unique scouting method. And I think it's why they were able to, when, everyone thought last year was a rebuild. They kind of cut a lot of bait. They kind of had to make a lot of decisions after that Super Bowl with how all in they went. Everyone thought it's going to be terrible. And they patched it together because they had a lot of solid football players on the defensive side of the ball that just no one knew about. And they weren't elite. They weren't playmakers by any means. It's not a household name defense, obviously outside of Aaron Donald, who does a lot of heavy lifting.
Sure.
But they didn't have holes the way a lot of teams do when you take these projects, right? They're not taking projects. They're taking guys who they think are good at the game of football right now. So it's an interesting just way of operating, and it's difficult to argue with the results. And that's why, again, I'm excited to see who they pick here at this point in the draft, because they just have a different outlook than other teams do.
Right. I hate to use this word. It's used way too much, but they're disruptors, right? They're doing things completely different than the traditional method. They're making different decisions that are benefiting them. And I wonder how many people start to follow suit. And that's the part that always happens. We say it all the time. The NFL is a copycat league. Mm-hmm. And if they can get back to the Super Bowl very quickly in this window that they have with Matt Stafford, then other teams, I think, will start to kind of mirror some of what they're doing.
You know who I think they could be high on? It's a guy who's just outside my top 100. It's Gabriel Murphy, the UCLA edge rusher.
Yes.
Because traditional scouting would say a guy with 30.5-inch arms at defensive end is not going to be a player for you. You flip on the tape of Gabriel Murphy.
He can play.
He makes plays.
Yes.
And so I wouldn't be surprised if one of these next 4 picks, he is one of them, because he's just a flat-out player. He's my top available. I think one of those guys, Tyrone Tracy, actually has come off the board already. Devontae Walker also. But I wouldn't hate Bo Limmer for them, too. I'm surprised he's kind of still on the board. He put up some good tape in the SEC, even if he's real skinny. Now, it doesn't really qualify as a need for them, but you're not drafting for a need at this point in time. I would also love to see Jaheim Bell. Obviously, Gerald Everett's been gone for a few years now, but that was the comp for Jaheim Bell. He's in a similar mold to that, running 4.62, athletic, good after the catch. And you have Tyler Higbee. He can be a complement to that. So we'll see. Excited to see what the Rams do here going forward. But that's how they found Puka Nacua last year, right?
Right.
Puka Nacua ran a 4.6, 2 coming out? 4.64?
Yeah, it wasn't
Everyone's
fast.
like, we're not going to draft that guy. What's he going to do in the league? 4.64? Didn't matter.
He's a football player.
Football player.
As you mentioned.
Yep. They draft.
He was very good in high school. He worked it out in college, and boom, he ends up with the Rams, and he's one of their best players.
I will say though, Aaron Donald can't really be quantified how much that impacted, right?
Yeah, I know.
So they lose him.
Which is why, but that's also why they go out and they get Verse. They go out and they get
Fiske. They're backfilling really hard to go for him. And I liked what I saw from Kobe Turner last year, their third rounder, who fits that mold too. He's only 6 foot tall. He was 288 coming out, short arms. The guy was a monster at Wake Forest. They didn't care about that. They drafted him in the 3rd round. They didn't care about the traits. They didn't care he was 24 years old. Darn near rookie of the year. What did he put up? Almost double-digit sacks as a rookie?
Good. Man.
So, no, he's not Aaron Donald.
Nobody is.
He's a darn good football player, and they're just trying to backfill as much. It wouldn't surprise me if they just keep going defensive line to get as many guys as they can, because they didn't have to in the Aaron Donald age surround him with much to have him go off and really impact opposing offenses. So we shall see. The pick is in.
All right. Oh, look at this.
Tyler Davis.
There we go.
And as I said it, you know what Tyler Davis has?
What?
Some of the shortest arms in the entire draft class. 31-inch arms, Tyler Davis, for a DT.
I like him.
That's like a lot of guys that's off your board. DT, if it's under 32 inches, we don't want it. This guy's got tiny arms. They've drafted the 2 short arm dudes in this draft class. But he's athletic, 5'02", 40 at 300 pounds. I think he's great against the run.
Yes.
Maybe never going to be a pass rusher.
Sure.
But I think he may even be better than Fiske against the run.
Yeah.
Low center of gravity at 6'2". He can play in the NFL. Is he going to be an impact player? Maybe not. But again, they drafted a guy whose tape is legitimately good. Even if he doesn't fit the
I
scouting
do
method.
like him. There we go.
Oh man.
Look at that. Zach Klein. Big Z, Zion Logue out of UGA going to the Falcons.
I admittedly did not have Zion Logue on my watch list. Have you watched any Zion Logue, the DT?
I mean, I've seen this guy play, and I mean, he was a part of a great defensive line. And so the reality for me, he also wasn't a part of the things that like I was like, I've got to really work on him. I was surprised that he just got picked. So we'll see what happens. The Falcons get him.
351 snaps this past year. It's a fifth-year guy coming out, I believe. Was never really full-time starter for them, but
right.
Shrine Bowl invite. There you go.
Hey, the good thing though, when you get a player like that, is he's played enough football. He's been around enough guys. Sure, he's not the top dude, and that's fine. But he may end up being one of those guys that's better in the NFL than he is in college, and part of that has to do with the environment that he was in. Listen, we're talking about a guy that played behind Jalen Carter and so it's okay. It's not like he didn't. It's not like they drafted an FCS guy that was a backup. So they drafted a guy that was in a high pressure situation and made the most of it.
Patrick Morris, Cal.
There we go. Safety. Oh man, yeah, we haven't seen very many safeties, have we?
No, it's been corners.
It's been a lot of corners. Hang on, let me see the measurables on Nick Morris. Yeah, Patrick McMorris. There we go. So this is a dude. What can I? Oh, 6 feet 210. I love the way that Cal plays their defense, and so for him, it's less specifics. It's more the idea of what they do, the traits. And he didn't jump off the page to me when I watched Cal play, but I recognize that they are well taught defensively, probably because of who their coach is. And they understand where they're supposed to be at all times. I think he's going to have to bring that to the NFL. Obviously, he's going to be a special teams guy, which, again, we talked about at the top of the show. That's the name of the game with these guys.
All right, going to the chat here. OALV asks, what 3 teams are drafting bottom
I got
3
that too, yeah.
next year? And Slicky Watts wants to know who will be the number 1 pick next year. So those are 2 related questions. I assume he wants player, not team.
Panthers will be picking in the top 3 next year.
Yeah, that one's tough. I think also the Patriots are up there, in my opinion. You have a rookie quarterback with the bad situation.
With the rookie coach, too.
It just could be difficult for them. So the teams I'm looking at are Patriots, unfortunately, maybe the Raiders. You're just really behind the 8 ball in the division. Yeah. That's good. Titans are kind of in that mix, depending on how Will Levis develops. There's just everyone there's like something to like about. Commanders could be in that mix. Just, when you start a rookie quarterback in today's NFL, it's difficult, especially with that offensive line. They have Kirk Cousins. I don't think.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
NFC North, the Vikings. I think their defense is too good to really play them into that. But again, any of the teams starting a rookie quarterback, you always do worry about bottoming out.
Yeah.
Right? So any of the ones we've talked about, I think besides the Bears, who really have a good situation there, you worry about them just it not working out. You know what it's probably going to be, though? Some QB is going to get hurt, like the Jets happened last year, early on in the season. That's the team that's going to end up then picking top 3, right?
Sure.
You know, so unfortunately, there's just not a lot of teams, though, that I look at on paper, at least right now, where I'm like, oof. You know, no one's heading into the season like the Cardinals were last year, where it's like, they're bad. Patriots are probably the one that I'm like, oof, just look at that roster and it's tough.
Sure.
I think the Raiders could have a difficult time just because I know they won 8-9 last year, but with who you're starting at quarterback compared to the rest of your division at quarterback. But Gardner Minshew, if that's who's starting, I don't know. Not too bad.
So Saints pick Christian Boyd.
Yeah.
Panthers are on the clock. You want to talk about Christian Boyd?
I like Christian Boyd, man. There were probably 2 nose tackles, day 3 guys that I thought, that guy he could be a nose tackle at the NFL level. It was Christian Boyd and it was McKinley Jackson. McKinley Jackson actually ended up going in day 2. But I really liked what I saw from him at the Shrine Bowl in the one-on-ones. Now, he's on the older side, 6-year guy, but he uses his hands really well, even if he's not like a high-end athlete. But it's like a nose tackle. What do you want him to be a high-end athlete for? That guy can just eat blocks. So I like that pick for the Saints.
Yeah, and now we got the Panthers up. We just talked about who could be the one of the bottom 3 teams.
What about number 1 overall pick? What college guy right now would you say has the best chance to go number 1 overall? Because I think everyone's hating the quarterback class, but I think there are guys that could be.
I'll be honest, man. I have no clue. This is a weird year. Like last year, everyone was like all in on the quarterbacks, and then obviously Marvin Harrison Jr. This year, it feels so empty. It feels like everyone's gone. And then you have to you factor in the portal, which is, I don't know how it's done things for you, but it's made things a nightmare on my end.
Oh, dude, I bet. I would hate to be a college football analyst right now.
Dude, it's like, he's where?
You have to memorize a new roster every single year.
It's not even every year. It's like
6 months.
3 times a year. Yeah, it's like you got to look at who gets, and then, oh, by the way, USC, UCLA, Washington,
They're
Oregon.
all now in the Big Ten.
They're in the Big Ten now.
So I'll say this. Quarterback, and I might get some flack for this from the chat. Mm-hmm. I think Shedeur Sanders is going to be a number 1 overall pick. I think he's the best one. If I had to pick any of the guys, one, I mean, he's super talented. He's a good athlete, good arm. Two, he works hard, man. You see it in his footwork. You see it in his fundamentals. He has improved every single year, even dating back to when he was, in the FCS. So I think Shedeur Sanders, right now, gun to my head, I would say. But if it's not a quarterback, so if this quarterback class kind of falls in its face, and a lot of people expect it to, people don't think it's as good as this year. And I do agree it doesn't have the guys waiting in hell the way it did this year.
Can we bring the tweet back? Because it was about the Waffle House, Keon Coleman.
James Pierce Jr., though, Tennessee Edge.
Okay.
That guy's a top 3 pick.
Keon Coleman said he was shout out to Catherine Fitzgerald. Keon Coleman said he was at the Waffle House so much that he had the cook's number pinned in his messages. Hashtag. Look at that. Legend.
Dude, he's moving to a Waffle House-less Northeast Buffalo. That's got to be tough. I'm a big Waffle House guy myself. Are you? Do you partake?
Not particularly.
Oh, why not?
But I cook at home every day.
Okay.
Fair. We eat dinner at home every single day.
Carolina, is that a cookout hub?
Oh, we got cookout.
Okay.
We got cookout. We got Waffle House. We got both of them. I have both of them within a stone's throw of my house.
Gotcha.
They are. I have to drive past a cookout and a cookout and a Waffle House to get to the movie theater, to get to my kids' school, to get to the pool. I drive past both of them.
I'm a double peanut butter waffle.
Wow.
Or grits bowl. Can't go wrong with either. Jaden Cromartie, DT. I was a little disappointed with his Senior Bowl. I know he's a plus athlete. You see that 4.9, 740. He can get off the line of scrimmage. I just didn't think he had any answers as a pass rusher.
Right, and that we talk about that so much, but you've got to have a plan, and that's something that, and it's, to me, some of that's coaching. Sometimes coaches let you win with just whatever works, instead of saying this is how we're going to do it. So I think that is something that, for me, I always wonder, can you fix that in the NFL?
Mm-hmm. But dude's plus athlete, man.
Right.
Anytime you're sub 5 seconds in the 40 at the DT position, that's ticking a box. 4.56 short shuttle, great time. So, yeah, I don't think he's. I also For that being said, I was hoping he'd be a good pass rusher because I also don't think he's a great run defender. He only did 14 bench press reps. I don't think he's particularly a stack and shed DT either. So just an athlete though that you're hoping that you can coach better than
another corner.
Dude, too many corners. There's too many of these guys I haven't even watched. The list was too deep. Have you seen Micah Abram from Arsenal?
Let's see what I got here.
I feel
nope.
bad.
I feel bad, but there was. I literally. Hang on, let me count. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So how many corners? Let me see. Have come off the board here. I'm gonna count.
I've got 35 corners.
And we're still missing.
And we're still, yeah. Can we see how many corners have come off? Do we have that as a graphic?
Or is it too long? Is it too?
It might be too long. Yeah.
We have.
Yeah, man.
It must be.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Okay. What is this? We got 8 per graphic. So we got those top 8. And I really, so once we get to Kool-Aid,
Yeah.
those top 6, or I guess was that 5? Gosh, I can't count. Those top
Yeah.
5, I like those top 5, man.
Yes.
If those top 5 aren't plus starters, all of them, I'll be surprised. And not like to say that they're going to be elite players. If I had to pick, I would say Wiggins and Mitchell could get high. If we're talking about guys who are top 5 corner in the NFL, those are maybe the most likely. But I think everyone else is going to be good at corner.
Yes.
Then after that, we had kind of Laster, Sainer still. Those are your slot guys, and
Yes.
And then we have this kind of next tier. This is when, so I have Rakestraw actually a little bit above everyone else on this list on my board. I had him right in the range where the Lions picked him. But then everyone else, it started to get to that tier of just man, all these guys have something to them. All these guys should come off the board
Yes.
in the top 150. Where though? I don't know. And you see some of those guys falling into, Cam Hart to the Chargers at 140. I know people that had him top 80. And there's just what you covet or what you want at corner. Jarvis Brownlee, I know people that had him top 100. It's what you covet, one of these guys could really fit that. So I like anyone that got one in that range, where we just saw that very last graphic, because you didn't have to give up too much draft capital. And I think a lot of those guys had starter potential.
Yeah, they're good.
So,
they're all
that's
really
just the kind
good.
of corner class it was.
Georgia State offensive lineman Travis Glover in the 6th round. Another guy who started a ton of games, 57.
Jesus, they drafted 2 of the guys, and again, I did not get to Travis Glover tape, unfortunately. We're at that point.
But 57. Here's the thing. Let's talk about it. 57 games is a lot of games.
Yeah.
You started 57 games. This is a guy 6'6", 317. You're not asking him to be a starter right now. You're asking him to come in and show you what he can do for the Green Bay Packers. Helps build some semblance of depth, and then you figure out, is this guy a player or not?
So we started as a freshman in 2019 at right tackle, sophomore, left tackle, junior, left tackle, senior, right tackle and left guard, super senior, left tackle. Dude's played all over.
Yeah.
So,
versatile, has a lot of ability, so this is going to be interesting.
the Pack, they're just drafting everyone who's played a zillion games. All right, let's see some chat stuff. Snap Pop says Cookout over Waffle House. To me, they're too different to really put them in the same tier. One's fast food, one is a diner.
Sure.
They hit different needs in your life. Big Boy says, why is Bo Limmer still available? That's a great question. He was a great athlete. I would have taken him way off the board, way earlier than this. What else? Which teams will be looking for long-term answer at QB next year? Definitely the Raiders.
Yeah.
I think the Giants. I think, as much as they don't want to admit it, I think the Saints will be next year as the timeline where they need to start looking at quarterback. Even if they drafted Spencer Rattler this year. I'm trying to think who else is in that mix.
There's your guy. You said it.
Will Riker, the top kicker on my board.
Go ahead, go through it. Give me the scouting report on him.
Let me pull up the scouting report. I don't have the kicker notes just directly in front of me. But, he's got a big leg. He was accurate. He played in a lot of pressure pack games, right?
Yeah.
Which you always love. Not to say that, college football for anyone is pressure packed, right? I don't care where you're kicking at. But played at packed stadiums where they're yelling and it's loud and it's going. So, over the course of his career, this past season, hasn't missed an extra point since 2021. Past 2 years, 22 of 25, 22 of 26. Only 1 miss from below 40 the past 2 seasons. That's what you want, right? The guys are has the leg to get past 50, 5 of 5 on 50-plus yarders this past year. So, dude's good. For the Minnesota Vikings, you're a dome team, but you play outside 2 games a year in your division in possibly bad weather, Green Bay, Chicago.
Green Bay and Chicago, yeah. That's 100% correct.
Worth a shot. We're in the 6th round, man.
Yeah.
Worth a shot. Here's their draft. JJ at 10, Dallas Turner at 17. That was their draft. That's what they did. They gave up a bunch of picks, not a bunch of picks, but they gave up some day 2 picks to go up and make that play. And they coveted those guys highly. So obviously it's going to hinge on pick 10. For the rest of the Dallas Turner could be an all-pro. Tyree Jackson could be a quality starter. Walter Rouse could be a fantastic swing tackle, and Will Reichert could be the best kicker in the NFL, and Kwesi could be out of a job in 3 years. You know, if J.J. McCarthy
Yes, exactly.
poops the bed. So they had to do it. Everyone for years was saying, "Oh, Kirk's not good enough to take us there. Kirk's not good enough to take us there."
Well,
especially when you're paying him $50 million. And then after Kirk's best year, they had, the worst thing happened, which was he tore his Achilles. And I think if that doesn't happen, Kirk might be a Viking right now. But I think that kind of forced their hand in saying, do we really want to give $100 million to a guy coming off a torn Achilles? They didn't. $100 million guarantee, that is. They didn't. They go J.J. McCarthy in a really strong QB class. And and no one knows with McCarthy, right? Like, he is you can love him as much as anyone based off his tape. You did not see enough to know. Either way.
That's the thing for me, is we didn't see enough to know. And that's when I talk to people that are specifically Michigan fans, when you talk to them about J.J. McCarthy, most of them swear up and down he's the bee's knees. And so you look at what he did. Under 3,000 passing yards. I know it's close, but that, by the way, remember, what does that do? 15 games?
Yeah, that's a lot of games. So his last 7 games, he threw for over 150 yards once.
Like, that's, and people keep, it's interesting to see how people move the goalposts, change with the argument, right? That people like to cherry pick. They'll cherry pick the 72% completion percentage and the 27-1 as a starter. Great. They don't bring up that he threw only 22 touchdowns in 2023.
Yeah.
Like, that's not even on the radar of the other guy.
And there was truly, one time in his career that the Michigan said, you have to go out and either claw us back from a hole or go out and win us a game. It was the TCU semifinal.
Right.
And there were some good things there, but he also threw a pick six.
Yes.
that basically iced the game. He put it right into a linebacker's chest that was falling out under a hitch route on the outside, and that thing went back to the house. And it's that's the one time. That's the one time where it was like he had to, every single play, it was, I got to pass. And they threw a pick six. I don't know. But that was his redshirt freshman year. So he is a wild card. He's talented. He's going to work his butt off. But that is your draft right there if you're a Minnesota Vikings fan. Tylen Grable, UCFOT. All right.
And then we got the Texans on the clock now. Someone said that let's see, Colts and Texans have had monster drafts. What do we think about that?
Yes. I mean, objectively, Colts, their first 2 picks were as good as anyone's first 2 picks in terms of just value, where they got them. Texans, let me pull up what the Texans have done. They draft Jawar Jordan, your guy.
There we go. I like that. Let's go.
Speed back.
Yeah. Dude, when he's healthy, see, look at that run. A little bit of power, and now let's run. You're not going to catch him. So I like him. Jawar Jordan, let me see what we got here. There he is. Oh, come on, computer. There we go. I love that GT run that they just showed, by the way. Puts a shoulder into the guy and then outruns everyone for 74-yard touchdown. He will see. He's not a big guy, but he will seek contact, and I think that's an important thing. Like, he's not afraid of contact, but I think the big key for him, obviously, is that he can run. I don't care what you say. I mean, this goes back to the Rams thing. 4.56? That's a 4.56 guy? This is 4.56?
He's just looking. He ain't 193 pounds, is what it is.
Yeah.
That's
look at this.
That's a 180-pound wide receiver right there looking at. That guy does not have a running back body, unfortunately. But he's also not a 4.56. He's probably a low 4.4.
That's what I'm. Yeah. You got to be kidding me. That's a 4.56, man. That's crazy. That's the difference between football speed and whatever he showed up at the combine as, versus what he's going to play as. And listen, if you want to move him to wide receiver, I say go ahead. Put him in the same bin with Shipley, and go ahead and do it.
So the Texans draft, just to talk about them for a little bit, because they had Jawar Jordan come off the board here. I love their first 4 picks, man. To not have a first rounder,
right,
and come away with Kamari Lassiter, starting slot corner, Blake Fisher, super high upside right tackle, transition plan here. If they don't plan on re-signing Tyus Howard, or, obviously just always going to be a swing tackle. Kalen Bullock, a true deep free safety for DeMeco Ryans defense that has a single high role, that does play a lot of single high. Cade Stover, you have Dalton Schultz in the contract, but Cade Stover's a good number 2 who could be your starter if and when Schultz does move on. So those 4 picks, value, fit, talent, good. Solid A draft.
And I told you, we said it before. I asked you before when we were talking about the other Louisville running back. I was like, yo, do you like him more? Because I like this guy. And they got him, and so I think this is going to be another weapon, which is what you have to give C.J. Stroud. You have to give him protection. You got to give him weapons.
Browns on the clock. They haven't had a ton of picks. And we can talk about the Browns picks till we're blue in the face. If Deshaun Watson plays the way he did a year ago, they are screwed. You are not winning with how Deshaun played.
Right.
I mean, flat out, that's what it hinges on. You take out the quarterback position around the NFL, and you just look roster by roster at how good each one is. I put the Browns against anyone in the NFL.
Okay.
That is an elite roster, truly. And they add Nathaniel Watson here, a Mississippi State linebacker. It's actually pretty athletic. Probably more of a special teamer here at this point, but 4'6", 40 guys, 233, they don't grow on trees. So they like those undersized athletic linebackers there in Cleveland. But they got an undersized athletic DT in Mike Hall that I think can really make an impact on this roster year one when they really don't have a ton of holes. But there's no excuse for Deshaun Watson this year, man.
He's going to have to show up. He's going
Jerry Jeudy, Elijah Moore, Amari Cooper, David Bell, Cedric Tillman. One of the best offensive lines in the NFL.
They gave up a lot to have him be a part of that football team in more than one way. And he's going to have to do something. He has to produce.
He stunk, man. He was like flat out bad, which is just unbelievable. I mean, like,
nobody saw that coming.
Gave up what they gave up for a bottom 5 quarterback in the NFL last year.
Right.
Flacco wiped the floor with it. Flacco's. There's a reason why that team turned it on with Flacco's because, man, I don't know. I'm curious to see because the thing was, it was a vastly different offense that they were running there from what he ever ran in Houston. Are they going to switch it up? Is Kevin Stefanski going to change his stripes, so to speak? Like, is it going to be not the stretch zone running game, play action, or are we going to go 3-4 wide and just let Deshaun shotgun snap after snap? Because he was not good under center whatsoever.
Right.
I'm just very curious to see how things change there.
All right,
because they got him.
I think the Seahawks pick is in.
Who we got?
Mike Durrell, a tackle from Finlay.
Whoa.
Finlay is a college.
So I expected there to be some off the map lists today, right? Like I said it yesterday, and it was a great sell on my part. I said it was a bad. It's just like not a lot of talent happened on day 3, right? Like when I got, usually I get to like 200 on my board, and I'm just like, oh, man, just like throw some names on it. It's like tough. That was 150 for me this year. But I was like, man.
Yeah,
so that's 4 rounds of the draft. So we're at a point where you draft a tackle from Finlay.
Sure. As soon as you don't like any of the other tackles.
Don't look it up. Where is Finlay?
Finlay. I'm going to guess that Finlay is in Kansas. Where is Finlay?
The city of Findlay is in Ohio. Is this? I don't even know. Is it University of Findlay?
I assume so.
Let me look up.
Do they have a football team?
Okay, University of Findlay. Let's see. One sec. It's in Findlay, Ohio.
There we go.
It is. Let's see. Is it an FCS program? What are we talking about? Yeah, I'm really. This is really bad content. University of Findlay in Ohio. Yeah, so don't have much more for you on him. Mike Terrell.
Raiders on the clock. What do we think about the Raiders?
Mike, there they go. Dylan Laube. Here we go. Here's a guy we could talk about. This guy.
Wow. Big Boy actually asked thoughts on RB Dylan Laube from New Hampshire. Great small school prospect.
He's
in
maybe
the chat.
the best pass catching back in this class. Just like great hands, good route runner, tiny catch radius. He's like a real small, tight frame.
Right.
5'10", 206. He broke the single-game receiving record for a running back this year, 295 receiving
Good
yards
Lord.
against Central Michigan. That's who he is. He running between the tackles, and he'll go down on when someone breathes on him. But I think he can play out in space, and he could be that third down back. So for Raiders team that, he has Zamir White, be the pounder. A little more.
Man, I forgot about Zeus.
Yeah. So there's your
There we go.
running back rooms. This running back room's kind of tough though. It's Zamir White, it's Alexander Madison, Amir Abdullah, and then just Dylan Lobby.
Yep. There we go. You like him more than Sheridan?
Just different backs. I mean, like he truly is like. I wouldn't even give him handoffs, right? Like he's just like he's a pass catcher, but he's a good pass catcher.
Would you move him?
No, because he's such small arms. Like he has to take like swings and stuff.
Yeah.
Like the catch radius is tiny for that guy. So
I
unfortunately,
dig it. I'm going to tell you what, I'm not going to make it. I got to go to the bathroom.
Get it. Go ahead. I can carry this for a little. I can just yak.
I'll be
about it.
right back.
Another pick is in. Oh, we got the kicker run has begun. Joshua Carty, the Stanford kicker.
Oh, my goodness.
Let me pull up the numbers on Joshua Carty because these were my top 2 kickers on my board. I actually only had the draftable grade, though, on Reichert. I didn't have it on Carty. So a little bit of a reach here on my board, but only 4 misses this past season. Did miss 1 from under 40. Only 1 miss from under 40 in his career, but only a 3-year player there. He goes 72 on 73 for extra points in his career, 51 of 60 on field goals. Playing in some cushy weather there out in the West Coast, even if he was playing outdoors. But, hey, the NFC North, it's a new era of kickers in the NFC North with Will Reichert and the Vikings. Joshua Carty, it's not just a new era at quarterbacks. We have a new era of kickers as well. So, Detroit Lions, I love their draft. As a Packers fan, I'm really upset with the way the rest of the NFC North has drafted at this point in time. You have maybe I'm not upset about where the Vikings got a quarterback, but I am upset about the fact they got Dallas Turner all the way down at number 17. Chicago Bears, obviously everyone knows what they did, but I also like kind of the projects they took with Kieran Almagaji at tackle, Austin Booker at edge. And the Detroit Lions, business as usual, just draft good players. And then Darren Arnold, Enos Rakestraw, the one need position on this roster. They really hammered it home. They got 2 guys who will compete for that probably starting outside corner spot, who then have some versatility. Rakestraw played some slot this past year at Missouri. Arnold played some slot this past year at Alabama. So NFC North, maybe not this year. I think 2025, people could be looking at it as the best division in football. It is on the come up. Here we go. Oh my gosh. And they just drafted Christian Mahogany, the Boston College guard, Detroit Lions. This guy who was 2021 first year starter, awesome tape. Everyone's like 2022, he could be like a top 50 guard. Tears his ACL in the offseason, doesn't play the entire 2022 season. Came back this year and I didn't think he made that leap that I was expecting, but he was still pretty darn good. Looks a little awkward. It's not like the fluid athlete you might expect the guard position. You can even see it in his stance. Looks a little labored. But he tested well. And on the move, he's not too bad. And he uses his hands exceptionally well in pass pro. That's why he gets ranked where he does on my board. Look at that. Physicality. Big fan of his game. I never plug any 6th-round offensive lineman into starting. But this guy could start over Graham Glasgow at left guard. I mean, I love this Detroit Lions draft, man. This is right up there. So I think Steelers, Colts, Lions, Bears, those are the ones that I'm really you feel good. If you're a fan of one of those teams, you got to be happy as heck. There's just a no-skip sort of feel to their draft classes at this point. And this one especially. Now, I can't speak to Giovanni Manu. Maybe I'll go get some of that British Columbia tape post-show. But I can speak to the rest of the guys, and I had them all far higher on my board. Every single one of the rest of the guys was in my top 105, I believe. Vaki was a top 100 guy. Mahogany, a top 75 guy. Wingo is outside my top 100, but just outside my top 100. So there you have it. Kamal Hayden comes off the board, and for the Chiefs in particular, I thought he was a good press corner. I thought he was aggressive at the line of scrimmage, maybe over-aggressive, and that's the Chiefs type, dude. They want the guy who's going to, they've kind of, with Spag's defense there, Steve Spagnuolo, he wants corners that are going to toe the line of throw the defensive holding flag every play, right? And I thought Kamal Hayden was that on tape. Kind of had a breakout year this year. You saw that 6 picks this past season. Now they weren't all like great, sort of like there were some like lucky picks in there. I wouldn't call him a playmaker, but look at that. Just the punch right to the jaw. That might be a little illegal hands to the face, but he doesn't care. They have some guys on the roster right now, Joshua Williams and others that are in that mold. Jalen Watson, that's their type. As Michael Felder walks back into the studio here. But Kamal Hayden's a guy that fits the ethos of Steve Spagnuolo. So, what are your thoughts on his squad?
Who are we at?
Kamal Hayden came off the board to Kansas City Chiefs to pick.
Oh, wow. I love him, dude.
Yeah.
Like, this is a guy, like, it doesn't feel like well, it's clearly not a stretch. We're talking about a 6th-round compensatory pick right now. But it's a good fit. I think he's obviously going to help out on special teams, but he's also someone that, if you teach him, if you coach him up, he's got some of those traits that we talked about. And again, I think we need to I like reiterating all the time when we do this. What do we say at the top of the show? It's 3 things that you're looking for, 3 things you're going to get. The 3 things that you're looking for are traits, like super athletic traits, production out of guys that you think can work even if they don't have the traits, and then we got another pick is in.
The kicker run continues.
Oh my goodness.
As we have Cam Little come off the board.
Oh my goodness.
Let's read off his stats here for you guys. As you missed it, Joshua Carty, the Arkansas kicker.
Wow.
The Stanford kicker went off the board to the Lions.
Right when I was leaving, I saw that.
Little's the Arkansas kicker. Over the course of his career, he is 129 of 129 on extra points, 53 of 64 on field goals. That's an 82.8% clip. Solid. This past season only had 1 miss on 12 attempts from under 40 yards. Goes 9 of 12 on over 40 yards. Lots of like, man. 6'2", 179. Jacksonville Jaguars. They get their kicker of the future. Everyone's looking for their kicker of the future here in the 6th round, and the Jaguars steal theirs.
Kicker of the future. Because who do they have kicking there now? They have 2 kickers.
You want to see some of these picks that you missed?
Sure, yeah, let's see them.
All the kickers that came off the board. There were actually some players that I liked because Christian Mahogany.
He came off the board?
To the Detroit Lions, my lord.
Oh, man. The Lions are just absolutely having a great...
Oh, we had Cardi to the wrong team. It wasn't the NFC North. He went to the Los Angeles Rams. I wanted the diatribe about him going to the Lions. He went to the Rams. There's your Rams scouting. That's who they go with, is the kicker. But Mahogany to the Lions, awesome pick. Back a little bit, Will Riker to the Vikings, interesting one. Lauby to the Raiders, your pass catching back there. I kind of like Kamal Hayden to the Chiefs. I think he could. I mean, they've had good success with later round corners, man. And it's because they have a type, and I think Kamal Hayden fits that type. So, yeah, there are your past few picks.
Thank you. I'm caught up now, and I feel way better.
Dude, I bet.
Did you see me over there?
Yeah. I know that feeling. That was me round 1.
Yeah.
I was like, I would rather pee my pants than leave this set right now. I didn't want to be that guy who, with 5 minutes remaining in the show, was going to do it.
Yeah.
Thankfully, we held strong.
Yeah,
so here we are.
held strong. I just couldn't do it. I looked at. Here's what I.
No, I'm not going to make it to end of round 7. Trust me.
Dude, I looked at it. I looked at how much was left, and I was like,
nope.
It's better that I just do it now.
Yeah. Oh,
dude,
here we
wait.
go. The chat's trying to get me. Renner, who's your pick to win the AFC North? Every year I pick the Bengals. You know I do this. I go to this golf event where they have a Bengals helmet, and I wear the Bengals helmet, and I tweet out Bengals, and then they're odds to win the AFC North, and I bet them. But this year
they actually...
I mean, this year they're right in the mix, but it's... I think I'm going to go Baltimore Ravens, dude. Derrick Henry. I mean, they were so good last year, and they pooped the bed so hard. in the playoffs.
And we still don't know what this Steelers situation is going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not picking the Steelers. Let's be real here. Even with Russell Wilson, I
I
like where they're
understand.
headed, but not this year. And the
Yeah.
Browns with Deshaun Watson,
No, thank
I
you.
love that roster, but not this year. I think I picked the Ravens to repeat. Even they lost a few pieces, but not enough to
But they
make
added,
me
too.
that worried. And yeah, they always replenish. They've drafted really well of late. And then Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, dude. Derrick Henry, he's timeless. He was running behind one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL last year and still putting up numbers. So I got to go with them. They look at the roster there. Mark Andrews back healthy, for the whole year this year. That'll be impactful. It's just they're such a complete team, and yeah, I know they lost some pieces. Patrick Queen, Jadeveon Clowney, that were impact guys for them. But it's not enough that I think this defense is going to take a massive step back because they were like top 2 in the NFL last year. What is it? We're going to be top 5 now, and that's going to change things? I don't think so.
Right.
But it's a dogfight. I mean, like this, picking any one of those teams is tough. So I'll go Ravens. Here we go. 49ers pick coming up. Big boy wants to know Bo Limmer. I would love that. Their draft's been hot. That'd put a really nice bow on their draft because I think he fits athletically what they're like in their interior offensive linemen. Let's see. Cowboys got the best kicker in the league off the street. Hard to disagree with that, TLG says here. Bailey Mendez asks, why is Kalen King still on the board? You want to take that one, Felder? Because I got takes on Kalen King.
No, I want to hear yours.
Because he was trash this year. He was absolutely awful. He went to the Senior Bowl, and he had the worst performance I've seen from a cornerback at the Senior Bowl. I don't know what it was. I think it's a confidence issue because he was not locked in. He was 2022, he was locked in. He was aggressive. He was great at the line of scrimmage. This year he was not. Goes to the combine, runs a 4.61.
So to me, it was the combine numbers. 1, 2. I do think that he suffered from being like having to be like or try to be the guy. And I think that's another part that's interesting because it's not easy to do. And so there, look at that. Speak of the devil.
Go King. Oh, did he come off the board?
Yeah.
Or were we just talking about him? Yeah, I think that was highlights.
Oh, is that just a highlight? Okay, I thought he came off the board. Yeah, he did some things well, but I think that he really just struggled with targets, with his footwork, and it just, I don't know about you, but there was like a panic. Does that seem right?
That's like, I think it was a confidence issue. Like he was not, he was scared. You can't play corner scared. You can't play corner not thinking that every single rep you're going to dominate the guy across from you because it's, one false step. Corner's like OT where it's like you can play a perfect game, everyone will remember the one bad play.
Don't remember the one thing
The one
you messed
bad
up.
play turned into a half dozen bad plays for him most games because he would let them compound. So that's how I felt about him this year. Wyatt says everyone's doing well except the Falcons fans. I'll just say this again. I felt very similarly the Packers 2020 draft when they went Jordan Love, A.J. Dillon, and who was the third-round tight end out of Cincinnati that they drafted? Josiah DeGuara. I was like, this draft stunk. Would I go back and trade a T. Higgins for Jordan Love? Debatable. They may have won a Super Bowl with T. Higgins. I think they would have, truly, myself. But, yeah, you didn't maximize a window. But am I happy as heck that they have Jordan Love now?
Right.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's how I think Falcons fans could feel about this in 3 years. It's like, damn, you thought you were in the driver's seat to take over the NFC North, get to a Super Bowl, because it's a good roster. It's not too far away. One Dallas Turner, one Latu. That could have been a difference between a few playoff wins for them. But now you're like, oh, man, how do we beat the Eagles, Cowboys, 49ers, Lions now? I don't think you do.
Right.
So, unfortunately, that's how I feel, but in 4 years, might be singing a different tune.
Right? Oh, wow.
But I do not like the rest of the picks. I'll just say that. Jordan Whittington. He kind of fell out of favor because Texas just loaded up on wide receivers.
Exactly. He just wasn't getting the touches. Like he was kind of the guy.
Yeah. Before Adonai Mitchell transferred. Before Jonte.
Xavier Worthy.
Who's like the young guy there who's really talented? Jonte Brown, maybe?
I got it here.
They have a young guy who's going to be a top prospect here in a few years. But he kind of fell out of favor. See, there are only 42 catches, 505 yards, but a strong possession slot type of wide receiver, good after the catch. So that's the kind of receiver you're getting at this point in time. A guy who older end, but played good football.
Yeah, he is. That's what I'm. That's the thing. He's an older guy. I keep listening to you about that now.
Age.
Yeah. I mean, he's like he had 50 catches 2 years ago, and then this year he goes down to 42 because those other guys. But even though they throw it more, and he's, I mean, Worthy went over 1,000. Obviously, Mitchell goes over 800. So he just wasn't. He didn't get as many targets, and so he had 42 catches. He's a wide body guy though. Like,
thickly built,
yes.
Wide receiver. He was starting way back in 2020.
Yes.
But then injuries, meniscus,
Yep.
clavicle, was kind of, like you said, 2022 looked like he was on his way to becoming like the guy in the offense, but then A.D. Mitchell transfers, he takes a back seat, isn't even starting most games this past year.
Yep.
So, like, solid football player. Nothing, maybe like special teams sort of like
Sure.
can be a teamer sort of guy, that physical, over the middle type of wide receiver for that offense. So that's what you got. All right, some other chat questions. Do you like Fabian Lovett, DT from FSU? I do. I'm surprised he hasn't gone off the board. We've seen a lot of DTs come off the board, and I thought he was a pretty plus athlete. Here's Seth Johnson, another plus athlete. And we're talking about guys who have athleticism. 4'6", 340, you see it. And he's another like thick, like 260.
Right.
Got a little more heft to him, wider, more thickly built than a lot of guys. Kind of
thick ankles and wrists.
Yeah.
Like, he can bring power, and I think that's the thing that you're going to look for. If you ask him to set the edge, I think he can do it. And he's got a good, like, he can get hands off of him. Love the fact he's able to rotate and then still go make a play, or spin and go make a play. But I think this is one where we're talking about technique. We're talking about positional fit. Mm-hmm. Is he, like, he's in the 260s, right? So what are we doing with him? Are we putting him as a true 4-3 defensive end? Mm-hmm. Are we letting him play at a 5 technique? So it's positional fit, but it's also it's also about learning what you're supposed to do in terms of football.
I think the Bengals will like that he can play in a few different spots here. He's a pretty solid athlete that could line up at 5 tech if you really want to kick him inside, or if it's necessary, if he has to do so. So, still young, only 21 years old. Like, he came out early, or not early. He had another year of eligibility, I believe, but decided not to. So, here's another interesting one. Jarrett Kingston, a guy who was out of position at tackle this past year at USC. A big portion of their sort of struggles, he was partially responsible, shall we say, but it's just because he's a guard or a center in your offense. And for the 49ers specifically, I think he ends up playing center for them. But I liked when he was back at Washington State in the years prior, when you saw him on the interior. We saw him at left guard way back in 2021. I think he can be a plus pass protecting center that can play in that scheme in terms of get out on the move. Kyle Shanahan himself. So I've been saying the short shuttle times. Kyle Shanahan, after the draft and after Dominic Pugh last year, mentioned his short shuttle time. Kingston was a high-end short shuttle time guy.
Right.
He had let me see the number here, a 4.47 short shuttle. So that's why he goes to this point in the draft to that team. Flourney, have you watched any Flourney tape? I have.
Good.
And while he was a high-end tester, so let me get his testing numbers out in front of me. 4.44, 39.5-inch vertical, 11-foot broad jump. I could not find those numbers on tape until he had the ball in his hands. It just, as a route runner, really timid, I thought, and really unwilling to, he could not run routes at full speed. He could run with the ball in his hands at full speed, and he broke a ton of tackles. Obviously, Southeast Missouri State level competition wasn't anything special, but I like that about him. Really sure-handed, 3.2% drop rate over the past 2 seasons. So, cold project, but with some athletic traits.
No, there's your Bo Limmer. Did somebody ask about him?
Yep, to the Rams.
There we go, going to the Rams. I like him. I mean, this guy, and here's the thing. He played for an offensive line coach. That's one of the things you really like. You see him there. Was he playing center there? Can play center, can play guard. I like what he brings to the table. This is someone that you look at what he's able to do. Like, he can move bodies. He can also shield. He can do both of the things that you want your center to do. Fast hands, but also I think could kick over and play guard.
One of the most athletic centers in this draft. had a 36.5-inch vertical. I believe that was the combine record, actually, for offensive linemen. That's jumping. He's 6'5". I'd like to see some dunk videos out of this guy.
Yeah.
At 6'5", a 36.5-inch vertical, he might be able to do like some windmills. He could probably do some nice stuff as a 300-pounder. 4.57 short shuttle, 7.4, 7.3 cone, and he did 39 bench press reps.
That's,
so
again,
kind of short arms, 32-inch arms.
Yeah, but
Not ideal length, but that's, I don't care what your arm length is, 39 bench press reps moving, but it's the core strength with him. He's just a thin frame. He's 6'5", 300 pounds. That's different than a 6'2", 300 pounder.
Right.
You know, that guy needs to put on, I'd say 15 pounds of muscle before I'm starting him in an NFL game. That's why he's falling to here. It's because you just can't play him right away. It will get exposed, but there's athletic traits to project it. And I thought, you know, playing the SEC.
But he could carry more weight.
Yeah. Oh, Leary's the next QB off the board before
Okay.
some of your.
I'm a Leary fan.
Yeah.
I liked him coming out of high school, came from Pinewood, I believe, New Jersey, went down to NC State. The biggest problem that he had in high school was touch. He threw everything like it was a fastball. And
He's got a big arm. He likes to show it off.
yes, he likes to show it off. So he throws everything like it's a fastball. And then he gets to NC State, obviously, and he's trying to make plays. Ends up at Kentucky. At Kentucky, I thought, you know, there were flashes. I'm surprised he fell this far, but you weren't going to pick him before Milton. So the reality here is, I guess this is the right spot for him as we look at the back end of that 6th round. And he just, to me, is someone that I've enjoyed watching. I think he's got some focus to him. He's going to be somebody's backup, obviously, but I think he's got the tools to play.
Yeah, I go back to his 2021 tape at NC State. 3,400 yards that year, 35 touchdowns, 5 picks. That was his junior year. I was like, okay, he takes the next step. We could be talking.
Bingo.
You know, we could be saying top
Yes.
100 guy. Because he's got that arm. Like his miles per hour at the combine, I believe, was top 3 of anyone there. Never did. And even kind of took a step back. He started throwing some a little too aggressive down the football field, throwing some bad interceptions that you just can't have. And the erraticism, the accuracy never developed. So a little bit of a long release, as you see right there. Undersized guy at just over 6 foot tall. Yeah, for the Ravens, I don't know. You're
Here's the
draftable, but
here's my problem. It's not that he got picked here. It's that the Ravens are the team that picked him.
he doesn't fit. He's not
Exactly.
He's not
Like,
an athlete.
I like when teams, when they make life easier for everyone.
Stylistically
Bingo.
matching your backup.
Yes, so that your backup matches with so you don't have to change your entire offense. Listen, knock on wood, right? But if Lamar Jackson falls down the stairs on a Wednesday, and you got a game on Sunday,
Or if he has to go to the bathroom in the middle of the game.
or he has to go to the bathroom in the middle of the game, like me.
Well, like he did that one time too.
Yeah, but like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Like, you can't. Like, I'm thinking more of like something happens on a Wednesday, and then what? We have to figure everything else out on basically Thursday, Friday. It just that's the thing I don't understand.
Well, who would you have taken? There was Jordan Travis, Joe Milton, or Finn. You know, like that's it.
Yeah, that's a good point, but I just don't.
There wasn't that guy in this draft class, unfortunately.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't like it. Like, I just don't. It's not. It doesn't make sense to me when you have these mishmash of pairings. Like, I like what the Steelers did.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Give it an F. Push F.
Oh,
Let's give an F out. There you go. First one of the draft. No, we're just messing around, obviously. I mean, Devin Leary is a draftable player, but
sure, absolutely.
But it's just objectively a little bit of an odd fit. So there we have it. Bills on the clock. 2 more picks in the 6th round,
I know.
and then we'll see how long my bladder can last.
Let's
Because
see where we're at.
We're hot right now.
2 more picks here.
Bills and Bucks. I kind of like what the Bills have done to hodgepodge things together here, because we weren't drafting to the back end of the 1st round. They kind of needed a lot on this roster. It's gotten just depleted. You lost your safeties. You lost your number 1 wide receiver. You lost your depth on the offensive line. You've lost some depth along the defensive line of late. So there were needs that had to be addressed. I thought they did a really good job of playing the draft to get to 33. Now, I wouldn't have traded with the Kansas City Chiefs personally to give them Xavier Worthy. But I do like that they got Keon Coleman. I think he's going to be a player in that offense. And I think he's a really reliable, high-floor dude. So, Buffalo Bills, it's not a top 5 draft by any means. But this one's it's an above-average draft, shall we say, based on what draft capital they have.
You get a Penn State guy. Another,
well, you know what we're seeing right here. Return. This is a returner. This is not.
Bingo.
It wasn't. I don't think he was even a starting corner for them last year,
Right.
was he?
You get a return guy.
He's your return guy.
We talked about it earlier in the show that with the new kickoff rule, we're probably going to see more returns. Why not spend the pick at the back end of the 6th round to go and get a special teams guy, a return guy, someone that can help you out there.
Yeah. So he was a slot, not even necessarily starter, just over 400 snaps for them. However, 2 punt return touchdowns this past season.
This is the second one that we're seeing.
So,
and this is going to play more like a punt. The new kickoff is going to play a little bit more like a punt, both with the directional kicking, which you have to deal with in punt return, and with that kind of man-on blocking that you see with punt return. I wouldn't be surprised to see teams trying to draw up wall returns.
Yeah. You know what I'm worried about, though, is that it'll end up just being like a nightmare in terms of their defense has like 3 guys break through the line, and then it's just like then we just stop return kicks altogether.
Yeah.
But then when that's the case, actually, you'll see more strategic.
I worry about the other way.
How so? That they return kicks left and right?
Yeah, because
touchdowns.
Yeah, because all you. That's why I said I wouldn't be surprised to see some teams try to put together like a wall return, or put together, this middle blast or whatever. Where all you have to do now is this. All you have to do is split them.
Well, you know what I think is so in the XFL a lot of times it's just like my idea. You would just have your offense would go forward. I think what you want is your defense to retreat first. So the defensive guys, you want to give space to then go backwards to give yourself room to make a crease somewhere. Because if you're engaging right away, that gives too much time for those guys. We're like talking about strategy here, but it gives too much time for those guys to defeat those blocks, then come into the kick returns.
Yeah.
So I think you got to retreat first and then pull up something. But I'm excited to see the innovation.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens.
We'll be seeing it in real time. Someone will come up with something nice. Some other team will be copying it the next week. But I do think you're seeing teams more so than maybe ever drafting returners earlier than you would have. So,
what do we got? We got Elijah Klein.
Kind of a sleeper
UTEP
along the offensive line. I kind of like this guy.
Yeah.
He's a late rounder. I got to his tape really late in the process.
Just over 300 pounds. I mean, this is a guy that he played a lot of football.
Because he was, let me pull up my notes on Elijah Klein. Where are we? Oh, struggling to find him.
There are. All right, let's go to round 6 to recap. Because we got one more round.
So he played a ton.
That's what I was saying.
He was 3,686 career snaps. And I thought this past year, and now again, he's old as can be. I think he's 24 years old, right?
Yeah.
He only allowed 3 pressures on stage. I don't think he was invited to, it wasn't a Senior Bowl invite. I don't think he was a Shrine Bowl invite either, but this guy was kind of a sleeper that I liked his tape when I watched him late in the process. So for Tampa Bay Bucks, they already went guard earlier, or a guy to play guard in Graham Barton. It just gives more depth to the interior of that offensive line.
All right, here we go. So we got Walter Rouse, so that's an offensive lineman. How many offensive linemen do we have? 1, 2 in the first round, 2 in that first wave of the 6th round. Darius Masoa from UCLA, another guy I really like. Johnny Wilson, a guy that you really like, that comes off the board right there. Jason McClellan, a guy I like, but he's got to stay healthy, and that's a big question. Mekhi Wingo, we liked him. We liked him better than Jordan Jefferson. Christian Boyd, a guy we like from a smaller school in Northern Iowa. Joe Milton comes off, he can throw the ball. Joe Milton III comes off, a guy who can throw the ball a mile away. Tyler Davis from Clemson, a player that I like. Let's see what else we got. Because I think we have our first pick of the 7th coming up. Micah Abram, Jawar Jordan, who I really, really liked. And then we got your kickers, Will Riker. Show me the rest of show me more kickers. Joshua Carty.
37
37
picks.
Yes, I know. I'm counting too.
Jared Kingston, USC. Interested to see how that one plays out for them. But there's Mahogany and Mekhi Wingo, Detroit Lions. They're your 6th round winners. If you're getting a winner from the 6th round,
Sure.
It's your Detroit Lions. 2 top 110 players on my board.
Mr. Man says, who will be Mr. Irrelevant?
Ooh, we're shaping up. Let's make some.
And someone FXL says Sam Hartman getting drafted? Question mark.
I do wonder if you'll see kind of like a run of quarterbacks going as Mr. Irrelevant, just because the only one
who
to
do you think
ever
were
work
the
out
winners in this round?
is Brock Purdy, just to kind of like
Yeah.
motivate that guy. We'll see.
we went through our winners. I think you just mentioned Wilson, Wingo. Those have to be winners, right?
Yeah.
You said that already. And for me, I mean, just good grief, looking at it.
I got a player comp from the chat.
Uh-huh.
South Jose said Renner looks like the dude from Supernatural.
Look at you. Never
What's the
seen
name?
it.
That's Jensen Ackles. I get that. That's my player comp that I get a few times.
There you go. I've never seen the show.
I've never actually myself either. My brother has the DVDs.
Jawar Jordan for me is a winner for sure. Christian Boyd, obviously a guy that we both really liked. And I like Tyler Davis, so that's a winner for me. There's some head scratchers personally, and those are going to be all kickers. I'm just going to say that.
Okay, so here we go. We had L. Henderson said, who is the steal of the draft so far? I'm going to go round by round, and I'm going to give you the biggest steal from each round.
Okay.
My Wi-Fi will cooperate.
Yeah, mine is acting crazy too.
And give me my round picks. All right, first round. So obviously, I think there's a lot of good picks, but to qualify for a steal, it's got to be like down the round. So I had Byron Murphy at 7. He goes 16. But I think for it to be a steal, it has to be like even later than that. So I'll go, I think I'll go Quinyon Mitchell.
Nice.
He was 15th on my board, goes 22nd.
There you go.
So those two, one of those two. Those are your biggest steals from round 2. Biggest steal, or round 1, excuse me. Biggest steal from round 2, that one's pretty easy. Adonai Mitchell. I had him 14th. He goes 52nd. Really tough to beat that.
For sure.
When you're the Indianapolis Colts and you get 2 top 15 players on my draft board. Let's go to round 3. If I can find the picks that were made in round 3. Oh, I think I know it off the top of my head. Peyton Wilson. He goes right at the back end of round 3.
Back end of round 3 to the Steelers.
I had him in the 40s on my draft board. I thought that was excellent value there. Let's see, round 4. Why is this so difficult to load this?
Yeah. So we're we're looking at the Bills right now. And I think the Bills. Let's rock and roll.
All right, round 4, we had. I like Javon Baker at 110 for the Pats. He was a top 60 player on my board. They get him all the way at 110. Let's see anyone else really jumping out to me. Oh, you know who it was. Oh, no, he didn't even go in round 4. He went in round 5. I know who round 5 is. So I think Javon Baker is your biggest steal of round 4.
Okay, this is one. There's no way.
Round 5, it's Austin Booker. And that, if I'm talking steal of the draft, I think Austin Booker, I will put a stamp to it. I will be surprised if he's not a plus edge at the next level. So you get a starting quality edge, even if he's a year or 2 away in the 5th round. That was my steal of the draft.
Do you have this one?
Now I don't know for sure if he's going to be a good player. There may be other reasons why he fell. Round 6 is Christian Mahogany to the Detroit Lions. So I'm giving a lot of steals to the NFC North, unfortunately. Oh my gosh, here we go. International Pathway Program. Love that. Is this the first one ever? Or no, Jordan Mailata was an International Pathway Program guy, right?
This is so.
Or am I?
Explain to people what the International Pathway Program is.
It's basically like the NFL outreach to get guys who are big athletes in other countries that don't have high school football, and they might have semi-pro, but semi-pro in other countries is glorified rec football. Right. They put pads on, but it's my former coworker at PFF, Sam Monson, used to play it in Ireland. So that's what it is, but it's usually like younger guys. Let's see how young this guy is, but coming from England,
6'7",
6'7", can move.
Oof.
Let's see if the Beast has some numbers on this guy. So he ran a 4.81 apparently at 6'7", 301.
Ooh.
35-inch arms. Yeah, take that chance here. What was that guy? Oh, I mean, he's definitely playing rugby, right? Like, you're in England.
Sure.
My first thought is like, what's this guy doing? You know, why can this guy do 19 bench press reps at 6'7", 301? What sport's he playing? But probably rugby.
Yeah.
It's not like this guy's out there playing cricket, just trying to
Right.
hit bombs at 6'7". But the more the game expands, I don't think that'll be an uncommon thing.
There we go. Notre Dame's Jean-Baptiste.
He was he was a DPR for Ohio State for a few years.
Right. Yeah, I remember him there.
Designated pass rusher, transfers this past year, and I thought he was more of a complete guy than I thought he really took a step forward in his development. I'm surprised he lasted this long because he has the kind of edge body. You know, he's on the shorter, he's a little undersized, 239, but he has almost 34-inch arms, 4.66, 10.7 broad jump, can really get off the line of scrimmage, as you see right there. And again, I thought he held up better against the run to where at 239, maybe he can play more than just third downs the way he did at Ohio State. So, not a bad player, also going to be 24 years old here in a few days. So, older, and that's, again, if you haven't developed by this age, that's when you worry about if the guy's ever going to figure it out. So he can play in the league, though. He can be a rotational piece. He can be your second sort of backup defensive end.
Was that 7 guys for Notre Dame so far?
Is that?
I think so.
God, the boys were talented this year, man. I was at that Ohio State game where they lost in the last second play. That was a good squad. They did not have receiving talent the way Ohio State did, the way a lot of the teams that made it to the playoff this year did. We looked at the playoff this year, man, and how many receivers come off of those teams. Texas,
yeah,
2 guys in the top 2 rounds. Washington, 3 guys in the top 3 rounds. Michigan, a wide receiver and a tight end already drafted here, top 100. And you might see Cornelius Johnson come off the board before it's all said and done. And then Alabama, Jermaine Burton, 3rd rounder, but was probably a little bit more talented than that. And they weren't like really a pass team this year.
And let's see what we got. What's Washington at? So Notre Dame is at 7.
Yeah, who has the most so far?
That's what I'm looking up right now.
Is it Washington? I mean, Michigan had 15 combine invites, right? They had the most combine invites, but they had a lot of guys who I was like, he might get drafted. They have a few edge rushers, I think.
Washington's got 9.
That's got to be the most. I don't feel like anyone else has had that many.
Washington's got 9. Let me just check Michigan.
Who else has had?
I'm going to check Michigan.
Georgia's had a good amount, but not
1,
9.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Texas has got to be up there. Well,
Michigan's at 9.
2 DBs from Texas, a linebacker, 2 wide receivers, offensive linemen, 2 running backs. Texas might be in that mix. A tight end. Texas might have 9 as well, now that I'm thinking about it.
You messed up my counting.
Sorry. Stop talking.
They got 11.
Who does?
Texas.
Yeah, Texas has some.
So Texas might
Texas
be.
has a squad, man. That was a good football team. The worst player in the football team, not the worst player, but the household name, ironically, was the reason why that team didn't win the national championship.
Quinn Ewers?
That team was loaded. They should have been. I mean, they didn't miss a beat when Quinn Ewers went out. Like, people didn't talk about that enough.
Yeah.
That team didn't miss a beat, man.
Georgia's got 8.
Ewers
so yeah, looks like Texas is right now. They're out in front.
Yeah.
So Texas looks like Texas got 11. Washington's got 9. Notre Dame has 7. There we go.
All right, any more from the chat? Sam Hartman getting drafted? I would guess no. His arm is, I think, below the NFL threshold.
Yeah, I like him a lot, but no.
Here we go. Day 3 guy most likely to make a Pro Bowl. I mean, I had Austin Booker top of my board. It is because I thought he had Pro Bowl potential, like really high in potential. Gosh, I wouldn't put it past who Jalen Wright. I think could very easily make a Pro Bowl because he's in a great situation. And now Devon Chain is obviously ahead of him, but like you see Raheem Mostert just walk into the Pro Bowl because of where he played. Not because he played super talented as well, but Jalen Wright could very well, if he just gets an opportunity there in Miami, he could be a Pro Bowl player as well. So I'll say those two guys.
Dude,
oh, wait, and also Will Riker, dude. Bama kicker.
Oh, yeah, that feels like an easy answer, too.
And maybe Tory Taylor. Punter. Where'd he go again? Why am I blanking on where he went? Chicago. Yep, Tory Taylor.
Oh, yeah.
Chicago.
All right, we're oh, man.
Oh, Trey Taylor, Air Force safety came off the board. Did we discuss that?
All
Or is it
right.
There, they were on the clock.
I like him.
Yeah?
Kid's a ball player. What is the Air Force policy on going to play?
I think it's the same as
Navy
Army
and-
Navy. He's going to
Okay.
have to get the waiver. Or did Trump change something where I don't think they need the waiver anymore? It's just like if they want to do it, they get an auto deferment if they want to,
Interesting.
right?
So, yeah,
I
that's
know the policy
interesting.
got changed in some way, shape, or form.
He's a good football player, though. This is a guy that runs around in the back end, ball hawk, not afraid to put it. Listen, you can't be a chicken in play
Yeah.
there. You have to be able to stick your nose in there. And so I really love the way that he operates. I think he is probably better coming down than he is moving backwards. But
Yeah.
either way, I think he can play half field safety. I don't want him in the full back end all by himself. But there we go. That's my read on him.
Yeah, Trump had an executive order saying that in 2019 that they can if they want. They can go if they want, like auto deferment. They used to have to petition and like do
Sure.
whatever, and some guys didn't get it, which was wild
Right.
to me. That they wouldn't, it seems like an easy advertising
Right.
sort of play if you're a service academy, and that's like, what they want to do is just let those guys play, and then everyone's going to talk about it. Alejandro Villanueva.
Yes.
What do you know about Alejandro Villanueva? Dude was in, what was it, the Army? You know that. So, yeah. Trey Taylor, Air Force. There he is.
Yeah.
Split 210.
Yeah. Angry player.
Thick. And at safety especially, in the NFL, I'll just say this, like, size matters.
Yes.
Some positions, a linebacker, you can get away with the 225 guys. Like, that's not as big a deal. But in the NFL, those guys got to tackle, and now more than ever, because they really are the last line of defense in a lot of teams. They aren't, if they miss a play, because they're playing, a lot of them are getting taken out of run fits, they miss a play, those runs go for long, long yardage. So it's a tackling position, and if you're tackling position, you can't really get by with 185 pounders the way you can in college. So
Right.
210, that stuff matters.
Ooh.
Go.
Here we go. Trey Taylor, we like it.
Oh, we got a little run here. Can I tip some of the picks that just came in
Sure.
that I'm seeing?
Let's
We got
do 'em.
the Bengals, Dijon Anthony, slot safety from Ole Miss, a guy who I think transferred from Liberty. I thought he was a really good tackler as well, and I think he was versatile. And the
Yeah.
Bengals love those versatile defensive backs. I don't think he's a pure cover guy, but I thought he was really solid around the line of scrimmage. And I think he had a good year for Ole Miss after transferring from Liberty.
Absolutely.
And then Chargers, Brendan Rice comes off the clock here for them. The
Yeah.
USC wide receiver, son of Jerry Rice, who I was not high on. And some people were high on. This was a guy who was top 100 on a lot of boards.
Really?
I thought he was, so he looks the part. I mean, he's got Jerry Rice's like
Sure.
DNA. Like the body type, he is built 6'2", 208, high cut, long legs, not a lot of fat on this dude. That's what it looks like. But I just thought he ran routes herky-jerky. And they kind of got a guy there already in Quentin Johnson that struggles with
Yes.
that. So kind of the anti-Lad McConkey. Lad McConkey
Yes.
can get low, sink, dip, run it at the end. He's a vertical guy. 17.6 yards per catch down the football field.
12
Only ran a
touchdowns.
4.5, but that's not. He's a little faster than that on tape at top speed. Long strider kind of guy. So
Right.
that's where you get those Chargers.
So good for him. I mean, I think he never jumped off the page to me.
Same. I was
Watching-
not.
like
I
just
did not.
watching USC play. It never even not the way that that Marvin Harrison Jr. did, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even Jackson Smith and Jigba did. Like the way they jumped off the page to me was very different than this guy. I thought he was a good USC wide receiver, but he never really jumped off the page. Not even in the way that like Jordan Addison did a year ago.
So another question. Someone asked, how is Leonard Taylor still undrafted? I'm assuming that the name was censored here because it says @censor, which I want to kind of know what the name was. But Leonard Taylor, that one of anyone, because again, guys usually don't declare early in today's landscape where you don't have to go to class, right? Like it used to be some guys declared early because they weren't going to be academically eligible, right?
Sure.
And they were like, oh, I got to go. And this is not about Leonard Taylor whatsoever. But
This is just in general.
in general, you declare early if you get the round grade back that you get from the advisory board.
Right.
And you see that, and to go in the 7th round, someone, like, I can't fathom he got a day 2 advisory round grade. You know, it's either that's what they give you. They give you a day 1, they give you a day 2, or they give you a day 3. And I can't imagine he's here, sitting here, getting a day 2. And I didn't have a day 2 grade on him.
Right.
I had a day 3 grade on him based off his tape this past year. But he is a junior coming out. You know, he is a 2-year starter coming out. He's a guy who had multiple years of eligibility left, I believe.
Yes.
And who put some good tape on in the past. I thought his sophomore tape, or I guess redshirt freshman tape, was pretty nasty. Like, I was pretty hyped about what this guy could be. He plays violently.
Yes.
But then he was at nose tackle this past year. I think he gained weight to play nose tackle, was not nearly as impressive. He didn't test out off the charts, but he tested out in a realm where he could still be a player at the next level. He doesn't have special teams versatility at this point. Like, this is why you see a lot of corners, linebackers come off the board, wide receivers, because those guys can play on those things. DTs aren't necessarily. But, man, I'd take the chance, dude. I don't know. I got nothing for you, unfortunately.
The thing for me that I think about is, what are we not knowing? What are we not knowing about why he's not going?
No, that's definitely something. I mean, like, there is something besides on-field talent, right? He's not falling here because of his talent.
Okay, so the Cardinals are on the clock, and the Cardinals, obviously we know they picked Marvin Harrison Jr. What do you think about that combo with him and Kyler?
It's what the doctor ordered. You know, I had Malik Neighbors ahead of him technically on my draft board, but for the Cardinals specifically, I said draft Marvin Harrison Jr. I would have taken Marvin Jr. above Malik Neighbors. So they needed the outside guy in that offense.
Sure.
When they had DeAndre Hopkins, think back to 2021. First, what was it, 12 weeks of the year before DeAndre Hopkins gets hurt, before they lost the Packers on Thursday Night Football, and then or was it Kyler got hurt? No, it was DeAndre Hopkins got hurt that year. Kyler was the MVP favorite heading into that game.
Sure.
That was how good he was playing because he had that guy. He has that guy. And not only that guy, he has that guy who's like NFL ready, who, in my opinion, should be the favorite for Rookie of the Year because there's an uncut, clear path to him getting targets in that offense.
Well, here's the other part.
150. You know, you can get 150 targets out the gate, and should.
A year ago, 2 years ago, right, we were questioning Kyler Murray's maturity. Mm-hmm. And remember the reports about the film watching? Getting somebody like Marvin Harrison Jr. in, that's going to be like, you know he's going to be studied.
Yeah.
And they'll study together. And I think that's a part that's really going to help plus it up. As you mentioned, you said it's just what the doctor ordered. I think that's an interesting one. Jaden Davis, cornerback out of Miami. Like you said, we're starting to see these guys just come off the board.
And you see Ohio State,
Rookie of the Year.
D-line, corner, and wide receiver specifically. Their development at those positions, second to none on the whole in college football landscape. And now obviously CJ Stroud's just a different cat. That's how he wins Rookie of the Year. But like their wide receivers, their pass rushers, and their corners come in NFL ready.
Yes.
And for Marvin Harrison Jr., he's on another level of that because he was not only coached by Brian Hartline, one of the best wide receiver coaches in not only college football but the NFL as well, just in the world. He was coached by one of the best receivers in the world too, and his father, Marvin Harrison Sr.
Right.
So special things ahead for him. And yeah, if he's not Rookie of the Year, it's because someone else went off.
Someone goes crazy.
It's because someone else went absolutely off. And I wouldn't put it past some people in this draft class, right? I do think Malik Neighbors went to a position where he can get a lot of targets from Daniel Jones in that offense. And Brian Daboll, if he's a smart coach, and I do think he is, he's going to scheme up a lot of stuff just to get the ball in his hands.
Let's see what we got. The Browns. South Dakota defensive back Miles Harden. Again, another defensive back coming off the board.
Dude, so many corners.
Look at this.
This is
nice. This guy, the biggest thing for me is he's fearless. Like, that's what I like about him. The way he plays football is fearless. And you talked about that with another guy up here, Kalen King, right? Confident. This guy screams confidence to me. He's not afraid of getting beat over the top. And when he does get beat, he bounces back. And that's what you have to do as a corner. You have to be able to bounce back. Here he comes again. I talked about he wants to make a tackle. Doesn't quite stop him from getting the first down, but he does want to make a tackle. Again, he's coming up to go make a tackle. And then look at that, hopping on the ball as soon as it comes out. So I like this player. What do you think about him?
I think this is like a special teams pick. I think he's probably a slot at the next level.
Sure.
And could be a good one at that. Obviously, I think he played outside primarily at South Dakota. But short arms, under 30 inches, I think he's going to be at slot next level. But why they're drafting him, they have a bevy of corners there.
Sure.
This is like a guy who can impact special teams.
So let's go ahead and put the graphic up because, sorry, I had to move around. Look at this. What? We don't even have to. We don't have to go through all the names.
That's 8.
That's 8.
8 corners.
8.
That's 16.
24.
24. Oh man, 29 corners off the board.
Wow.
29.
29 corners off
One
the board.
out of every 9.5 picks has been a corner.
Oh my goodness. There's like
It's a deep corner draft. It really
it was. It is a deep corner draft. Like we're going to still see more guys because McLovin is still on there.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to probably draft Kalen King. So this is going to be interesting to see what happens as this goes in. Where are we at now?
228. Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, they
back
passed
on the
us.
clock.
MJ Devonshire goes next to the Raiders.
Oh shoot. NFL Network's cruising now.
Yeah.
All right, I tried to hold out. I don't think I'm going to make it. I think your boy's going to have to
Go do your thing.
All right. I'll be
All right, let's see what we got.
down.
Oof. Okay, we got Michigan State center Nick Samac. Watched a lot of this guy actually because my wife went to Michigan State, and he's a good football player. I don't think he has like the top level, obviously, which is why he's getting drafted here traits. But at the end of the day, I think he's somebody that can provide some relief. Excuse me. Looking forward to, and was that the right? What's the next pick? Did we get the Raiders pick? Guys, this has been a very long day. So what we're looking at right now is the Raiders are on the clock. All right, the Raiders pick is in. Who's the Raiders pick? Let's see what we got. Look at this. Look at this. That's MJ Devonshire. He's a Pitt cornerback, another cornerback. So that makes it 30 cornerbacks have been drafted in this draft. And the biggest thing for me that I'm looking at with him, yes, there's some return to him, but there are other return men already got picked. This is a player who I think is well taught because Pat Narduzzi is a heck of a defensive backs coach, and he works really well with the defensive guys. He can play quarters. He can play 3. He's an off guy. I don't want to watch him in press. I like him in off, and I think the big thing for me with him, look, you see him here in press. Yes, he can do it, but you see how he gets handsy? That's not what you want. When you put your arm around a guy like that, you're going to have a problem. I like him in off. I like him kind of roaming the field. I like that ability for him. He can play press. I like him off where he can fly around and take things away like he did just there. So MJ Devonshire, I like this guy. It's a good pick. Again, it's a special teams pick. It's a pick for a guy that ultimately is really going to be doing a lot of special teams work for you. He's going to be out there just to make sure that he gets things done. So with the Raiders, what have the Raiders done so far this draft? Let me pull up what the Raiders have done. You add Devonshire to the mix for them, and you look at what the Raiders have been able to do. The Raiders, they add Brock Bowers. Everybody loves that. No one's going to be upset about adding Brock Bowers. Jackson Powers Johnson, it's another good one. Delmar Glaze, that's going to help them out. Tommy Eichenberg, I think that's going to be an interesting one. I want to see how much he can help you on special teams given some of the speed situation. And I also want to see what they can get out of Dylan Lobby and MJ Devonshire, Trey Taylor, all of those guys through special teams. So the Vikings are on the clock. Their pick is in. We're at pick 230. We have 27 picks to go in this NFL draft, the 2024 NFL draft. Folks, it's been fun. It really has been. And my co-host had to go. I already had to go. We're still looking at Leonard Taylor. I know folks have asked about him. I'm also curious about Isaiah Williams. Isaiah Williams, to me, was incredibly explosive. When he got to Illinois, I lived in Chicago, and they were super excited about what he could bring to the table. And there were flashes, but there wasn't a ton of consistency. But to be fair, they also didn't have a ton of consistency at the quarterback spot. So he can be special at the next level. And I'm looking forward to seeing what he's able to do. I like Dwight McGlothern. I'm looking at Renner's big board. Can we pull up the big board? Because there's some guys on there that we like. We already talked about Leonard Taylor here. Gabriel Murphy is another one that's pretty interesting. And Jalen Coker, that's a wide receiver that is going to be – somebody might like him. Dwight McGlothern, I really like him as a corner. I think he's a very good zone corner, kid out of Arkansas. Jaheim Bell, the tight end from South Carolina. Curious to see. I can't wait to. I'll ask Renner when he gets back. But Trey Knox from Arkansas is another tight end that I thought might end up getting picked. Here we go. The pick is in. Michael Juergens. Okay, he's from Wake. Duh. So Michael Juergens, center from Wake Forest. Not the biggest guy, but I think he's someone that, again, we're seeing these centers come off the board as guys that have an opportunity to make a roster and find a way to create space. But these are kind of, there he is. There's my guy. Come on, sit down. Michael Juergens, Wake Forest center.
Is he Cam Juergens' brother?
Dude.
I'm not sure.
He goes to the Vikings.
I know he's an athlete.
Yeah, we saw MJ Devonshire get picked by.
Wait, no, he was not an athlete. It was one of the two. Let me look at my notes.
Yeah, he's a center from Wake.
Okay, so that was what it was. I liked his tape. He's actually very coordinated in terms of hand usage. I think he's very sound. Objectively not an athlete. That was the biggest thing with him, was like he struggled to move. But I know. I used to be a PFF grader. He graded out really well with PFF.
Bingo.
One of the higher grades of the position. And watching his tape, you could see that the skill development was there because he's a multi-year starter. But just low-end athlete. And at the center position, if there's anywhere you'd get by, it is that, but it's not like a developmental guy whatsoever. It's like in a pinch sort of, he could maybe play for you.
So that's what we're talking about right now. We're in the 7th round. We're in the back end of the 7th round. We have 26 picks to go.
That we do.
26 to go.
And I can't believe some of the names still on the board.
I just talked about Isaiah Williams.
Yeah, did he come off? Who did I miss?
No, he did not.
Okay. Oh, here we go. This is a name I couldn't believe was coming off the board. Jaheim Bell.
There we go.
Oh, dude, I love that for Drake May. He's dynamic with the ball in his hands. I mean, a tight end that can move like that. And 6'2", 241, right? It's Gerald Everett, right? Like that's the size of him. That's what you're expecting. If you want a number 2 tight end who can play on the move, who can be kind of an offset guy, and he has his hand in the dirt there as a true inline, but that's not his role.
He's an F. This guy's an F.
Exactly. But how many guys that were drafted above him this tight end class make that play that he just did?
Not me.
1, 2, Brock. That might be it.
Yeah.
Just fluid. I mean, I saw him take handoffs back when he was at South Carolina.
Right.
Take him to the house. This guy is
great catch right
shouldn't have lasted this long. Because if you tell me he can keep getting bigger, and I didn't think he was going to be 241. I thought he was smaller than that, but goes up 241 and still runs a 4.61. You tell me he can keep getting bigger? I think this guy could play a role in that offense. And that's a 7th rounder. Fan of that pick.
Levi Drake Rodriguez.
Off of my watch list.
Levi Drake Rodriguez.
Oh, that's because he went to Texas A&M Commerce.
There we go.
Not the haven of NFL talent, but was Cater Kohu, was he Texas A&M Commerce guy?
I don't know. I lose at that game all the time.
Yeah. Let me see. Where did he go to school? He was Cater Kohu. Maybe they were teammates. Another Texas A&M Commerce guy. But yeah, I didn't get the Texas A&M Commerce tape for Levi Drake Rodriguez, and we don't have the Texas A&M.
There we go. We got another pick in for the Cowboys.
Ooh, Sandra asked, where is Gore Jr. going? Unfortunately, I love his tape. I love him as a college running back. I don't think Frank Gore Jr. is going to get drafted.
I don't think so either.
He is 198 pounds and ran a 4.69 40.
Yeah,
he's an undersized guy who is slow.
Yeah.
Runs hard.
He runs. I was gonna say he runs really hard. But yeah.
If he gets drafted, it's by Jim Harbaugh with like the last pick, right? You know, it's one of those. We'll do it, or with the 49ers, we'll draft him with maybe their last pick, just as like a nice gesture,
thing
right?
for.
What do they have? They have pick 251, so I wouldn't put it past them to draft him with 251 because that guy's a franchise legend.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
You know, like that's the kind of that's what you're working with. That's where he could come off the board.
Here it is, Louisiana. They don't like to be called ULL. Big offensive tackle. This guy's like he's big. What made him last so long?
Yeah, I mean, he's not bad. I think he can stay at tackle. Obviously, a developmental guy at this point.
Doesn't have great.
And against his competition, I thought he actually performed really well. It wasn't like a pure project sort of guy. He started for multiple seasons there at left tackle, and he's only 22. You know, a guy who could have, I think, stayed one more year with the pandemic and whatnot, and been that like 23, 24-year-old tackle that's coming out. So there's some potential there, and with the Cowboys' track record, like they had Terrence Steele as a UDFA and turned him into something. I'm not calling this guy Terrence Steele by any means, but I thought this guy should have gone a little bit higher than this. I had him kind of in that range of nicer kind of fifth-round developmental tackles. Actually. So a good pick for the Dallas Cowboys.
Good pick. Colts on the clock. Come on, let's keep cruising. Because we got. I would like to see Isaiah Williams and Leonard Taylor come off the board. I'd like to see I like watching guys get picked.
Mm-hmm. And at this point in the draft, the crazy thing is you're almost hoping not to get picked. If you're Leonard Taylor or someone, you can get bigger contracts as a UDFA. You get to a second contract faster as a UDFA.
And you get to pick.
And you get to pick your landing spot.
You get to pick where you
as
go.
a UDFA. So we're at the point where guys at home are like,
don't call me.
Don't call. Turn their phone off. You know, leave the house, go out into the woods.
Yeah.
No cell reception. Can't track them. That's what you're looking at right now.
Sure.
I'm semi-joking. I'm sure some guys really want to get drafted and they have that moment, whatnot. But
one of my best friends is Ryan Taylor. Got picked in the 7th round by the Packers. He didn't think he was going to get picked, so he was driving. I think he was out golfing or hunting. I don't remember which one. With another one of our good friends, and he got the call. And they pulled over on the highway and just were like jumping and screaming. So like it does mean something even and he got picked in the 7th round. It does mean something even if it's in the 7th round. Like they were jumping and hugging and like just like, oh my God, I can't believe it. So yeah, it matters. It's an interest. It does. It counts. Like this is a very it's a pivotal moment for a lot of folks for a bunch of different reasons too. Like when it's an accomplishment that you make over the course of basically your life.
Yeah.
And sometimes for some guys, it's going to change their life.
And you'll always have a round and a number next to your name, right?
Yes.
Like, and if you're UDFA, it's always like, oh, UDFA. But like, if you got a 7 and a 252 next to your name, you're a 7 and a 252 for life.
All right, let's see. Where are we at? How many of these defensive backs do I still need to get picked so that I can clear my board? Now that we've already cleared the other board.
Dude, I'm surprised Dwight McGlothern hasn't gotten
I know. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. And
that one I'm floored about.
Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see if it happens in the next 23 picks. So here we go. Let's rock and roll. Come on, Colts.
Good ball in the SEC.
Yeah.
Didn't miss a lot of tackles. 4 PBUs, 3 picks this past year. I thought his zone instincts. He picked off Jaden Daniels this year.
Yes.
How many guys can say they picked off Jaden Daniels? What, 4 guys?
That's one of the things that I wrote in my notes.
4 guys that picked off Jaden Daniels. He's one of them. And he baited him into it. He baited him into a bad decision playing special in cover 4. He turns off the go route, flips his hips back underneath, hits the out route, picks it off, goes back the other way. Man, I think he's got some good zone instincts and good feel. And he ran like a 4.44, but
that's why I like him.
Damn.
All right, come on, Colts, come on.
I also am looking for Jalen Coker to come off the board. I'm surprised he hasn't gone. I think that guy can play wide receiver in the NFL. Now, he's maybe not a high-end guy, but if you go at ball skills and route running ability at this point in the draft, take him.
Jonah Lalu.
Dude, we're hitting some guys that I have
Oklahoma defensive end.
Watched.
Okay. Okay, Jonah Lalu, defensive end, Oklahoma. I feel wild about Oklahoma. Like, I feel of two minds. They haven't had a very productive or high-quality defensive lineman in a while. Venables, I think, should change that, but I think it's still going to take him some time, so we're going to see how that works out because it's touch and go for me with them right now. From a position standpoint. We've seen Texas kind of start to correct things. I think Oklahoma now has to get to the correction path as well.
We were rolling through like non-combine invites.
Devon Bailey.
Lalu was not even a combine invite. We got like 350 combine invites.
Utah wide receiver.
Devon Valet. Excuse me. Dude, he's the oldest player picked so far. You wanted to gander a guess at how old this guy is.
27.
He's 26.
26, wow.
He took a 3-year mission, and then he enjoyed his time for 5 years at Utah. So, hard to call this guy a project, but career high 695 yards back in 2022. So
that's a good number.
Yeah.
He was our leading receiver this year. He only played 10 games. He is, it's not crazy, I don't think.
I do think, though, we got a few wide receivers. Can we see who's come off the board?
Jalen Coker, Isaiah
we're
Williams.
at, what number wide receiver are we? How many wide receivers have we
Do we have a amount of wide receivers?
Who's come up? So what is this again? It's 8.
8.
So there's your top 8. 8 in the top 34.
16.
15 in the top 100. That's 24 there. And now,
so
29.
Yeah. And by the way, when you were gone, we got to 30 corners.
30 corners.
Yeah.
Man. Pass game draft.
29. 29. 6'5", 210 for Bailey.
Who are the Bengals picking?
Miles Cole.
Oh, of course they picked Miles Cole. Because he is. You want to know how tall Miles Cole is?
He's long. Is he 6'5"?
He's 6'6".
Wow.
And he has 36 and 7/8 inch arms.
Good grief.
This guy was going to be a Jacksonville Jaguar no matter what.
Yeah.
Trent Baalke was leaving this draft with him. Now, I was not particularly impressed with his tape. I had a UDFA grade on him, but he's long and he's athletic, and now he's a Jacksonville Jaguar. Of course he is.
There we go. Pick is in.
They're flying. Oh, I like Matthew Lee.
Yeah.
I thought he had a good anchor. He does the little bull hop step. Expert at that because he's undersized.
Yeah.
And like when you're undersized 301, you worry about guys' anchor. And I thought he was better at that than expected. I think he could start in time. And now obviously they have kind of all 5 positions set. They even drafted a backup O-lineman in the first round, or a guy who may even be, not starting this year or may start at guard. But I think he could be your kind of heir apparent to the center position there in Cincinnati, even if wouldn't call him a high-end center by any means, but it's not necessarily a position you need high-end talent at.
Right.
That's tackle, to a lesser degree guard.
Yeah.
So I think he's a solid player, man.
Everything we're seeing looks good.
He's probably top 200 on the board.
There we go. So we're looking at that. We are. Okay, let's cruise. Texans draft USC defensive end and Wyoming transfer Solomon Byrd, Aaron Wilson. Solomon Byrd, I'll be honest, I liked him better at Wyoming.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did the level of competition got to him? Did he not have? I didn't watch tape.
I think USC had a lot of defensive problems, and then so they let guys get away with some bad technique. They let guys get away with a lot of things, and I don't
wrong.
like if I guess, and maybe it wasn't a him problem, maybe it was an other guy's problem. Like you can see that he's got this potential there. He has the ability to do that. But the thing I think is when your defense isn't on the same page and everybody, there's a reason why they fired their defensive coordinator. And no one's on the same page.
I'll be honest, he was at the back end of my watch list. I saw his testing numbers, and I didn't end up watching him.
No good?
Because At 251 pounds, he ran a 5.0140 with a 32-inch vertical, 7.52 three-cone, and a 4.59 short shuttle. That is, yeah, I mean, those are about like, that's probably the lowest sort of testing numbers we've seen of a guy get drafted. Him and Cam Jurgens, the Wake Forest lineman, like those are, that's the point we're at, right? A guy who looks good on a football field, but was not an athlete.
Right.
And like objectively, like real low end.
All right, we're at 240. We're gonna do winners and losers.
Let's do it.
We're gonna talk winners and losers. The picks will still be updated on the screen, but we're gonna talk about some of our winners and losers. And I think, how do you want to do it? You want to do it by teams?
Should we just roll through like the division and just say, you know, AFC East, name the teams, and then just say which ones we thought won?
There we go. I love that. Let's do it.
Okay, so I'll start there. AFC East.
AFC East.
Bills, Dolphins, Jets, Pats. I mean, objectively, I thought the Pats got a franchise quarterback. I had Drake May number 2. They got him number 3. I have him as in that franchise tier of grade that I put on him. So it's hard to call them like the loser in the draft. I didn't love the rest of their picks.
Right.
You know, it wasn't like a standout. I don't think it's franchise changing outside of Drake May by any means.
Right.
But they got Drake May. So they have to be a winner in that regard.
So they got a guy that they really believe can be the anchor of that franchise. I still like the Bills draft, specifically Keon Coleman. Getting him a little bit later was nice. I know if I'm going to go losers, I'm probably going to say the Dolphins.
Okay.
Because I think the Jets. Hey, is it the Jets?
I like the Jets draft.
So then it has to be the Dolphins.
Corley, I thought those were good picks.
Yeah, then it's got to be the Dolphins.
I thought Jordan Travis was a good pick. They just didn't have a ton of draft capital.
Yeah, and they didn't to get the stuff that they really need. They don't.
I think pick for pick, I think I like the Patriots the least, but then they got Drake May.
Right.
I think pick for pick, I like the Dolphins actually the most, but they just didn't have a ton of draft capital. So that's how I feel about them. I wouldn't put any of these guys in the top 5, but I don't think I'd put any of these guys in the bottom 10 in my draft rankings. Okay. I thought everyone kind of ticked the box.
So what's up? What's next?
AFC North. Ravens, Browns, Steelers, Bengals. Easy winner for me is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yes. I
thought they had one of the best drafts of anyone in attendance. We can name some of their picks here. Troy Fautanu, first rounder, got him at 20. You're starting left tackle next year.
Roman Wilson.
Zach Frazier, second round, starting center next year. Roman Wilson, you're starting number 2 wide receiver next year in the 3rd round. Peyton Wilson, starting off-ball linebacker next year in the 3rd round as well. Mason McCormick, an awesome developmental interior offensive lineman. And then Logan Lee, a solid rotational 3-4 defensive end type. Just no skip, like a no skip. That's a great draft sort of thing.
I mean, the Browns
didn't have the draft.
They didn't have the. They didn't have the ability to really do anything.
I did not love. So I loved Mike Call Jr. Second round pick. Thought he was a great value pick at the back end of the 2nd round. Top 32 player on my board. Loved that one. But then Zach Zinter, I thought 3rd round was rich. I don't know who else was drafting a guy coming off the injury he had in the 3rd round.
Right.
I would have waited. And then there are day 3 guys. I didn't see any of them becoming stars or whatnot. So I think they have to be the losers in this division if there is one. Not having a ton of draft capital doesn't help. But I like what the Bengals did with Amarius Mims, Jermaine Burton, Chris Jenkins as well. I thought that's just a very good draft. And Baltimore Ravens, a kind of business as usual. Nate Wiggins is a starting corner for you with high-end coverage ability. Roger Rosengarten's your starting right guard. Adisa Isaac is a great developmental edge rusher. And Devontae Walker, in that offense at least, I like
he's got an opportunity,
TJ
especially with the play action that they're going to be playing, with the opportunity of, like, if you can play action, it's 2 play actions. It's the action of going to Derrick Henry and the action of Lamar Jackson running. Now, all of a sudden, he can take the top off that defense. So I like that. I think they come in second there for me. So you've got to give the Browns. I think we got to put them at the bottom, simply because they gave up a lot to get a little, based on what we've seen out of Deshaun Watson.
And you do have to factor that in, right? I mean, a lot of people wanted to say, "Oh, why didn't they have that draft capital?" Well, it's because it's used on one of quarterback who's just objectively been not good for them. So you do have to factor that in.
Titans, we're going to AFC South. JC Latham. and T'Vondre Sweat. To me, those are two big wins. Like, literally big and also just
Quite
big.
literally, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an off-the-bus duo that I love
The
their
bus
tape.
is going to go up when they get
Yeah.
off the bus.
I love their tape, man.
Yeah.
You can say it's rich for either of those guys. You also weren't going to find another guy like that anywhere in this draft. They were one of one dudes.
You
so
can
if you
barely
got,
find humans like that on the planet.
Exactly. So tone setters on each side of the ball. Didn't have a pick until the 4th, but I like Cedric Gray. I like Jarvis Brownlee, and I like Jaquan Jackson. So I cannot put the Titans last in this division, even though I think the Colts did have my favorite draft in this division.
Colts crushed it.
Latu, Adonai Mitchell, Matt Goncalves, the tackle/guard from Pittsburgh, Tanner Bortolini, center from Wisconsin. Rest of day 3 is kind of whatever, but those are your top kind of 125 picks, and I liked them all.
Yeah, so I think the Colts are the winner.
Colts are the winner. Give me the Titans next. Texans I liked. Didn't necessarily love. I wouldn't put it as like a top 10 draft, but I like Kamari Lassiter. I like Blake Fisher. I like Kalen Bullock, and I like Cade Stover. Don't love any of those guys. Wouldn't go to absolute war for them in terms of like any of those guys being studs.
Right.
But they didn't have that first-round pick actually after the trade they made for Will Anderson a year ago.
Sure. So.
And then we go to the Jacksonville Jaguars, who I like their draft more than I usually like the Jags drafts.
Right.
But I just do not see eye to eye philosophically with the way Trent Baalke drafts. He drafts pure traits. He does not. He wants tall, long,
fast,
explosive.
Yes.
He cares too little about on-field performance more often than not. But I like Brian Thomas. I like Mason Smith. They drafted literally 3 guys from LSU.
Yeah.
And they drafted the longest guy in the draft, Miles Cole. So it's a unique draft, but it's what Trent Baalke does. All right, AFC West.
AFC West. We'll start with the Chiefs and Xavier Worthy. Obviously, we all like him. We're going to throw in. What are we going to do? Adam Hicks. I mean, it feels fine. They got some help, Kingsley, and
I'd call it a solid A-minus draft. You know, this is good drafting.
It's the
for
draft
the
you
position
have.
they're in. You got a safety that can start sooner rather than later. You got an elite deep threat, in my opinion, in this draft, and you got a high-end developmental tackle.
Well,
do I think he develops? I'm worried.
It's a draft you have when you have mostly everything.
Exactly.
It's the draft you have when you have mostly everything, right?
Yeah.
Like it's.
So Las Vegas Raiders, from a process standpoint, big fan of where they went. They went back to kind of just BPA, guys we know are going to be good.
Yeah.
Tight end, center for the first
Brock Bowers,
Jack
awesome.
Johnson. Not high-value positions, but guys who at that position can be elite players.
Right.
You know, their ceiling is #1 player in the NFL at that position.
Exactly. And I think
that
that's
still
a
has
good
value.
thing. That has
yeah.
real value. That's very, I think that's an important thing to mention. But what about the Broncos?
Broncos, I like Bo Nix.
So
It's going to depend on Bo Nix.
They get their franchise quarterback.
Yeah. So I'm a fan of it. I think he fits perfectly for Sean Payton's offense. Does he end up in the Mahomes, Allen, Joe Burrow tier? No. Do you need those guys to win games in the NFL? Also no. So I do think he's going to be a good QB. I think Troy Franklin, the 4th round, is great value. Jonah Ellis, a solid developmental prospect. And I like Chris Abrams, Ray, and Audric Estime. So on a pick-for-pick basis, man, I think that might be one for me in this draft.
Okay, I can live with that.
But also, I don't think there's any misses in this division. I like what the Chargers did with Joe Alt, Ladd McConkey, Junior Colson. I didn't love their day 3, but it doesn't really matter. Those are your top 100 picks. That's what you care about. Those guys are all studs. So
there you go.
So I think that division, we chalk up a bunch of W's there. That was just a good division draft.
All right. Let's go NFC North.
All right.
All right. What do you want? Let's start with the Cowboys. How about them Cowboys?
Or the East?
East. Sorry. East. How about them Cowboys?
Yeah, you're about to pull a Micah Parsons there and start arguing that a division is the best division in football, and when it's
absolutely
the wrong division. Cowboys, I can't give a super high grade to when they had one of the biggest reaches in the first round for my money. Now, I think they picked it up. After that, I think Marshawn Nealon's a very solid edge player. I think Cooper Beebe is a starting day 1 guard or center for you. I think Kalen Carson's a nice day 3 corner with a little versatility. So Okay draft. I just call it okay.
I call it okay too.
Yeah. Philadelphia Eagles, we don't have to harp too long in it. We get it.
They won.
They had a top 5 draft of anyone in the NFL. Not only are Cooper Mitchell, combined their first 2 corners, Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, not only are they like nasty corners, DeJean's versatile enough, they also fit their scheme. They're the 2 best scheme fits.
Yes.
The 2 best zone corners in this class go to Vic Fangio, like the zone king, right? So that not only that,
we know they win.
They get on day 3 Johnny Wilson.
Yep.
My favorite tight end project in this class. And Jeremiah Trotter, your guy, who even I didn't love his tape, I think at that point is a great value. So
yeah.
Elite draft. I thought the Giants, after Malik Neighbors, the pick that kind of picked itself, they did just okay. I love that they got Theo Johnson, Tyrone Tracy in day 3.
Right.
Those are 2 athletic, high-end projects at tight end and running back that could figure it out. Nubin's solid. It felt like they kind of had to go safety, though, after losing Xavier McKinney. I thought there were some better players on the board, but Nubin I'm not going to argue with. Andrew Phillips is definitely kind of a boomer bust or of outside corner. That's where you're going. So,
and then we got the last one, Commanders. Let's go quick. I love Luke McCaffrey. Obviously, the last pick of that day 2. But overall, here's the thing. They didn't really mess it up. Mm-hmm. And I think that's a win for them.
But they came in with gobs of draft capital.
Right.
I think the second most draft capital of any team in the NFL, behind the Bears. This is in terms of like total value. And that's only because the Bears had picked 1 and picked 9. So they had a ton. I think they got a lot of players who can start for you. But they were always going to. So I'll just give them, that's like a solid B plus A minus sort of draft. So this division, Cowboys and Giants are probably if you're picking losers, those are probably the 2 teams I was like, Eagles, Commanders.
Yeah.
I liked.
So I'm going to start with the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy, you think, so in theory, you've got your franchise quarterback. Mm-hmm. So that feels like a win for, at least like in my mind, it feels like a win for the city, right?
Win that they didn't have to give up picks for it, too.
Yes.
You always like that.
What do you like about the Packers?
And then Dallas Turner, I think that was, even though I traded up a lot for him, I think he's worth it. Packers, first 3 picks, solid as can be. Jordan Morgan, Edgerrin Cooper, Javon Bullard. Bullard's my number 1 safety. Morgan, my number 1 guard. Cooper, my number 3 linebacker, but also it was like conversationally they were close. If you weren't going to draft Peyton Wilson, a lot of people weren't. He was the best fit for their scheme, schematically, what the Packers wanted to do. After that, nothing much else to write home about for the Packers. But the top 3 picks are really what you care about. So fine draft for them. And then the Detroit Lions ripped the absolute doorknob off this draft.
I think them and
the Bears, it's just like those were drafts, man. Those were good.
Well, I was going to say
franchise
Lions, Bears,
drafts.
and Eagles right now feel like the 3 biggest winners.
Yeah. Lions and Bears, they're in the top 5 drafts that I like in the NFL. So those are great drafts for them.
And then, can we just say the Falcons are
the Falcons we did not like. We don't have to go pick by pick. They're the loser of the NFC. They're the loser of the NFC South.
I'm trying to figure out who the winners are in the South.
I did not love the Carolina Panthers draft, unfortunately.
Neither did I.
Now I like Jonathan Brooks, but he's coming off an ACL. So how much does he add right now? Xavier Leggett, I thought I had as the biggest reach of the first round. Trevin Wallace is a project at linebacker, just a little bit higher than I would go for project linebacker. And then on day 3, I like Michael Barrett, who just came off the board, who we haven't talked about yet, but he's a 2-down linebacker. And then Ja'Tavion Sanders, solid pick there. Ooh, by the way, Michael Pratt just coming off the board to the Green Bay Packers. There's your boy.
There's my guy,
they
Michael
needed
Pratt.
Little Sean Clifford QB camp battle going to happen there.
I love it.
New Orleans Saints, they also, I think, qualify as one that I was not super excited about. Even if I think Spencer Rattler is a good pick, the reason you have him on day 2 is because you didn't think he was a franchise guy. So solid there to get him. Kool-Aid, a good value pick. Just Talia a little bit of a reach. I don't know. Actually, I can't hate on it too much. Now I'm thinking about it more.
Yeah.
I think they got 2 good players, even if it was they had a higher draft capital than I thought that maybe the guys that came away with were. So I think in that division, the Bucks, did they have the best draft of the bunch?
Yes.
Do you think?
Probably, yeah, but none of them are like
Nothing that really got me too excited in this division.
Yeah.
I like Graham Barton. I like
still gonna
Tyke
be-
Smith. I like Jalen McMillan. I like Bucky Irving. Chris
still gonna
Braswell
be-
solid. So probably the Bucks.
Yeah, it's still going to be the worst division in the NFC. And
I
then
would probably agree.
the West, you get Kyler a weapon and Marvin Harrison Jr. You get Trey Benson. So
So
you
the
get
kitchen sink here at it.
yeah,
Darius Robinson's a solid starting defensive end too.
yeah. So you get that.
I thought they were fine. I thought that was good. Kind of like, I didn't agree with every single pick, but the strategy to just load up,
Yeah, that
just
was
kind
good.
of reset this roster. What do they have now? They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 picks.
Yeah.
They got 12 guys.
So we got that. We've got the 49ers.
I love the 49ers draft, man. They're going to have one of my favorite drafts of anyone, but it's because they didn't have a ton of draft capital, but they kind of pick for pick went real nice. And I also love the Seahawks draft. It was another one where they didn't have a ton of draft capital, but Byron Murphy's an insane guy at pick 16. Christian Haynes is a starting guard. Tyrus Knight could be a starting linebacker, and that's in the 4th round. So not a lot of draft capital, but like what they got. And DJ James later as well. They got
Yeah.
DJ James and Nehemiah Pritchett.
Yeah.
So in that division, we need to touch on the Rams. Let's hit the Rams real quick.
Yeah, Rams, and then we can go to the draft board and show everybody.
Reset them. Where's the Rams? What they got? The Hall. Why can't I find them? All right.
Here we go.
Verse, 1st rounder. Braden Fiskey, 2nd rounder. They
Yep.
go double dip on the FSU O-line, D-line, excuse me.
Yeah.
Blake Corum in the 3rd. Solid back. That was
Solid
weird,
back.
though. Kyron Williams. Cam Kinchins in the 3rd. I didn't love this draft. I think Jared Verse is a good player. Fiskey was a massive reach. Corum feels redundant to Kyron Williams.
Mm-hmm.
And Cam Kinchins, I like, but that's where I would have drafted him. It
Sure.
wasn't like a value or anything. So in that division, Seahawks, 49ers, Cardinals,
There we go.
Rams is kind of how I would rank those. But biggest winners overall, I said the 2 NFC North teams, Lions, Bears, which
Lions, Bears,
I hate to see.
Eagles.
I think Eagles, Colts, and then who am I going to round out my top 5 with? Gosh. Let's go. Who do I want to say?
You got
Steelers.
Steelers. There we go.
There's top 5. No order, but those are the top 5 drafts in my opinion.
Yeah, I like it. I can get down with that. All right.
Lions, Bears, Steelers.
Let's check out the board. Let's check out what we've got through the draft board. I think this is through pick 239, but we've got the board of the basically almost the whole draft. We have 10 picks to go.
There we go.
There are 10
We're
picks
cooking.
left.
Who do we miss?
Let's see.
Okay. Some guys that like I said, I like Michael Barrett to the Panthers at minimum, plus special teamer. Guy can take on blocks as an off-ball linebacker, a true dog. Just kind of, he reminds me of KJ Britt, who's now with
Okay. Yeah. I
NFC
like KJ.
South. Yeah, but he's a 2-down player. Awesome against the run, awesome as a blitzer.
Yeah.
Put him out in space and coverage, and he will get exposed. That's why he falls to the 7th round. James Williams comes off the board, Miami safety, an early declaree.
Yes.
3rd-year player, 6'5", 220, massive safety. Going to probably play linebacker at the next level. He
Okay.
goes to the Tennessee Titans. Special team sort of upside guy. Taj Washington, USC wide receiver, goes to the Miami Dolphins.
There you go.
Guy I actually had higher on my board than Brendan Rice. A little dynamism, smaller frame guy though, but like, it's the Miami Dolphins. This is all they do.
Yeah.
They want dynamic playmakers. He has a little bit of that to his game. And then Michael Pratt coming off the board, Tulane QB. He's just a winner. Turned that
my guy.
Tulane program around. What were they, like 0-11?
Yeah,
His
that's
first season. By the end, they were.
I like him, man. I like him. I think he's a good player.
By the end, they were in the championship game of the Conference USA this past year, or no? Matt,
They are in the.
turn him around.
Hang on a second.
American Golf? No, that's not right. Marcus Harris off the board.
There we go.
Oh, AAC. I'm done. Yeah, they were in the
AAC, yes.
So he's. I don't think he's not Brock Purdy. He's got a little long release, but he could chuck the ball down the football field.
Yeah.
aggressive. And
Moves around a little bit in the pocket.
And he's kind of an athlete. So
Scrambles the throw.
Devin Culp came off the board too. Washington tight end.
That's
You were
my
talking
guy.
about the Washington
I like
tight
Culp.
ends. He ran the fastest 40, I believe, of any tight end at the combine, but he is what, 225?
Yes, he is a slim guy. He is absolutely slim. Like you said, he's kind of basically a wide receiver.
Yeah.
We got Marcus Harris here, Auburn defensive tackle, excuse me.
Kind of like a 3-4 defensive end. He
Yes.
is not really. You see him penetrate there, but that wasn't as much on his tape as I would have liked. But depth. Depth piece. That's what we're talking about right now.
Just adding depth, getting getting guys that have an opportunity to try and make the team. So you get that. You get C.J. Henson out of Holy Cross here at guard. And see the Chiefs end up picking pick 2. Was that 48?
How many we got to go here? So we got Texans, Ravens, 49ers, Titans, Chargers, Rams, Packers, Broncos, and then the Jets own Mr. Irrelevant. We got 9 more to go until we tie a bow onto the 2024 NFL Draft. It was a class. So I'll go on record just to recap this class. The top, and now I know we went 14 straight offensive players, but it's because this was a sick offensive class. But I think like once we started hitting a few defensive players, I think there were some guys in. I think it was the first 3 off the board in Latu, Byron Murphy, and Dallas Turner. I think those are players on the defense side of the ball. I like the corners. Like I said, I'm not sure if any of these corners are Sauce Gardner that we've seen in recent years, Derek Stingley that we've seen in recent years. I wouldn't put any of these guys in that sort of realm of top-end talent, even like a Devin Witherspoon that we saw last year. I thought those were better prospects than these guys. But I liked them all, and I think they'll all be quality stars at the next level. But I do think the top of this class really was, we get to pick through pick 11, or I guess it was pick 12, Brock Bowers. Who was picked? No, through pick 13. So through pick 13, so we had 6 QBs, and then Brock Bowers goes 13.
Right.
This is going to, I think it's going to be like 2021, where if you go back through the 2021 NFL Draft, or like 2011, where if you go back through those 2 drafts, every team that didn't draft a quarterback, they got elite players.
Got somebody that's going to be a Pro Bowler for them, going to be a franchise-type player.
2021, went Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, Penei Sewell, J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain, Devontae Smith, Micah Parsons, Elijah Vera Tucker.
All guys that play. They're all cornerstone guys.
They were cornerstone guys. To me, I see the top of this draft very similarly. Rashawn Slater. I even forgot Rashawn Slater in there at 13. Excuse me.
Everyone that's not a quarterback.
So every non-QB. And even, that year there was Trevor Lawrence, but I think that was it. That ended up being it that year.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Every non-QB, I think, of this year, by the time we get to pick 13, so that's Brock Bowers, I'd be floored if they're not playing at like a Pro Bowl level 2 to 3 years from now. It's just, that's the kind of draft it was. I really like the top of this class, and those guys, again, to repeat, were Marvin Harrison Jr., Joe Alt, the tackle from Notre Dame, Malik Neighbors, J.C. Latham, Roma Dunze, Olu Fashanu, and Brock Bowers. I love those guys. I think they're great prospects. 7 guys that you can replenish, and especially in the passing game, get more excitement in the NFL. Another Michigan guy, that's what I was saying, the Michigan guys, there's a zillion of them, but they're all kind of this range of the draft. We're seeing Michael Barrett come off the board. Darius Henderson come off the board. Physical tackle. I didn't think he was great in pass protection, but he has the traits to be a run blocker, and obviously that's why he's starting at left tackle at Michigan.
Right.
And dude, our 35-inch arms, uncoachable stuff. But he may not even make that roster, unfortunately, with what they have now depth offensive line-wise.
Yeah. So this is going to be, I think we got the Ravens on the clock. Yeah, there you see him with Darius Henderson. Again, listen, he can block. He can be a mauler. He can make play. Like, he can do all those things. Like, I mean, that whole entire offensive line is basically doing that. Like, that offensive line would just get together and basically pick up Blake Corum and move forward.
I mean, look at the splits. I mean, obviously that's short yard situation, but even in like open field, you don't see O linemen that close in passing situations. Like the tight splits, they just wanted to create those double teams up the middle.
Yeah.
It was such a such a pain in the butt to watch. Like after we saw 2019 LSU, 2020 Alabama.
Yeah.
For like even the Georgia teams, yeah, they were sick defensive teams, but like they could move the ball on offense too.
Yeah, when they had to.
It was a grind to see Michigan, especially as a Notre Dame fan, unfortunately, win it all. But hats off to the Wolverines.
Hats off to them. They did it. They won.
Jim Harbaugh I'm so glad that I don't have to root against Jim Harbaugh anymore. That I can actually enjoy when he says stuff like, we treat offensive linemen as weapons in our offense. That's like, those are elite comments that I had to act like weren't hilarious when he was coaching at Michigan. I had to like act for, what was it, the last decade that he wasn't just the man. I mean, he is, the guy has personality for days. It's easy to see why he succeeded everywhere he's gone. And if you're a Chargers fan after this draft, you got to be super excited. I don't care that you didn't get Malik Neighbors, right? Like,
sure, he
wasn't going to treat Malik Neighbors like you should treat Malik Neighbors anyways. But he's going to use Joe Alt to his fullest. And now for Justin Herbert, the entirety of his career, 12, 15 more years, still a young guy, he will have Rashawn Slater at the left side, Joe Alt at the right side.
Yeah.
He will have bookend tackles. I just think that means a ton. And see how you see quarterbacks around the NFL going through it with their pass protection, like Joe Burrow has over his career, like Trevor Lawrence has at times over his career.
Bryce Young.
And just to never subject that guy to that. Bryce Young, yeah. And it's like, I might have had Malik Neighbors higher, but every scheme is different. That's what makes football so beautiful, is that one guy in a certain scheme can be way more valuable than if you were to be on a different team.
Right. But that's kind of the science of the draft, is figuring out what guys fit on your team, how they work out for you, and how they're going to continue to work out for the chemistry in that roster.
Yeah.
On and off the field.
We got the 49ers on the clock. Are they going to do it? We just floated it out there. Are they going to go Frank Gore Jr.? Make the play.
Come on, do it. Let's do it.
Is there anyone else? Do I have any top 100 guys? I think I'm out of my top 100, right? I think it's gone. The well is dry. We are trying to dig new wells, not finding anything. We're just we're slurping water off the street at this point, trying to pick these picks at 2:51 right here. But 49ers on the clock.
Come on, guys. Let's go. If you don't know by now. Oh, my goodness.
Dude, it was fun having Micah Parsons and C.J. Stroud on night one. Those guys were good. Micah Parsons is a little scary, I'll be honest. Like, I don't think he's joking about some of the times when he's, like, intensely, like, I didn't lose. Like, that guy, that's a guy you want on your side of the ball.
Sure.
For sure. But C.J. I was really impressed by C.J. Stroud.
Good.
That guy's knowledge of football. And like, people think that, like, oh, a quarterback, yeah, he's supposed to be, like, know football. But it's like, he knew positions that he had no business knowing in terms of, like, the ins and outs and what it takes.
Sure.
He knew line play. He knew, obviously, receiver play inside and out. And
that probably speaks
easy to see why that guy
had such a good
year one.
Good year one.
They didn't go. They didn't go Frank Gore Jr.
No, they didn't.
Can we get the chat involved? Anyone got some questions they want us to answer before we head off stream here? If you hung out with us this long, you're diehards. I want to hear what you guys have to say. Where does John?
There's another Michigan guy.
John Reese Plumlee goes to safety. That's where he goes. That guy is a heck of an athlete. I would try him there for sure. He's going to have the Eric Crouch career path, right?
Okay, yeah.
And Eric Crouch did not want to play safety. I remember that.
No, he did not at all.
He hated that. All right, Live Canvas says, how do you rank this draft versus other years? What I was saying was the top is sweet. I thought the top was really good. I thought you got through about 50 picks, and it's a better class than a lot of, so like the very top, as good as you'll see from like 2011, 2021, like in that realm. Through picks about 50, I thought it was very good. There have been other years that are like on par with that, but like a very, very good class. I thought day 3 was as weak as we've seen. So 2021 day 3 was super weak because everyone came back to school after the COVID year.
Right.
There's so few guys declaring. So I put it in that realm of like some of the weaker day 3s I've seen in recent years. So that's kind of how I see it. And I think the biggest thing to remember, and I always talk about the 2022 class when Trayvon Walker went number 1 overall, is that not every year there's going to be the guy for you.
Right.
And that's why you can't pigeonhole yourself, especially in the first round, into positions, because the board doesn't always shake out like that. Sometimes there's a bunch of sick wide receivers and OTs, and if you need defense, you're reaching. You're passing up good players.
So you either buy more draft, you either get more draft capital.
Yeah. Or you trade down and get more.
Yeah.
Or
you trade down to get more.
Yeah.
Or you just take the best player that's there. You take the best player that's there, and that's what you do. But you can't. The reaching is the thing that just is. For as long as I've been doing this, for as long as I've been following the draft, the reaching, and I have a quote that I've always said, like every single year, there's no thirst like an NFL team thirsting for a quarterback. There's none. There's nothing like it. Like there's nothing like it.
See, I think when we say reaching, it's almost a misnomer in terms of the thought process. To me, it's forcing.
Yes.
Because in the draft, when you're reaching, like going down a theoretical board, it's because you had one position in mind that you wanted, or one role in mind. And so, in my opinion, the what's at play is actually you're forcing a pick. You're forcing something that I have this hole in my roster. I have to fill a guy. So this is the next guy best available on the board. And you're not even like thinking about it. You're just saying this guy fills that need. When in actuality, when the Raiders drafted Cleveland Ferrell 4 overall, you were taking a guy who was a fringe first rounder at 4 overall.
Right.
And he could play the run as a 6 tech, sure. Yeah. But he was not going to ever impact the passing game at a high level. And so it's a forcing of what you thought that team needed instead of looking at the draft big picture and saying, wow, Josh Allen may not be my 6 tech, but this dude can rush the passer.
Bingo.
And he came off the board 3 picks later, and one just got paid $100 million, and the other one has been kicking around in free agency for a few years. So, yep. Who will the top UDFA be? Man, at this rate, it's looking like Leonard Taylor. I think there's something there that I'm not going to speculate to what, but I just think he's off boards.
Yeah.
That's the only explanation to why some of these guys are getting drafted over Leonard Taylor right now. Because even us saying his disappointing tape of this past season is not
still
UDFA
better.
tape. It was not exactly.
It's still a guy you should probably draft.
Yes.
And so Chargers pick Cornelius Johnson, Michigan wide receiver.
So Jet Fan asks, will the Raiders regret not being aggressive at the QB position? I don't think so. I think it would have taken a lot for them to move up.
Right.
If they couldn't get into the top 3, chances are one of the guys they drafted was not going to be like day 1 starter ability to really elevate this team. So may not have even beat out like Gardner Minshew. And then you could have been drafting really highly next year because you're all of a sudden in a dogfight of a division. It's not an easy division to just go out there and compete in with the Chiefs, with the Chargers, with Jim Harbaugh. So just make the situation great for the quarterback. And I think they went a long way in making the situation great for the quarterback. And now maybe you can attract a Dak Prescott. Maybe you can attract a guy who may be unhappy with his situation, and you can trade for one a little bit later. So I like what the Raiders did.
So we got someone saying, Mulcadat, I think the bathroom breaks were well timed. I mean, they had to be because they needed to happen. Saints 10-16, did the Eagles move DeJean to safety? I don't think so.
I think slot.
Slot, okay.
I think he moves to slot, right?
I can live with that.
Because I don't think you're benching Bradbury or Slay for a rookie, even if their play may suggest it. And they may force their hand sometime this year with the age that those guys are at, because that corner play, I mean, we saw with Darrelle Revis even.
Sure.
When he hit the early 30s, and Darius Slay's even older than him, it can go that.
In a hurry.
Because it's one step. And if you lose that one step, that corner in the NFL, peace.
So
that's how I feel about that. But I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibilities. That's why he was coveted so highly, is because everyone thought he was 5-position defensive back versatility.
Here we go, KW4. Do you think Sam Hartman can be at least a solid NFL backup? We've already talked about Hartman. don't think he has the arm strength to be like a major player, and I think that's going to be the thing that, like we said, that's going to be the thing that probably hurts him. I like Hartman as a player.
He's going to be sitting in this chair one day, though, Sam.
Oh, absolutely.
He's going to be taking over for Kirk Herbstreit on game day. That guy's got a good personality. Obviously, he gets lusted over on TikTok by middle-aged women, and, you know, it is what it is. So
here we go.
That plays on ESPN, though.
Here we go. Murray, favorite fantasy rookie this year?
Marvin Harrison Jr., man.
Okay.
I mean, Packers picked Kalen King.
There you go.
Came off the board.
Yep.
Dude, and as much as we said Kalen King's tape this year was not good, and he ran a 4.61 at the combine. It's the same kind of argument we're making with Leonard Taylor. The talent didn't go away. You know, like maybe mentality, whatever changed, and there's things that you worry about, but it's difficult to do what he did as a sophomore, what Leonard Taylor did as a sophomore, second-year players, without having something to you.
Yeah.
And can you recapture it? You know, maybe he won't ever. Maybe he is lost, and maybe he won't be found. But, man, I do go back to that year's tape, and I've had him out of my first-round mock going into the season. I had him above guys who were first-rounders themselves based off of tape. And so a lot can change, obviously, in a year. But then maybe he figures it out and a lot can change back in a year. So I love that pick, the Green Bay Packers. So Kalen King still getting drafted.
Here we go. We got thoughts on next year's class. From a quarterback standpoint, do you like Dylan Gabriel, who's now at Oregon?
Oh, he ain't going to be a prospect.
Yeah. What about Jalen Milroe? I know you mentioned Shedeur.
I think he's got I'd change positions with Milroe. The pocket presence is such a disaster with him. He runs all over the place. I like Shedeur Sanders at QB.
Sure.
I think Carson Beck could be a first rounder. I wouldn't have put him in there. That's why he comes back to school this year. Those two guys, I think, are at the top of my quarterback class. I love Noah Fafita, Arizona quarterback, only a redshirt freshman.
Yes.
Guy is a playmaker. He's Bryce Young, though. He might be shorter than Bryce Young, actually. But he's a little bit better built, but he's tiny, but he has a hose for a small QB. So he'll be a nice litmus test for hopefully Bryce Young figures it out, because that might help his draft stock here going forward. So those are the QBs I'm intrigued by. I think James Pierce, the Tennessee edge rusher, put him in the top 5 right now. I'm not too worried about that. That guy's going to be a stud. Benjamin Morrison, Notre Dame corner.
Yes.
First rounder, top 20 sort of guy. Will Johnson, Michigan corner. Top 10 sort of guy. Travis Hunter, Colorado corner. Put him in the top 10 right now. The cornerback class next year, there are some guys who have been playing ball since their true freshman year. All 3 of those guys I would put as they could all be better than anyone we saw in this class.
Here we go. We got Anthony Mascari.
I don't think it's crazy.
Anthony Mascari, I've been here for all 3 days. Thank you so much. Please answer my one question. What do you think of the Chiefs rugby guy, Louis Zammit?
Dude, I'm going to need to see some highlights because I didn't get to my rugby tape here. Where is this? Did I miss this pick?
Zammit, he went in the Louis Zammit. I got it. Oh no, I don't have it.
I
don't see this guy.
Oh, he's in Texas with Mahomes. Oh, did they sign him? Or is he like a...
Okay.
Just Louis Zammit.
Got it. Okay. Not a draft.
It wasn't a draft pick.
Okay, I was like, wait, did we miss it?
No, yeah. I don't know. I'll have to watch the tape and get back to you, unfortunately. I haven't ground the Louis Zammit tape. Sorry. Any other questions we want? Best rookie QB for fantasy football. Now, there's a better question. I said Caleb Williams. You're going to get rushing yards. You got a great situation there for him to succeed. I think Shane Waldron's a very good OC. I don't think he was, I don't think he was at fault for the Seahawks struggles a year ago. So I think it's a massive upgrade for them at OC too. So him, and then I'll say, I thought Bo Nix was the most NFL ready of these quarterbacks. Hard to not be when you've played 61 games in college, right? So I thought Nix was, and I thought he went to a situation where it's an okay O-line, good enough playmakers. Williams is the only one, though, unless you're in like a deep 2 QB league, that I think will even be relevant, unfortunately. So that's how I feel about it. Jaden Daniels, though, runs. I'm not sure how much they'll subject him to. I remember Kyler, year 1, under what's his face, Cliff. They didn't run him the way they did
Right.
year 2, year 3. They tried to protect him, didn't make sure he wasn't taking shots in the open field. So I don't think we'll see what really tap into Jaden Daniels' strengths in that regard year 1. But maybe we do. And if that's the case, he's definitely a tier 1 rushing threat at the position. I mean, he is a true burner at the quarterback position.
Love him. Absolutely love him. All right, folks.
We're coming up. Last pick,
Last pick is
Mr.
on
Relevant,
the
New York
clock.
Jets. Who's your call?
Oh, I'll go with Isaiah Williams.
I like Isaiah Williams. I'll go with, I was going to say didn't even matter. It's Jalen Key.
Okay, Jalen Key, Alabama safety.
So if you're an Alabama player and you don't get invited to the Senior Bowl, you're off the radar as a prospect. They don't get down invited. Because they invite every single Alabama player that could ever be feasibly drafted because it's in their backyard.
All right.
Alabama, Auburn, just to get the fans there. So.
All right, so let's do this. Let's do the quick recap of this 7 round, and then we're going to get out of here,
Go through
folks.
Run through the players.
I'm so looking forward to dinner.
Dude, I'm kind of up still. I could go another round. Let's get an 8th round in the mix. Production team, you guys can do it. I'm kidding.
Here we go.
Let's hit this.
Let's just hit the ones that we like. Javonte Jean-Baptiste. You like that one?
Yeah, I think he's a solid death piece. I think he can be a 3rd down pass rusher. After that, I mean, Brendan Rice is interesting.
I like Trey Taylor.
Okay, yeah.
I like Trey Taylor. Let's go. Let's move. Come on.
What we got after this?
All right.
Miles Cole cracks me up. That guy is an enormous human being on the defensive line.
Yes, super long.
So Jaheim Bell is my favorite one there. I think he can be, again, a Gerald Everett in that offense. Gerald Everett went 2nd round. I think he was obviously quite a bit better prospect, but I don't think he's 5 rounds better as a prospect.
Bell is
Bell's
a very interesting prospect.
Yeah.
All right, next one.
I like Michael Barrett to the Panthers. Tone setter.
Yes.
Guy big culture guy.
They need it too. The Panthers need that.
Yeah.
Again, I keep rehashing this, but you lose Luke Kuechly. You don't have that. Thomas Davis isn't there anymore.
Lost Frankie Louvu, who was kind of that for them too.
So that's a good one. What's next? Let's see the next one.
Michael Pratt, baby, your boy. Talk about him.
Gotta go, Michael Pratt. Moves around behind in the pocket a little bit, and he can sling the ball, throws it down the field. I like that. So give me that.
Beat out Sean Clifford.
Are they not going to keep this?
No one really does anymore nowadays. They practice squad does.
Yeah, he might go practice squad then.
Yeah,
we'll see. Let's see the next one. There we
go. Cornelius Johnson came off the board. There you go. He's got some speed. He was actually starting over at one point Roman Wilson early on in his career. Never really developed. But then Kalen King, man, I'm glad he went to the Packers. I think he's more talented than that. I think he goes to a situation where they're not going to ask him to start. And truthfully, there will be not a lot of distractions up in Green Bay. My parents live up there. My brother lives up there.
Yeah.
There ain't much to do. He can't get himself in too much trouble. So he'll be focused on football.
I told you my buddy played for the Packers. He said the exact same thing.
You focus on football when you're in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
For Mike Renner, I'm Michael Felder. Thank you so much for tuning in to the BR Draft Night Show. We're done. That's it. We're done. Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Thanks for tuning in.